Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Fellow cultivators, before the Demon King rises again, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss what comes next. A single like fuels the war. Now, let the truth begin. The first thing Wei Liang noticed was that the body was cold. Not the cold of death. He had felt death twice, and it was nothing like this. Death was an expansion, a tide pulling outward from the chest until everything was distance, and the distance was everything. This was the cold of an orphan who had slept on a stone floor without blankets, in a room where nobody had bothered to light a fire before dawn, in a building where nobody had particularly thought about it because the cold had been present for so many winters that it no longer registered as a condition worth noting. The cold of ordinary deprivation, so ordinary it had become architecture. He lay still for a moment, processing the fact of being inside it. Then the memories began. They did not arrive in order. There was nothing orderly about dying at 3,400 years old and waking in a body that had lived for approximately 7 of them. The memories came as sensations first, the specific weight of court robes on shoulders that no longer existed. The particular timbre of Marshal Ren's voice cutting through battle noise across a field where the spiritual pressure was so dense it bent light at the horizon. The smell of Lianhua province in autumn, not the ash-gray quarry smell of wherever this orphanage floor was located, but the smell of a valley that had grown 3 harvests annually for as long as there had been people to harvest them. A smell of extraordinary living abundance. A smell that no longer had a source. Lianhua province had been reduced to its foundations along with 30,000 of its people in the final year of the Demon War. The ashes had fed the soil for 1,000 years since. Nobody discussed it. The permission to discuss it had been carefully removed from the world, the same way permission to discuss many things had been carefully removed from the world. Not through a single dramatic act, but through the patient, incremental work of people who understood that the most durable censorship is the kind that makes the suppressed information seem irrelevant rather than dangerous. He sat up. The room was long and low-ceilinged, 12 sleeping mats in 2 parallel rows, gray morning light entering through a window covered with oiled paper instead of glass, because glass was expensive, and this was a frontier orphanage where budgets were calculated precisely. 8 other children occupied the other mats. The smallest was perhaps 4, a girl who had drawn her knees to her chest in sleep, taking up as little space as a sleeping body could manage, as though she had learned that smallness was a form of protection and was practicing it even unconsciously. The oldest was a girl of 11 with calloused hands and the flat, assessing gaze of a woman who had learned that every reaction cost something and had carefully chosen to control. Wei Liang looked at his hands in the gray light. Small, unmarked. The specific softness of hands that had not developed the calluses of cultivation practice or the fine tension that comes from years of moving through environments where chi pressure is constant. He turned them palms up, examining the finger joints, the wrist junctions, the lines across the palm that certain traditions believed contained readable information. Then he ran the channel check he had run on thousands of different bodies across 1,000 years of practice, his own, his students, people he was assessing, people he was trying to help. The channels were there. Not absent. Not the flat emptiness of a body with no cultivation potential, no chi pathways to develop. Not dormant in the way of channels that had simply never been opened. The channels were sealed, precisely, deliberately, with expertise he recognized in the way that a person recognizes their own handwriting, because he had developed this exact sealing technique in the 253rd year of his cultivation practice. He had designed it as a method for containing the chi of cultivators who needed to be subdued without causing permanent channel damage. The technique was precise and architectural rather than destructive, which was what distinguished it from most suppression techniques of the era. Where other techniques crushed, his sealed. Where other techniques left scars, his left the underlying structure intact and waiting. He had shared the technique with exactly 3 people in his entire previous life. His own sealing technique had been applied to this child's body before the child could have had any memory of it being done. Someone who knew the technique, someone he had trusted, had done this, deliberately, with precision, before he arrived here. He spent a moment absorbing this. He was 7 years old, male, in an orphanage somewhere with a stone floor and insufficient blankets, and too many children, and the particular institutional smell of a place that was being managed rather than loved. His name was surfacing from the child's shallow pool of memory, like something rising from still water, Wei Liang. His name in this life was Wei Liang, and he would use it without correction because it was close enough to true in the ways that mattered. A voice spoke inside his awareness. It was his voice, the voice from 3,000 years ago that was also somehow the voice of right now, precise and entirely tired and absolutely certain of what it was saying. Demon sovereign system, Initialization complete. Record updated. You are alive again. The debt has not been paid. He sat with those 5 words for some time. Not in grief. Grief was for things that surprised you, and this did not surprise him. Not in resignation either, which implied a kind of acceptance that was different from what he felt. He felt something closer to recognition. The specific, clear acknowledgement of someone receiving a piece of information that is exactly what they expected and exactly as difficult as expected. The debt. The debt was everything that had been taken and not accounted for. The 30,000 people at Lianhua Crossing, whose spiritual energy had been harvested to power the sealing array that ended his previous life. The Ashgate sect and its 27 disciples who died opposing an absorption that had nothing to do with cultivation ethics and everything to do with land values and library assets. Every child who had ever been branded with a suppression mark for having an affinity type that a major sect didn't know how to manage. Every cultivation text burned to eliminate competing methodologies. Every record altered, suppressed, or destroyed to maintain a narrative that justified what had been done. The debt had not been paid. He had been sealed before he could address it. And now he was 7 years old in a frontier orphanage, and the debt was still running its interest with the patient, indifferent arithmetic of a system that had never stopped operating because no one had ever been in a position to stop it. He got up, put on the child's small shoes that were beside the mat, and walked to the window. Through the oiled paper, blurred and without detail, the shape of a banner was visible in the village square below. He could not read the design clearly through the paper's translucency, but the color was white with a red border, and the approximate shape of the symbol was a stylized lotus blossom. He had seen that symbol for the last 300 years of his previous life. He had fought against it, watched it advance across maps, and ultimately been sealed with it as the last clearly identifiable thing before everything ended. White Lotus Sect. In this village, flying their banner in the square as naturally as weather, as though presence had always been service and occupation had always been protection. You slept wrong, said the girl with the calloused hands. She had been watching him since before he stood up. She said it with the flat practicality of someone who delivers information without particular expectation that it will be received. You'll be stiff the whole morning. I know. The child's voice was higher than he was accustomed to, and he cleared his throat against it. Thank you. She returned to restitching a sandal strap with a bone needle, working with the unself-conscious efficiency of someone whose hands had performed this specific task enough times that it no longer required thought, only execution. He watched her technique for a moment. The angle of insertion, the knot pattern, the tension she maintained between stitches. Precise and functional. The old court's administrative core had valued this kind of person. The ones who completed what needed completing without requiring ceremony or observation to do it well. He said nothing about this and began systematically cataloging the room. Ceiling height, window dimensions, number of children and their approximate ages, the condition of each sleeping mat, the growth tracking marks on the door frame where someone had been measuring children for years with a regular hand. The absent blankets. The single lamp mounted too high on the wall to be reached by a child. The door lock that operated from the outside. Each detail was filed with the same precision he had always used for operational reconnaissance. Because this room was where he would be living for some period, and understanding it completely was the first requirement of working within it effectively. Understanding always came before action. Always had, for 3,000 years, and there was no reason to change that discipline now. New kid. A boy his own age sat up on a mat near the door, scratching his head with both hands in the unself-conscious way of a boy who had made no particular arrangement with his appearance yet. He was broad-framed for his age, with the kind of build that would develop into something significant given adequate nutrition and growth, and his eyes were direct and uncomplicated in a way that Wei Liang found, after 3,000 years of people who always had something to calculate, genuinely difficult to categorize. Song Mu, the boy said, pointing at himself. You? Wei Liang. How long you been here? I don't know, Wei Liang said, which was an honest answer. Song Mu appeared to find this entirely acceptable. He reached under his mat, produced half a bread roll that was approximately 2 days old, tore it in half with the casual precision of Chun, who had spent most of his life dividing food resources, and offered one half across the gap between their mats. Wei Liang accepted it. He sat down and ate the bread, which was hard in the way of something that had been good once, and was still technically food, and he thought about how many thousands of years it had been since he had eaten anything at all, and how strange it was that this particular event, a boy tearing stale bread in half with no expectation of anything in return, was the first thing that had happened since his waking that did not fit into any pattern he already understood completely. He had cataloged kindnesses across every decade of 3,000 years. He had never quite gotten used to the uncalculated kind. The system registered nothing. It was bred. It was not a recognition event or a sovereign debt entry. But Wei Liang registered it himself and stored it in the part of his memory he kept for the things that mattered in ways the system did not track. The part that existed, as it always had, as the reason the debt mattered at all. Outside the window, the White Lotus sect banner moved in the early morning wind with the easy authority of something that had been there long enough to believe it belonged there. Underneath it, Ashfall Village was waking to another day of tithes and assessments and the particular quiet of a community that had learned not to speak too loudly about what they noticed. He had a great deal of work to do. He had been awake for less than an hour. He was going to take it methodically, the way he had always taken things, because the alternative to methodical was reckless, and reckless was how you ended up sealed. And he had no intention of being sealed again. He finished the bread and began learning the room in earnest, because rooms were where everything started, and everything that started needed to be started correctly. The White Lotus banner moved in the square below. The debt waited with the patience of arithmetic. And somewhere in the structure of the sealed channels running through this child's small hands, a gap he had not yet found was waiting for him to look at it from the inside. Built by someone who knew he would need it, who had prepared for his return before his return was even certain to happen. That was either the most important thing he had learned yet, or it was only the prelude to something far worse, something he had not yet had reason to imagine. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Ashfall Village had a name that Wei Liang suspected was not its original one. Villages near White Lotus sect administrative territories had a tendency to acquire new names after purification events. The original names burning with everything else, the replacement names descriptive rather than chosen, assigned by someone who had needed to put something on a map and noted the most obvious feature available. Ash from the quarry to the village's west was the obvious feature here. A stone dust so fine and pervasive that it settled on every surface and occupied every crease, giving the village a grayish quality that was particularly visible on laundry hung out to dry and the skin around children's eyes in the early morning, and the walls of the administrative building and the tops of market stalls. It was not an unhealthy dust, exactly. It was simply always present, the way the White Lotus sect banner in the square was always present. A constant background feature that stopped being noticed because noticing it every day was more effort than the situation warranted. He spent his first 2 complete days in observation. This was not unusual behavior for a new orphan. Children arriving in unfamiliar circumstances frequently went quiet for several days, processing, and adults around them tended to assign this to grief or displacement shock and leave them alone. He used the assumption to conduct the kind of detailed social mapping that had been one of his primary operational tools in 3 previous centuries of political work. Adults had a categorical response to small children sitting quietly near things, present, harmless, irrelevant to the situation at hand. He occupied that category and worked behind it. Ashfall had approximately 400 residents. Farmers working the eastern land where the quarry runoff had not reached and the soil was still viable. Quarry workers who cut and processed the gray stone that gave the village its only export of value. A blacksmith whose shop produced practical goods without the artistry or quality that might attract the kind of outside attention that raises questions. A herbalist at the market's edge whose stall was better maintained than the building behind it. 2 establishments selling food and drink, one of which doubled as the location where information exchanged hands informally, the way it always did in places where formal channels were controlled. A market 3 mornings a week that organized the village's internal commerce and allowed for the kind of social contact that built or damaged relationships over years of small transactions. 1 White Lotus sect administrative post. 3 junior disciples and permanent residents, the overseer absent in body but present structurally, present as a limit on what could be said, what could be questioned, what responses were available when something went wrong. The overseer's absence was not negligence. It was efficient resource allocation. The disciples and the implicit threat of the overseer accomplished the same control that the overseer's physical presence would, at lower operational cost. He recognized this architecture from 3,000 years of watching it function. The tithe system was exactly what he had expected. Every household paid 15% of assessed quarterly income to the post. The word assessed was doing a great deal of work in that sentence. The assessed income was calculated by the sect post's own methodology, based on the household's land allocation, registered trade type, and family size, not on what the household actually earned, which was typically different in ways that were difficult to document and more difficult to contest. The official framing, posted on the board outside the administrative building in formal script that had been renewed recently enough that the ink hadn't faded, described this as contribution toward preservation of cultivation harmony and frontier security. The framing was not dishonest in the way that lies are dishonest. It was dishonest in the way that correct words applied to incorrect situations are dishonest. The cultivation harmony of the province was genuinely maintained by the sect's administrative presence, and the security of the frontier did genuinely benefit from organized cultivation power in the region. The dishonesty was in the omissions, the part where the assessed amount was always between 17 and 24% actually collected, with the gap going to the junior disciples running the collection. The part where grievances were administered by the same post that collected the tithes. The part where enforcement teams were available within 3 days to any collector who requested them. He had written about exactly this mechanism in the petition 3,000 years ago. Nothing had changed. Nothing had even needed to change. He watched a collection on his second morning. A junior disciple, iron blood rank, moved through the market with a ledger and the comfortable authority of a junior disciple given power at an age when he had not yet understood what power was for. The vendors handed over what they owed without eye contact, with the efficiency of people performing a transaction so repetitive that both parties had stopped feeling its friction. Song Mu was selling sorted quarry stones for the orphanage, small work that generated minimal income and kept the older children occupied in ways the head woman could account for. He sold 3 bags, received 11 copper coins, and was handing 4 of them to the collection ledger when the junior disciple's hand came down on his shoulder hard enough to knock him sideways. Not hard enough to constitute reportable violence. Hard enough to remind everyone present of the relationship between the hand and the shoulder. Smile when you contribute, the disciple said. It's an honor. Song Mu steadied himself. His face performed neutrality with the precise efficiency of the herbalist who understood since early childhood that visible reaction was a resource and resources were not to be wasted unnecessarily. He dropped the coins. Wei Liang, 2 market stalls away with a sorting basket and the professional stillness of a child engaged in boring work, watched the junior disciple's face very carefully. What he saw there was not malice, or not primarily malice, which would have implied engagement with the people being collected from as actual people. What he saw was the comfortable satisfaction of someone exercising authority that had no real constraint on it. The satisfaction of procedure working as designed, of a person in a position performing the functions of the position with the mechanism in good order. He had watched this expression on sect disciples across his previous life, and it had never become more interesting, but it was always informative. The mechanism expressed itself through faces. The faces were not the mechanism. He committed the disciple's face to the memory he kept for specific, named individuals with specific, named positions in the sovereign debt. Not because the disciple was significant in himself, but because he was a data point, and data points accumulated into patterns, and patterns were evidence. Song Mu rejoined him at the sorting table. You do the staring thing, Song Mu said. I observe things. A pause. You observe like you're writing it down somewhere, Song Mu said. I am writing it down somewhere, Wei Liang said, tapping his temple. Everything goes in eventually. Nothing gets lost. Song Mu gave him the sideways look he was already beginning to develop as his characteristic response to Wei Liang's statements about his own nature. Not quite skeptical, not quite credulous. Occupying the space where someone's understanding is in revision and they haven't arrived at a conclusion yet. Elder Chin says the only thing that survives when everything gets taken is what you wrote down before they came, he said. He says that's why they take the writing first. Elder Chun is correct, Wei Liang said, and his attention sharpened toward the herb stall at the market's far edge where the old man was bundling sage with the practiced efficiency of an herbalist who had been organizing this specific type of material for many years. What else do you know about him? Used to be a cultivator. One of the smaller independent sects, not the alliance ones. The Ashgate sect, he mentioned once. Song Mu shrugged. Came here a long time ago. Gives medicine to people who can't pay healers, doesn't charge them. Tests children's chi sometimes when he thinks about it. Tested mine. Said my channels were open, then went quiet for a while. Then sold me ginger for a stomachache without charging me for that either. Wei Liang studied Elder Chin across the market. The man was perhaps 70. His back was straight in the particular way of a cultivator whose training had aligned the spine, and whose body had maintained that training, and whose body had maintained the training long after the cultivation practice itself had atrophied. Iron blood rank at peak, most likely, the former disciple of an independent sect that had been absorbed by the White Lotus sect 40 or more years ago, who had chosen not to be absorbed along with it, and had come to a frontier village and been invisible ever since. The kind of person who survives by becoming unremarkable. The kind of person who carries things in silence because silence is what keeps them alive. Chen had been carrying something for 40 years with no one to hand it to. Wei Liang had learned to recognize this kind of person. Every court, every city, Every village he had moved through across 3,000 years had them. People sitting on information they could not use and could not discard, maintaining it the way you maintain something precious that has no current application, but that you cannot bring yourself to destroy. The cost of maintaining it was the 40 years of silence. The cost of discarding it would have been something else, a specific, private failure that Chun had clearly decided he would not commit. The information he was maintaining was the reason he had come to Ashfall Village at all, not randomly, not from lack of alternatives, but specifically because a frontier village near a White Lotus sect administrative post was the most invisible place available to a person who wanted to disappear completely and had reason to believe that visibility was fatal. He had spent 40 years maintaining his invisibility by being useful without being remarkable, giving medicine without charging, testing children's chi quietly without reporting the results to the sect post, being the kind of presence that held a community together without attracting the administrative attention that would require the community to notice him. He was, Wei Liang decided, exactly the right person for what needed to be done next. Does he respond to children who ask him things directly? Wei Liang said. If the question isn't stupid, Songmu said. He says most questions children ask are stupid because children repeat what adults say instead of asking what they actually want to know. He's right about that too, Wei Liang said. He did not approach Chen that morning. He filed the observation and continued building the map of Ashfall Village's social architecture, the creditors and debtors, the small alliances and old resentments, the places where the sect's administrative presence was felt most acutely, and the places where it was present only as background pressure. Every village he had known in 3,000 years was a version of this village. Every tithe system was a version of this tithe system. The mechanism did not vary because it did not need to vary. It worked, it had always worked, and the only thing that had ever threatened it was the kind of sustained challenge that required both power and documentation. Power to resist it and documentation to prove that the resistance was justified. He had been the power once. He had not had enough documentation. That was the error he was correcting this time. The junior disciple who had knocked Song Mu sideways. The station marker bore his name. Wei Liang had read it from 2 stalls away when the disciple turned a certain direction during the collection. He did not lose names. He did not lose debts. The ledger was open, and the next entry would be written tonight, when he visited Elder Chen for the first time and learned what the old man had been carrying across 4 decades of silence. And he had no way to know yet if carrying it any longer would be survivable. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Elder Chen Rojin ran his fingers along the pulse points of Wei Liang's wrist with the reflexive precision of a former practitioner, the kind of attention that had been trained into the body over years and that survived the atrophy of active cultivation practice because it had moved past deliberate technique into something more fundamental. His fingers found the pulse, mapped the channel junctions, and stayed there considerably longer than a standard reading required. His expression did not change, but something in the quality of his stillness did. The stillness of a practitioner who has found something unexpected and is cataloging it before reacting. He kept reading for a full minute before he spoke. Sit, he said at last. The stool behind the herb stall had worn a permanent depression into the boards from years of use. Wei Liang sat on it and watched Elder Chen's face while Chun read his wrist. A small child in orphanage clothes sitting with the stillness of the elder who had survived many worse kinds of waiting and found this particular kind entirely manageable. Your channels are sealed, Chen said. They are, Wei Liang said. Not congenitally. Chen's bundling had stopped, which was notable. His hands almost never stopped. He was giving this his full attention, which cost something in a man who had spent 40 years carefully rationing his attention to avoid drawing notice. Congenital sealing leaves degradation in the channel walls. The architecture collapses inward. The chi pathways calcify at the junction points. These channels are completely intact. The architecture is clean. The junction points are healthy. The pathways are preserved. Someone applied this to you deliberately, and they did it with precision. Correct, Wei Liang said. Before I have any memory of it being done, Wei Liang said, which was precisely accurate. Chen was quiet for a moment. He was turning something over. The something was visible in the slight shift of his focus, the way his eyes moved from Wei Liang's wrist to Wei Liang's face and back to the wrist, as if triangulating between 2 data points that were not yet adding up to a single coherent picture, but were getting closer. You're not distressed by it, he said. Most children who discover their channels are sealed experience significant distress. I understand the mechanism, Wei Liang said. Understanding something makes patience with it more available. You understand the mechanism of the sealing technique applied to your own channels. Chen said it very carefully. As someone says a statement, they are testing for accuracy as they speak it. At 7 years old, my previous teachers were very thorough, Wei Liang said. What previous teachers? People who had reason to give me complete information, Wei Liang said. Chen studied him across the stall table with the sharp attention that had not dulled despite 40 years of being applied to nothing more demanding than herb classification and the occasional difficult patient. He was revising something. Wei Liang could see the revision happening in real time. The way an experienced person updates their model of a situation when the situation presents data that the current model doesn't account for. The model was updating significantly. Chen was an intelligent man who had spent 40 years with nothing to do but think, and he thought quickly when given material. The sealing technique, Chen said finally, in a tone that was choosing words with particular care. The architecture of what I'm feeling. I have read about this once, in a restricted document my sect maintained before it was absorbed. It was described as a theoretical construct associated with the demon sovereign's cultivation methodology, a technique for containing qi without causing permanent channel damage. He paused. The document characterized it as a suppression tool. Brutal, if effective. You found that characterization unlikely, Wei Liang said. Chen's reading fingers stilled completely. I did, he said. Because this, he pressed slightly at a channel junction, precisely where one of the gaps was. This is not a brutal technique. This is a surgical one. Someone who understood channel architecture at a very deep level built this. The misdirection is layered, the suppression is targeted, and the channels themselves are in perfect health underneath it. That is not what a brutalizing technique produces. Brutalizing techniques leave wreckage. This left a garden. No, Wei Liang agreed. It isn't brutal at all. The silence between them had the quality of two people standing on either side of a door that both of them could see, but only one of them knew what was behind. Chen was approaching the door. He was not yet opening it, but he had his hand on the frame. Can you work with the seal? Wei Liang asked. Given what you know about channel architecture, I would need time, Chen said, and I would need to understand what I'm working toward. The seal is designed to conceal. I would need to know what it's concealing before I could judge how to approach it without inadvertently damaging what's inside. The channels are functional. He continued without pause. They're sealed, not absent. Under the right development approach, they can be accessed. The seal has gaps. I found 2 junction points where the suppression is incomplete. Chen's expression shifted. Incomplete deliberately, he said. It was not a question. I believe so. Wei Liang paused, then continued. Those gaps are in positions that the standard examination technique never reaches. Anyone who examined these channels using standard methods would miss them entirely. But you found them, Chen said. I know where to look, Wei Liang said. Chen held his gaze for a long, careful moment. Then, come back tonight. After the market closes. Bring nothing with you, and do not mention this to anyone. He said it in the tone of someone drawing a boundary around what was happening, not refusing the conversation, but containing it, giving it a structure he could manage. I will, Wei Liang said. He stood and straightened the ill-fitting clothes. Thank you, Elder Chen. You haven't thanked me for anything yet, Chen said, and picked up his bundling again. But his hands worked differently now, with the attention divided, processing 2 things at once, the herb bundling continuing, because his hands knew it well enough to run without supervision, while his mind ran the new information against the accumulated weight of 40 years. Wei Liang walked back through Ashfall's quarry-dusted streets past the White Lotus sect's administrative post with its tithe schedule and its locked door and the particular atmosphere of authority that emanates from buildings where power is administered. He considered what he knew of Chen's sect, the Ashgate sect, an independent cultivation community that had maintained its own traditions and its own library until the White Lotus sect had absorbed it 40 or more years ago. The absorption had cost 27 lives among the disciples who resisted and had resulted in the loss of a library that had contained records going back several centuries. The kind of library that contained things the Alliance found inconvenient. The kind of library that got absorbed precisely because of what it contained. Chen had survived. Chen had run. Chen had been keeping something for 40 years, and he had been keeping it for a very long time with no one to hand it to. Tonight, that was going to change. The door was opening, and what came through it would be worth whatever it cost to open it, because Chen Rojin, former Ashgate sect disciple, had been sitting on the most important 40 years of accumulated silence Wei Liang had encountered since waking in this body. He had been here 3 days. He had a place to sleep, a child's body, sealed channels with deliberate gaps, a system that had just initialized, and an old man who had been waiting for someone to give his documents to. It was not much. It was, he had learned, exactly how everything important started, with less than you thought you needed, and a debt that had not yet declared its full cost. He just did not know yet who would pay it. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. He spent the evening examining the seal from the inside, and the first recognition event arrived in the 3rd hour. He had been systematically analyzing the tithe collection mechanism, not just the surface interaction he had observed in the market, but the complete structural logic, the assessed income calculation, the gap between assessment and collection, the administrative referral loop, the enforcement team availability, the way each element of the system supported every other element so that no single point of failure could collapse the whole. He was building the full architecture in his mind, component by component, the way he had always built things, from the foundation upward, nothing assumed, everything verified. The architecture completed itself in his mind and sat there, whole and recognizable. Recognition event, harvest protocol registered. The harvest protocol, his own terminology from his own records. From the petition he had sent to the Alliance before the war, the document that had been received and read and answered with a single word that had never been sent because the answer had always been in the decision not to send it. The harvest protocol was what he had called the systematic pre-war resource extraction the Alliance ran on frontier populations. The tithe overage, the administrative self-referral, the enforcement team structure, the way ordinary people following ordinary procedures produced extraordinary harm without anyone having to be particularly extraordinary in their cruelty. He had documented it carefully. He had sent the documentation with the petition. The petition had disappeared into the Alliance's administrative apparatus, and nothing had ever come out the other side. And now, 3,000 years later, he was sitting on a stone floor in a frontier orphanage observing the same system operating with the same logic and the same structural components. Because it had never been dismantled. It had simply lost the only power capable of challenging it. The cultivation restoration the recognition event produced was small, 0.3% of what he had been. Trivial in absolute terms. Significant in the way that the first data point of a measurement is significant. Now there was something to measure from. The system's logic was confirming itself. The crimes of the sects hadn't changed. Therefore, the war was justified. Therefore, the sovereign's power was always rightfully his. He took the restored fragment and used it to probe the seal from the inside. And what he found changed his understanding of what the seal was for. The gaps in the seal were not accidental. He had assumed they were the result of rushed application, a technique applied quickly, without the full precision the technique was capable of. Now, examining them with active cultivation from inside the structure, he could see they were deliberate, positioned with the same care and precision as everything else in the seal. Not errors, design choices. The gaps were in two specific channel junctions. These were junctions that the standard first-stage cultivation exercises bypassed, junctions that the standard examination techniques did not probe because the standard techniques assumed they would develop naturally through the ordinary cultivation progression. Someone who examined his channels using standard methods would find nothing, because the misdirection architecture directed their attention away from these junctions and toward the channel segments that were fully blocked. But someone who approached from a non-standard angle, someone who knew exactly where to look because they knew the seal's architecture, would find the gaps immediately. The seal was designed to be found by someone who knew what to look for. 3 people in his previous life had known this seal's architecture. 1 was him. 2 were people he had trusted enough to teach the technique to. Of those 2, he had witnessed the death of one in the Demon War's final battles. The other, the one he had not witnessed dying, the one whose fate was an open question he had never resolved, remained unaccounted for. This was the most important piece of information he had found so far. Not the recognition event, not the cultivation restoration. This, someone had specifically planned for his return, had prepared a path for him through the seal's architecture, had arranged for him to have a route forward that was invisible to anyone who didn't share the knowledge. He had not been sealed and abandoned. He had been sealed and prepared, and the person who prepared him had known him well enough to know exactly where he would look. He was not alone in the way he had assumed he was alone. Someone had survived the war and the 3,000 years following it and had done this for him. He needed to find out who. "You've been very still for a long time," said Song Mu's voice from across the room in the dark, quiet and direct in the way he always was. "I'm thinking." He was quiet for a moment. Song Mu's voice came from across the room. "Your eyes went purple again." "They do that," Wei Liang said, "when I'm using cultivation awareness." "You don't have active cultivation," Song Mu said. "Your channels are sealed." "Partially." Wei Liang's answer was measured. Gaps in specific positions. Deliberate ones. A long silence from Song Mu's mat. Wei Liang could hear him processing. The quiet of someone who takes things seriously and processes them fully before responding rather than filling the silence with something provisional. "So you can actually cultivate," Song Mu said finally. "Just slowly. Through the gaps." "More precisely," Wei Liang said. "It's not cultivation training from zero. It's re-accessing something that was always there, through pathways that were built specifically for that access." Another silence. Then, When you say your previous teachers were thorough, how thorough? Wei Liang considered how much to say. He thought about the bread on the first morning and the directness of those eyes, and the particular kind of loyalty that belongs to people who stay when everything is strange and unexplained. He thought about the enforcement team that would arrive when Song Mu's fire affinity made itself visible. And it would make itself visible, because fire affinity at this strength was not something that stayed contained without training, and the fact that Song Mu needed to understand enough to prepare for that event. Thorough enough, he said. I'll explain more when explaining helps us more than it complicates things. Song Mu considered this. Then, okay, not a negotiating position. Simply a decision, and then nothing more. Outside, the White Lotus sect banner moved in the night wind. The Harvest Protocol ran another cycle in Ashfall's tithe system. Somewhere in the calculation, 0.3% of what he had lost was restored and filed under the ongoing reckoning. He had a great deal more to recover. The work was going to take time. But someone had survived the war and spent 3,000 years preparing a road through the seal specifically for him to walk. And whoever had done that was the most important open question in his reconstruction, pressing at him from behind everything else he needed to do, demanding to be answered. He considered what he knew about the candidates. The person who had died in the final battles. He had witnessed the death, had carried that specific grief through the last 18 months of the war. Not that person. The third person, the one whose fate had been uncertain, had possessed the knowledge, had possessed the motivation, and had been on the east flank when the sealing began, which meant there was a window, a specific 3-hour window, between when the battle's outcome became apparent and when the sealing array activated, during which it would have been possible to escape. He had not allowed himself to hope for that possibility at the time, because hope spent on an uncertain survival was a resource diverted from the work of the moment. But the hope had existed, contained and unacted upon, filed under things to investigate when investigation was possible. Investigation was possible now. It was one more item on the list, and like all the others, it carried a consequence he had not yet calculated, and those were always the most dangerous ones. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Song Mu's fire chi made its first public declaration on the 5th morning, in the market, when a tithe collector decided the blacksmith's daughter's records were wrong. The collector had arrived off schedule and unannounced, which was itself a compact violation. There were notification requirements for non-standard assessments, but notification requirements were theoretical in a village where the only entity with standing to file a compact complaint was the same entity that had authorized the off-schedule assessment. He announced that the blacksmith's quarterly accounts showed a supplemental amount outstanding, citing figures that did not appear in any of the blacksmith's family's records, in which the blacksmith's daughter, 12 years old, flat-eyed, managing the family accounts while her father was at the forge, identified as fabricated within approximately 30 seconds of reading the collector's ledger. She said so, politely, and with her own records in hand. The collector began the process of explaining why she was wrong. He did this with the practiced patience of a healer who had explained this to many families in many villages and had developed a methodology for it. The combination of official language and mild confusion, deployed until the person being corrected began to doubt their own arithmetic. It worked most of the time because most families, confronted with official authority and its specific vocabulary, defaulted to uncertainty even when they were correct. The uncertainty was manufactured by the presentation, not by the facts. The blacksmith's daughter did not default to uncertainty. She had been managing these accounts since she was 10, and she knew the figures the same way she knew her own name, with the precision of something used so often it had become structural. Song Mu, who had been helping move quarry equipment and was covered in stone dust, and not particularly in a mood to watch this unfold, set down the equipment crate he was carrying and stepped between the collector and the girl. He said, "The records are right. I carried the materials. The work cost what she said." He said it with the complete certainty of someone who had actually been present for the work and was reporting accurately, which is a different quality than the certainty of someone arguing on principle. The collector looked at this boy, solid-framed, entirely steady, covered in quarry dust, and made the calculation that authority figures make when confronted with unexpected resistance from directions they hadn't anticipated. He opened his mouth. Song Mu's hands ignited. Not explosively, not catastrophically. 2 palms of controlled orange-gold fire, held at exactly the level he was feeling, which was not quite rage, but was something firm and unwilling to recalculate. The fire lasted approximately 3 seconds. It was controlled enough that it didn't spread to anything around him. It was sufficiently dramatic that the collector took 2 steps backward and then made a notation in his ledger before departing without the supplemental payment. Song Mu lowered his hands. He was not burned. He He looked at his palms for a moment with an expression that was less surprised than a person encountering something that had been building toward emergence and had finally arrived. Then he looked up at Wei Liang, who had been at the sorting table across the market and had watched the entire event with the focused attention of someone watching something they had expected and had been monitoring for. That happened, Song Mu said, when he reached Wei Liang. I saw, Wei Liang said. Was that the exercises? That was more than the exercises. The exercises trained the channel, Wei Liang said. You reacted to something genuinely wrong, and your chi responded proportionally. Fire affinity at your level responds to perceived injustice. It's not a malfunction, it's the affinity functioning correctly. The problem is that the collector has a notation in his ledger now, and that notation becomes a report to the sect post, and the report becomes an enforcement team request. Song Mu absorbed this with the efficiency of someone who understood the causal chain without needing it spelled out in full. When do they arrive? 3 days. Possibly 2. Wei Liang paused. This was going to happen regardless of the specific trigger. Your chi was developing too quickly to stay invisible much longer. I had planned for it. You planned for my fire showing up in the market, Song Mu said. There was something in his voice that wasn't quite skepticism and wasn't quite wonder. It occupied the space where someone encounters evidence for the 9th consecutive time and is updating their model without quite having finished updating it. I planned for an incident that would trigger an enforcement request, Wei Liang said. The specific form of the incident was yours. The timing was approximately what I expected. He looked at Song Mu steadily. You protected the blacksmith's daughter correctly. An enforcement response was coming either way. What matters now is what we do with the 3 days. Song Mu sat down beside him on the market steps. Around them, the market resumed its business at slightly reduced volume, the way markets resume after a notable event. Tell me what you need me to do. Move the supply cache from the quarry's upper section to the deep section, Wei Liang said. The deep section is below the detection array threshold. Standard enforcement teams don't search below the 3rd depth level because their scanning arrays aren't calibrated for it. And practice the fire control exercises every hour you can until the team arrives. Not to build power, to build precision. What you just did was correct in its response and dangerous in its visibility. I need you to be able to produce that response with much finer control. How much finer? Fine enough that you can hold it to your palm without any visible heat escaping, Wei Liang said. In 2 days. That's fast, Song Mu said. You can do it, Wei Liang told him. Your channels are extremely responsive. The training time for someone with your affinity level is shorter than standard because the chi wants to cooperate. It's been waiting for someone to give it direction. Song Mu looked at his palms. The fire was gone, but the warmth remained at its ambient level, always present since the exercises had begun, the chi having found its channel and deciding to stay in motion in it. He flexed his fingers once, slowly, feeling the warmth follow the movement. And the blacksmith's daughter, he said. The off-schedule assessment. Does that just go away? It goes away from the collector's ledger if the enforcement team doesn't prioritize it, Wei Liang said. But she has standing to file a compact inquiry on the off-schedule assessment itself, under Section 14, Paragraph 6. The right exists, but only if exercised within 8 days. He paused. She should know that option exists. Song Mu nodded. I'll tell her. He stood and moved toward the quarry without further discussion. Wei Liang sat at the sorting table and watched him go and thought about the enforcement team and the preparation that remained to be done, and about the notation in the collector's ledger, which was already moving through the sect post's reporting system toward the enforcement request that would bring the quiet eraser to Ashfall Village in 3 days' time. 3 days. He had used 11 days to build what was in the supply cache. He needed 3 more days to position everything correctly, and then the confrontation in the square, and then the road to Ironstone City. Everything was on schedule, if schedule was the right word for a plan that could only be verified by its execution. He sat at the sorting table for another hour, moving through the preparations in order, checking each item against the others. The cache relocation was in progress. Song Mu would complete it before nightfall. The fire control practice was ongoing. The documentation for tonight's visit to Chun was clear in his mind. What to ask for, in what format, why each piece mattered for the larger structure he was building. 3 days to complete the framework before the enforcement team arrived, and the confrontation in the square made the framework visible. 3 days was enough. But he had not yet accounted for what the enforcement team would bring that he had not anticipated. And that gap could cost him everything. Or worse, cost Chen everything. And Chen would not survive a second loss like the first. And that was not something Wei Liang was willing to accept. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. He approached Yu Shang in the corridor outside the orphanage's common room on the afternoon of the 5th day, where she was sitting against the wall with the brand on her wrist pressed against her opposite palm, holding it still in the way of someone managing a persistent discomfort by limiting its movement. She had been doing this since the evaluation, he had noticed, keeping the branded wrist very still. The brand's mechanism trained suppression through pain, and the easiest way to avoid the pain was to avoid the chi movement that triggered it, which meant keeping the wrist still reduced the discomfort, which reinforced the habit of stillness, which was precisely what the brand was designed to produce over months and years until the cultivator's own nervous system had internalized the suppression and the brand could be removed without consequence because its work was done. The brand was patient. It had been designed by people who understood that patience was a resource too. You're holding the wrist still, he said. Not an accusation. An observation with a specific purpose behind it. She looked at him with the careful assessment she always applied. The assessment of someone whose every interaction had a purpose and was working to determine this once. The movement hurts, she said. I know, he said. That's what the brand does. The pain is the mechanism. It trains you to suppress the chi movement voluntarily so that eventually you're doing the brand's work yourself. He sat down beside her against the wall, putting them at the same height and making the conversation something other than a standing adult addressing a seated child. Holding the wrist still makes the immediate discomfort less. It also makes the long-term suppression more complete. The brand wins faster. She considered this carefully, with the expression of someone who processes practical information for application rather than for argument. Then I shouldn't hold it still. You should let the chi move, but in very controlled amounts, he said. The brand's pain response is a threshold response. It's not proportional to the intensity of the chi movement. A very small movement and a very large movement produce approximately the same level of pain, which means you can practice very small movements without it being substantially more painful than the stillness you're already maintaining. Very small movements, she said. Her voice was precise, the voice of someone translating a principle into an operational question. Small enough that they don't trigger the full pain response, Wei Liang said. Your shadow chi, at very small scales, moves as perception, as sensing. You can extend your perception a small distance, retract it, extend it again. That is cultivation practice. And the brand responds less strongly to perception movement than to action movement, because perception movement doesn't challenge the seal's architecture the way active power does. She looked at the corridor around them, the length of it, the walls, the far end where the corridor turned. She looked at the wall opposite and then slightly past it, in the way someone looks when they are doing something that isn't looking exactly. He felt the shadow chi extend, a thin, precise filament of perception that went approximately 6 inches beyond her physical body and retracted cleanly. Like that, she said. Precisely like that, Wei Liang said. And notice the pain response when you do it that way versus when you think about doing something larger. She extended the sense again, held it, retracted. Less, she said. Significantly less, he confirmed. The brand's discrimination is crude. It was designed for a general population of shadow cultivators, not calibrated for someone practicing at perception level. At perception level, you can develop your chi without the brand effectively interfering. Over time, this weakens the brand's architecture. It's maintained by suppression, and suppression that isn't occurring regularly doesn't maintain itself. She sat with this for a moment, processing. Then, my name is Yushang, she said. I did. He waited. You gave me that name, she said. I recognized it, he said, which was different from giving, and she heard the difference without needing it explained further. What does it mean? Moon cut, he said. The way the moon looks when it's exactly half full, the precise edge between light and shadow. It suits shadow affinity particularly well. The shadow cultivators in the old court used it as a designation of honor. She thought about this for a moment with the expression of someone receiving a gift and considering whether to keep it. What was wrong with the name Shadow, she asked, and there was the smallest edge of testing in it. Not hostile, but present. Nothing is wrong with Shadow, Wei Liang said. Shadow is accurate. Mooncut is also accurate and more specific. You can use both. He paused. The important thing is that the name belongs to you, not to what they decided about your chi when they branded it. She sat with that for a stretch of silence, long enough that a child in the common room laughed at something, and the sound traveled clearly through the wall before fading. Then, the enforcement team is coming, she said. Not a question. It is, Wei Liang said. Because of Song Mu. Because of Song Mu's fire in the market. And potentially because of me. Someone reported to the sect post about my behavior at the evaluation 3 days ago. He had traced this to one of the orphanage's older residents, a teenager who owed a debt to the sect that he was paying in small, useful pieces of information. Not malice. Necessity. He had not added the teenager to the sovereign debt because necessity was not the same as malice, and the accounting had to be accurate if it was going to mean anything. What do we do? Yushang asked. You go to the quarry's deep section when the team arrives, Wei Liang said. I'll give you the specific entrance. You stay there until Song Mu comes to find you. You don't come out for any reason until then. He paused. If Song Mu doesn't come within one day, you go to Ironstone City. I'll give you the specific location and a memorizable route. She received this with the focused attention that was becoming characteristic of her. Fully present, committing the specifics to memory without wasting energy on visible reaction. And you, she said. I'll be in the square, he said. She looked at him for a moment. That careful, assessing regard. Okay, she said, in the tone of someone who has decided a plan is reasonable without necessarily thinking it's comfortable. I can do that. Then, thank you for what you said about the chi. Practice the small movements, he said. Every hour you can manage. The brand becomes less effective each time your chi moves through it correctly. The suppression mechanism requires active enforcement to maintain, and yours is no longer receiving active enforcement from you. That changes the relationship between you and it. He left her in the corridor and went to find Elder Chun, because there was documentation to complete, and the time available for it was now being measured in days rather than weeks, and Chin's testimony was the most important piece of what he was building. Whatever happened in the square in 2 days, Chin's words on paper needed to exist first, because paper survived what people couldn't, and what people couldn't survive was not always predictable. In the corridor behind him, he heard Yushang extend her shadow sense into the quiet hall, a thin, careful thread of perception that moved to the end of the corridor and back, testing its range. She was practicing already, not waiting to be reminded. That was the mark of a student who had understood the instruction fully and had decided to implement it without further prompting. The mark of someone who would be useful in ways that hadn't been specified yet, given enough time and enough space to develop. She was 8 years old and already more disciplined than most cultivators at 20. The sects had tried to brand that discipline out of her, and they would try again, harder, the moment they understood what she was becoming. And this time, they would not stop until they were certain she was broken. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Chen's house was organized with the precision of a man who had learned, over decades of reduced circumstances, that order in a small space was the form of self-respect most available to him. The herb stocks were alphabetized within category. The books on the single shelf used a personal classification system that Wei Liang decoded in the first 15 seconds of examination. Chronological within category, personal notation tabs in abbreviated script that was Chin's own development, legible only to someone who knew the underlying principles. The writing box on the highest shelf showed signs of recent use. The dust pattern on the shelf was disturbed, the lid not quite aligned with the wear groove it had settled into over years of sitting in the same position. Chen kept the important documents in a locked wooden chest under the sleeping alcove's window, wrapped in layers of waxed cloth. He had been maintaining them since the night he ran from the Ashgate sect consolidation, 43 years ago, and the maintenance showed. The oilcloth was fresh within the past year. The documents were dry and uncreased, organized in an order that reflected a mind still actively working with the material even if there was nowhere to use it. He had been maintaining a collection through 4 decades without knowing when or whether he would ever be able to use it. That was either devotion or hope. Wei Liang had known people who worked that way. The best of them were both. What are you looking for? Chen said, setting the stack on the table. It was not quite a question. He was past the stage of treating Wei Liang's requests as surprising. The Frontier Compact text, Wei Liang said. Section 14 specifically. And anything you have on enforcement precedents. Cases where compact violations were formally contested through the Alliance's provincial system and what the outcomes were. Chen sorted without needing to search. His document organization was precise enough that he knew where each piece was without deliberate effort, the way a person knows the layout of their own home in the dark. He found the compact section and passed it across the table, then the enforcement precedent file, which was thinner than Wei Liang had hoped. Only 3 cases. But 3 was more than he had expected from this village, and quality mattered more than volume. He read both documents at the speed he always read, not scanning, not parsing linearly, but receiving each document as a complete unit and extracting its structure. He had been doing this since his first century of cultivation practice, when he had discovered that the primary advantage of a long life was the accumulation of information, and information required reading everything available and retaining it completely, because you never knew which piece would be the one that mattered when it mattered. Section 14 was detailed, specific, and legally binding. The compact's enforcement mechanism had genuine teeth. Any cultivator of iron blood rank or above who witnessed a violation could file with the Alliance's provincial administration, mandatory inspection within 30 days, inspector independent of the accused party, binding outcome enforceable through the provincial court. The provision for suppression brands was explicit. Brand without formal evaluation, without independent witnesses, without documented consent was a violation. Brand without subsequent training within 2 years was a violation. Remediation required removal and compensatory cultivation assessment. The language had been written carefully by people who had understood the problem they were trying to address. The problem was that the language assumed good faith implementation, and the implementation had never been in good faith. He set down the compact and met Chen's gaze directly. "You have standing," he said. "I know," Chen said. Not defensively, just confirming that he had been tracking the same implication since the document was placed in front of Wei Liang. "Your formal rank doesn't expire. The compact requires rank at the time of filing, not active cultivation maintenance." "I know that too," Chen said. Wei Liang waited. He was good at waiting. He had developed the skill across centuries of practice. Chen got up and filled 2 cups from the clay pitcher and set one in front of Wei Liang and kept the other in his hands. He stood for a moment rather than sitting, the physical equivalent of being in motion, needing the action to process something that was too large to process while sitting still. "I spent 40 years being invisible to the Alliance's provincial administration," he said. "That invisibility is the reason I'm still alive." The consolidation of the Ashgate sect was managed by a White Lotus sect operation under provincial administration oversight. The overseer at the time was the predecessor to the current one. The administrative office has a long memory for people who complicated their operations. "I'm not asking you to file," Wei Liang said. "I'm asking you to write down what you witnessed tonight, what the junior disciple did during the evaluation, exactly how it violated Section 14, your rank and your capacity as a qualified witness." Chen sat down. He wrapped both hands around the cup. "Where does the written testimony go?" "Somewhere safe," Wei Liang said. "Not to the provincial administration. Not to anyone who might present it prematurely." He paused. "I'm building a collection. Every piece of documentation I can accumulate, from every independent source I can find, covering every provable violation over as long a period as the sources can speak to. When the collection is complete enough that no single piece can be dismissed as an outlier, all of it goes out simultaneously, everywhere, at once, so it can't be buried before people have read it." Chen looked at him across the table with the expression he had been developing over the past week. The expression of someone who has accepted that the person across from them is not what they appear and is making decisions about how to proceed with that acceptance. "That's a political strategy," he said. "It is," Wei Liang said. "A sophisticated one, as you're about to say. The sophistication is necessary because the mechanism we're documenting has had 4 centuries to develop its own sophistication. Matching it requires working at the same scale." Chen considered this for a long moment, turning his cup in his hands. "You've thought about this for a very long time," he said. "Accepted," Wei Liang said. Chen held his gaze with something that was almost a question. Then he reached for the writing box on the high shelf, brought it down with the care of something important, set it on the table, and opened it. He took out a clean page and positioned it with the deliberateness of someone for whom the act of writing had once been formal and consequential, and who had not lost those standards even in 40 years of having nowhere to apply them. "Tell me what format the testimony should take," he said. Wei Liang described the format precisely. The date, the location, the witness's name and rank and sectarian affiliation history, the specific events witnessed in chronological order, the specific compact violations cited by section and paragraph number, the witness's signature and statement of accuracy. Each element was necessary. Each element made the document something that could be verified independently of the testimony giver, something that could stand on its own. "And your name?" Chen said. "Should this mention you?" "The unnamed child who identified the compact violation and requested the testimony be recorded," Wei Liang said. "I can be named later, when the question of my identity is not the question that needs answering first." Chen nodded once and dipped the brush and began to write. Wei Liang sat across from him in the quiet herb house and watched the testimony accumulate, sentence by sentence, in the careful hand of a former scholar who had maintained his standards through 40 years of having nowhere to apply them. Outside, Ashfall Village was settling into its evening routines. 2 days remained before the enforcement team's arrival. Everything that needed to be written before they arrived. Chen wrote for 2 hours. When he set down the brush, the testimony was complete and signed, and the document that existed in this small room was already part of the record that no one could take back. Because things written and witnessed are harder to erase than things that exist only in memory, and things that exist only in memory are what the mechanism depended on. And the mechanism was about to face its first real test, the kind where failure could not be corrected after the fact, and failure here meant Chen died. and the documents died with him. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Young Master Jiang Haofeng arrived in Ashfall Village on the morning of the 8th day with medicine, warmth, and an attendant whose secondary ledger column Wei Liang identified within 12 minutes of the distribution beginning. Jiang was 17 and tall, with the bearing of someone whose cultivation training had organized his body into an instrument from early childhood. Every movement economical, every posture deliberate, nothing wasted. Gold foundation rank, impressive at 17, the kind of advancement that suggested both exceptional natural talent and access to resources most frontier cultivators would never see. He was genuinely handsome in the way of people who have good bones and an easy relationship with their own face, and his warmth, the thing that was most immediately visible about him, had the specific quality of warmth that starts at its source rather than being positioned at its destination. He was not performing generosity for the village. He was experiencing it in the village's direction. Genuinely. He distributed medicine through the market with the ease of a cultivator who had done this many times in many places and had never had reason to do it any differently. He spoke to vendors about their specific symptoms and matched specific packets to specific complaints. He crouched to address the children at their eye level, making the adjustment automatically, without the self-consciousness that people perform when they think crouching is meaningful. He asked the women at the well how the water had been this season, whether the filtration at the upstream point had been maintained, what the sect post had done when the late summer illness passed through. He made actual contact, genuine, present, interested contact, with the people he was speaking to. This was not reassuring. People who genuinely meant what they projected were the most committed defenders of whatever framework they projected through, because the framework and the genuine warmth were the same thing to them, inseparable, and evidence that the framework caused harm would be processed through the warmth before it reached them as evidence. Wei Liang positioned himself at the sorting table within range of his active cultivation senses and examined the medicine packets with the focused qi sense available at his current level. The medicine was real. Anti-fever herbs, properly prepared, correctly dosed for frontier applications. It would do exactly what it was supposed to do, would genuinely help the people who consumed it with the ailments it was designed to treat. He verified the preparation quality carefully, because the most effective vehicles for hidden mechanisms were ones whose primary function was completely authentic. The authenticity wasn't cover. The authenticity was the point. Jiang believed he was distributing medicine. He was distributing medicine. Both things were true. There was a secondary compound in the preparation, not immediately visible, present as a specific resonance signature embedded in the binding agent that held the herbs together, inert in bodies with standard cultivation affinities, reactive on contact with qi that carried non-standard markers. Shadow affinity. Demon court bloodline variants. Any of the dozen cultivation types the Alliance had classified over the past 3 centuries as requiring management. In reactive bodies, the compound would leave a persistent resonance trail in the cultivator's qi signature, lasting 7 to 14 days and detectable by sect monitoring arrays at medium range. He watched Zhang's attendance ledger from across the market as the distribution proceeded. The public column recorded who received medicine and which type. The secondary column, in a smaller notation with different marks, recorded something else. The attendant was watching bodies and noting reactions, making entries that corresponded to people who had shown the particular physical response that indicated the tracking compound had activated. The attendant's face was professionally neutral, the face of someone performing a data collection task they had performed many times. Census. The medicine was a census instrument. The warmth and the genuine care and the freely given help were all completely real, and they were also the perfect delivery mechanism for a population mapping operation that Jiang Haofeng almost certainly did not know he was running. The attendant knew. The person who had prepared the packets knew. Jiang knew only that he was distributing medicine to frontier villages and helping people, because he was helping people, and the tracking compound was invisible to him because he had never been given any reason to look. He was not complicit. He was deployed. Wei Liang filed Jiang in the section of his working model that was separate from the sovereign debt. The people who were being used by a mechanism they didn't understand, as distinct from the people who ran the mechanism. The harm they caused was real. Their culpability was different, and the difference mattered for what kind of intervention was appropriate. The attendant went into the sovereign debt. Jiang did not. That evening, he used Qin's herb garden and 3 hours of focused work to produce 47 doses of countermedication. The formula was 3,000 years old, completely functional, and required a mortar that was slightly too large for a child's grip, which he managed by anchoring with both hands and working at 3/4 of his preferred efficiency. The work was absorbing in the way that familiar precise work is always absorbing. Hands occupied, mind free to track other things, the rhythm of the preparation running alongside the ongoing assessment of the enforcement timeline. He packed the doses in paper twists labeled with common ailment symbols and distributed them the following morning in the locations where the affected residents would find and consume them as part of their ordinary routines. A paper twist near the market well, one in the orphanage's meal preparation area, several in the locations he had mapped as high traffic during the morning routine. Songmu found one at the orphanage and turned it over in his hands. Where did this come from? It addresses certain types of tracking resonance, Wei Liang said. Useful as a general preventive. Songmu looked at the paper twist. He looked at Wei Liang. He ate the contents without further comment, which was the kind of efficient trust Wei Liang had come to recognize as his characteristic response to situations where he understood enough to know the action was probably correct and didn't yet have enough information to understand the full specifics. He trusted the information and the intent and dealt with the specifics when they became relevant. The tracking compound in Zhang's medicine had now been neutralized in 47 residents. The attendant's secondary ledger would show no reactions from this village. Zhang Haofeng would return to his handlers with a clean census report, not knowing what he had failed to find. And somewhere in the sect's administrative chain, the file on Ashfall village would remain marked as ordinary. But Zhang had come here. The census operations were running in this frontier. That was information about what the sect was actively looking for, and where, and with what methodology, and that information was now part of the preparation for the confrontation that was coming. There was also Zhang himself to consider as a future variable. A person of Gold Foundation rank at 17, with genuine warmth and genuine concern for the frontier populations he served, who was being used without his knowledge as a census instrument. That person was not simply a threat. That person was a potential piece of the problem that could be detached from the mechanism. Not now, not in this village, not without much more preparation in a situation where the revelation could be received. But eventually, the mechanism was only as strong as its belief that everyone who served it did so knowingly and willingly. Zhang Haofeng was evidence to the contrary. Evidence to the contrary was always useful, given a patient enough timeline. He filed Zhang in the long-term consideration section of his working model and returned to the immediate concerns, because the immediate concerns were not waiting for the long-term ones to be resolved, and the enforcement team was arriving in 3 days, whether he was ready or not. And they had never lost a confrontation in 11 years of operation, not once. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. The document Wei Liang found in Chen's collection on the 9th evening changed the shape of something he thought he had already understood. He was reviewing Chen's Ashgate sect materials, sorting through the collection methodically, building a complete inventory of what was there and what each item could contribute to the case he was assembling. When he found a page labeled in a different hand than the rest of the collection, first-person account, Lianhua Crossing Vicinity, Demon War Period, transcribed from memory, original source unavailable. He recognized the handwriting immediately as Chen's. The page had been written at a different time than the rest of the collection. The paper had a different quality, slightly more yellowed, the ink a different formulation than Chen currently used. The physical evidence of something written long ago and preserved with care. He had written it on the night he ran from the consolidation. Wei Liang understood this without being told, the same way he understood most things about Chen now, from the accumulation of small details that added up to a precise picture when assembled correctly. Chen had written this page in the night he fled, from memory, afraid he would forget the details before he reached somewhere safe enough to write them down properly. Some things were important enough that losing them to imperfect memory was not an acceptable risk. The account was from a civilian merchant, a person with minor cultivation, enough to make the Qi observations he reported credible, not enough to be a cultivator in any meaningful sense. The merchant had been traveling through the Lianhua crossing area on a trade route approximately 1 week before the massacre occurred. He had camped on a ridge above the valley and observed, over 3 days, the movements of an alliance cultivation formation approaching the village. From the north, the alliance's own forces had been staged to the north during that period. The demon sovereign's forces were to the south and east. A formation approaching Lianhua crossing from the north was approaching from behind the alliance's own lines. The account described the formation's positioning over 3 days in careful, specific language. The instruments the cultivators were setting up around the village perimeter, which the merchant didn't recognize, and described by appearance because he had no other way to describe them. The geometric patterns. The placement of posts at specific intervals. The way the posts seemed to hum in a frequency he felt in the bones rather than heard. On the 3rd day, a resonance that the merchant described as something you felt in the bones rather than heard, a vibration that rose to a threshold and then passed it. Then the village was gone, not burning. The merchant wrote, not fire, but gone, the way something goes when the mechanism that maintains it stops operating. And the formation moved away in orderly retreat. Wei Liang set the page down on Chen's table with both hands. He had carried the knowledge of Lianhua Crossing since the day it happened. He had known it with the specific, grinding knowledge of the man who had received the news 3 hours after it happened, in a negotiation tent that, he understood only in retrospect, had been arranged specifically to keep him occupied while the formation set up and the array activated. He had known the what. He had known the perpetrators. He had not known, until this moment, that there existed a contemporaneous account of the preparation being visible before the event from a civilian observer who had no idea what he was watching. A person who saw what happened but didn't know what they were seeing, and whose account therefore carried a different kind of evidential weight than a cultivator's account would have, because a cultivator could be accused of interpretation, but a civilian describing what he observed had no interpretation to impose. This document placed an alliance formation approaching Lianhua Crossing from the alliance's own staging position, 3 days before the massacre, conducting preparations that matched the technical requirements of a large-scale array activation. It was not analysis. It was observation. An ordinary person watching something he didn't understand, writing it down because the scale of it seemed important even though he didn't know why. That was the most credible kind of witness. "Where did you get this?" he asked Chen. "I transcribed it from memory," Chen said. "The original account was in the Ashgate sects restricted archive. I read it once, during the consolidation. I found it in the stack of materials being prepared for transfer to the White Lotus sects library. It was marked for destruction after copying to the Alliance's restricted archive." "You read it once," Wei Liang said. "I have good recall for things that matter," Chen said. "That account mattered. I knew when I read it that it mattered, even if I didn't understand at the time exactly how or for whom. So I memorized it." A pause. "I have never told anyone it existed." "Why not?" "Because the people I might have told it to either wouldn't have believed it or would have been killed for knowing it," Chen said. He looked at the page. "And because I was afraid. For 40 years I was afraid, and afraid people don't give information that could get them killed." Wei Liang held the page carefully, reading through it again. "What changed?" "You," Chen said simply. "You're the first person I've met in 43 years who knew what the account meant when I described it, who received it as confirmation rather than shock." He looked at Wei Liang steadily. "Whoever you are, whatever you actually are, you knew what the formation was doing. You knew what the array worked meant when I described the commander saying it, because you already knew what the array was supposed to work on." Wei Liang placed the page carefully with the other documents he was accumulating. A contemporaneous witness account from a civilian, describing Alliance cultivation forces preparing a large-scale array at Lianhua Crossing from the Alliance's own side. Written by a merchant who had no stake in the war. Transcribed from memory by a former sect disciple who had kept it in his head for over 4 decades, because he couldn't bear to let it disappear. The most important document he had found yet. More important than the compact violations, more important than the tithe records. Because this was not evidence of ongoing crimes. This was evidence of the foundational crime. The crime that had been called a victory and celebrated as the war's just conclusion. "I need you to write it formally tonight," he said. "As a witnessed account, with your name and rank and the provenance of the original. How you came to read it, when, what it said, what you understood it to mean." Chen reached for the writing box and began, and the document that emerged over the next 2 hours was the document Wei Liang had been building towards since he first woke in this cold body on a stone floor in an orphanage in a village that smelled of quarried dust and occupation. Outside, the White Lotus banner moved in the dark. It did not know yet what had been written against it tonight. Wei Liang sat at Chen's table for a while after Chen had gone to sleep, holding the stack of completed pages and thinking about what they represented. Each page was a small, irreversible change in the shape of things. Not yet significant, not yet acted upon, but permanent. Once written, a thing written could not be unwritten, only destroyed, and destruction was itself a form of evidence once the destruction was documented. He reflected on the Alliance's restricted archive that held the original of the merchant's account. The original was behind the most secure locks available to a celestial sovereign-ranked organization. It was completely inaccessible to him. It was also completely irrelevant, because Chun had carried the account in his memory for 43 years and had now put it on paper, and the paper was in Wei Liang's possession, and the possession could move, was going to move, tomorrow, to the supply cache, and in 2 days to the road to Ironstone City. The Alliance's restricted archive had the original. Wei Liang had a copy that had already survived 43 years in a human memory, had been written down twice, and was about to begin its journey toward the widest possible distribution. The original behind the secure locks was the artifact. Chen's version was the document that would do the work. Sometimes the copy was more important than the original, and this copy, once distributed, could not be recalled by anyone, not even him, which was precisely the point and precisely the danger. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. The cultivator's half-rest on the 10th night opened a door in the system's archive that Wei Liang had not yet reached, and what was behind it remade his foundational understanding of the war. The memory was 3,147 years old. Yi Kuang had been true immortal rank then, respected, consulted, careful about the politics of the sects he interacted with, still believing that respect and careful behavior could coexist with the trajectory his cultivation was following. He had been staying in the Azure Cloud sect's guest district for 3 days, invited to consult on a cultivation theory question, when the meeting began in the adjacent chamber. Not loud. He would not have heard it at all without a cultivator's heightened senses and the professional habit of mapping his physical environment completely. 5 voices, 5 elders from 5 different sects, meeting in a space designed for diplomatic privacy. He had listened for 2 hours and 20 minutes, lying still on the guest chamber's bed, barely breathing, while they decided the shape of the next several centuries. The policy was called sovereign emergence management in the meeting's language. The terminology required context to decode. Void unraveling rank, when achieved independently, without sect sponsorship, without institutional framework, through one's own development, produced a cultivator who was by definition outside the managed system. At void unraveling rank, an unmanaged cultivator was a potential threat to the institutional architecture that gave the sects their authority and their monopoly on cultivation resources and the carefully maintained hierarchy that depended on both. The response: preemptive identification and suppression. Any cultivator whose trajectory suggested they were approaching independent sovereign emergence should be identified early and addressed before the breakthrough could occur. Cultivation access restricted. Resources denied. Social position undermined. If the breakthrough appeared imminent or had already occurred, elimination was authorized under standing emergency provisions. No individual authorization required. The standing provision was the authorization. This policy should not be written down, they agreed, in the tone of people who understood they were deciding something that could not survive public examination. It would exist as oral standing procedure, transmitted in briefings to relevant enforcement entities, implemented through existing suppression infrastructure. They would not need to write it down because it would be remembered. The right people would remember the right things and implement them at the right moments, and the mechanism would function. They had reached consensus efficiently and adjourned to dinner. The way people adjourn to dinner when the business is finished and the evening is still ahead. In the adjacent room, 32 years into his current life's cultivation practice, true immortal rank and not yet on any relevant list, Yi Kuang had lain still and told himself it was theoretical. He was approaching void unraveling. Not imminently, he estimated another century and a half at his current rate, but the trajectory was there. He told himself the meeting was about general policy, not about him specifically. He had been wrong in the specific way that comfortable people are wrong about threats. By the time the threat materialized, it had been running for 400 years and was implemented with the efficiency of practice procedure. No discussion required. No individual decision necessary. Just the activation of machinery that had been built and maintained and handed down through 4 generations of administrators who had learned to use it without questioning its original purpose. The machinery didn't know his name. It knew his category. He fit the category, and the machinery did the rest. He had always believed the demon war began because of what he became. Because the alliance responded to the power he represented. Because he had pushed into territory, void unraveling, then demon sovereign rank, that made him genuinely threatening to the institutional order. The memory told him something different. The decision to eliminate him had been made before he was anyone's concern. Made before he existed as a threat. Made before he was born into the life that produced him. The policy had been designed for a class of person that he eventually became, and when he became it, the machinery applied to him without anyone needing to decide anything new. He was not the cause of the war. He was the event the mechanism had been built to prevent, and in preventing him, the mechanism produced the war. System, memory fragment recovered, foundational event classification. Predates sovereign debt calculation by 4 centuries. Recalculation in progress. Note: primary causal origin of the demon war is the standing policy of sovereign emergence suppression established at this meeting. The Lianhua Crossing massacre and the final sealing array are implementation events. The war was not reactive. It was scheduled. Wei Liang surfaced into the cold dark of the orphanage and lay still and let this settle into its correct position in the structure of what he knew. He had known the alliance was corrupt. He had not known the decision had been made before he was their problem. He had thought they were responding to him. They had been implementing a policy he had been born to encounter, not because they had predicted him specifically, but because they had built machinery for his category, and his category was what he had become. The difference was not academic. If the war had been a response to him specifically, then dismantling the specific people who had responded would address the root cause. If the war was an implementation event in a 400-year policy, then the root cause was the policy itself, and the people were interchangeable instances of a mechanism that would regenerate its human components as long as the mechanism existed. Kill the current faces, and the mechanism found new faces. The next void unraveling cultivator would encounter the same machinery, running the same standing procedure, executing the same standing authorization. He needed to dismantle the mechanism. The people were implementation events. The mechanism was the target, and the only weapon that could dismantle a mechanism with no written record was a written record that made the mechanism visible, specific, and impossible to deny. He lay in the cold dark and thought about the 5 elders in the azure cloud guest hall, and the comfortable dinner they had adjourned to, and the 400 years their decision had been running before it reached him. And he began calculating what the next stage required to do this correctly, this time, so that the mechanism could not regenerate itself after he had dismantled its current faces. He had been the power without enough documentation before. Now he would be the documentation with growing power behind it, and the documentation would survive him even if the power failed again. System, note. The 5 elders referenced in foundational event memory are as follows. 2 are confirmed dead by natural causes within 50 years of the meeting. 1 died in a cultivation accident 2 centuries prior to your sealing. 2 are not confirmed dead. Current whereabouts and cultivation status, unknown. Longevity, celestial sovereign rank, theoretical maximum 4,000 years. Time elapsed since meeting, approximately 3,400 years. Probability of survival, low but non-zero. He read this notification twice. Low but non-zero. 3,400 years since the meeting. Even at celestial sovereign rank, with maximum extended lifespan, survival was unlikely. But unlikely was not impossible, and 2 of the 5 had been unaccounted for. If any of the 5 elders had survived, they would be old, diminished, and watching the world they had shaped for the results of their shaping. They would be very difficult to find. They would be very important to find. He added it to the list. Below the immediate tasks. Above the very long-term ones. Between confirm who sealed this body and why, and complete the foundational documentation before the confrontation becomes unavoidable. The list was long. He had started it the first morning, and it had grown every day since. He had always worked from lists. Lists were the form that patient, methodical work took when the work was too large to hold in full view at once. The important thing was not to lose track of any item, including the ones that were currently unactionable. Unactionable items became actionable at unpredictable moments, and he suspected this particular item was closer to actionable than he had initially estimated, which meant the window for acting on it was narrower than he had planned for, far narrower. Chapter 11. Chapter 11 Song Mu's Fire Chi was written in a tithe collector's ledger on the 11th morning, and Wei Liang shifted the timeline accordingly and began the final phase of preparation. He had been expecting this. Not that specific moment. Not the particular confrontation with the blacksmith's daughter's accounts, but something in this general window. Song Mu's chi was developing too strongly to stay invisible much longer, and the market was the place where it was most likely to surface. Fire affinity and injustice were a combustion combination that he had known well in his previous life. The two things wanted to find each other. After the collector departed with his notation made, Wei Liang spoke with Song Mu briefly at the sorting table. The practical conversation about cash relocation and fire control practice, and then went directly to Chen's house to spend the afternoon completing the documentation of everything that still needed completing. The team was coming in 2 to 3 days. Everything written had to be written before they arrived. He told Chun about the founding policy. The 5 elders meeting, the 4th century mechanism. The Wei Lianhua crossing was not a response to the demon sovereign's power, but a scheduled implementation of a pre-existing standing order that had been running since before the demon sovereign was anyone's concern. He told it as factual information he possessed, without explaining the source, which was a distinction he was keeping carefully for now. Chun listened to all of it. He did not interrupt. He did not rush the process with questions, which was the mark of someone who understood that complex information needs to arrive at its own pace to be fully received. When Wei Liang finished, Chun held the silence for a while. The stillness of someone who is not stunned but is building a new structure from pieces that had previously been unconnected and feels the structure taking shape. The pieces were all there. They had always been there, but the framework that made them a structure rather than a collection of isolated facts had been missing. If the policy predated the war by 4 centuries, Chen said finally, then the people who ran the consolidation of the Ashgate sect were implementing the same mechanism at a smaller scale. Wei Liang's tone was precise. It isn't targeted at any one person. It's targeted at anything that challenges the Alliance's monopoly on cultivation resources and the hierarchy that monopoly maintains. The demon sovereign at Void Unraveling rank was the largest such challenge in recorded history. The Ashgate sect was a smaller one, an independent library, an independent tradition, independence of any kind being a form of challenge. The frontier villages paying superlegal tithes are the smallest. The mechanism scales. Every version of it follows the same logic. Chun pressed his hands flat on the table in the way he did when the weight of something required physical counterbalance. The 27 who died in the consolidation, he said. They weren't killed because of anything they did. They were killed because the mechanism authorized it. Wei Liang continued without inflection. Authorization didn't require individual decisions about individual people. The standing provision covered them. The mechanism removed whatever threatened the monopoly and the hierarchy, and they threatened both by existing independently. Chun was quiet again, and in the quiet he was working through something that had 43 years of accumulated weight behind it. And the sect absorbed the library, he said. The Ashgate sect's full archive, including the original account of the Lianhua Crossing formation, which they then marked for destruction after copying to their own restricted archive. That is accurate, Wei Liang said. They've been very thorough, Chen said, and the weight in those 4 words was not rhetorical. It was the weight of 43 years of knowing this, and having nowhere to put the knowledge, and now having somewhere to put it, and not yet knowing what that change in the situation meant for him. They've had 4 centuries of practice, Wei Liang said. But they make the same mistake that every generation of mechanism runners makes. They believe comprehensive suppression produces permanent silence. It doesn't. It produces the record that eventually emerges when the suppression finally fails, because suppression is a resource expenditure and resources eventually run out. And what was suppressed surfaces in the gap. He looked at the document stack. That's what we're building. The record that surfaces. Chen picked up the writing box with both hands. What do you need tonight? The Ashgate sect's consolidation, Wei Liang said. Complete account. The events, the timeline, the specific White Lotus sect officials involved, the outcome for each disciple you have information about. The Lianhua Crossing page formally converted from transcribed memory to a witnessed account, with full provenance. And anything else you've been carrying that hasn't been written down yet. Whatever has lived in your memory across those 43 years without a page to live on. Chen began to write. He wrote with the care of someone for whom writing had always been a formal act, and the years had not diminished the formality. Each page was dated, signed, organized in the way he had organized his sect's records before the consolidation. Chronological within category, event-specific headings, cross-references where the same person or incident appeared in multiple accounts. He was not merely documenting. He was building a record in the proper sense, a record that someone could navigate without having been present for the events, that could be understood independently of any context he carried in his own memory. Wei Liang watched him work and thought about the other pieces still missing. The Ashfall village violations were the present-day layer, the ongoing evidence that the mechanism was still running. The Ashgate sect's consolidation was the middle layer, evidence of the mechanism operating at institutional scale in living memory, within Chen's direct experience. The Lianhua Crossing account was the foundational layer, evidence that the mechanism had operated at its largest scale at the moment the official narrative designated as the war's just conclusion. He needed a 4th layer, the structural layer, the evidence that showed how the 3 events were connected, how they followed the same logic, how the same standing authorization had produced all 3. That was the analytical layer, the layer that made the collection into an argument rather than a collection of incidents. That layer required a scholar, someone with access to the Alliance's own documents, or what remained of independent historical records, who could demonstrate the connection structurally rather than anecdotally. Tambelu, a disgraced scholar expelled from the Azure Cloud sect for attempting to publish an accurate account of the Demon War. Currently in exile in Ironstone City, known to still maintain contact with other expelled scholars. The person most likely, of anyone Wei Liang had identified, to have spent 20 years in exile specifically accumulating the structural documentation that the mechanism had tried to prevent him from publishing. He was the 4th layer. He was also, in all probability, already working on what Wei Liang needed, because people expelled for telling the truth did not generally stop caring about telling the truth. They simply stopped having an institutional home for it. He would have an institutional home for it now. That was the offer he was going to make when they reached Ironstone City. Not employment, not patronage, but purpose. The institutional home of a project that was actually going to use what they had spent decades preserving. He wrote for 4 hours without stopping, and the room was very quiet while he wrote, and the White Lotus sect banner moved outside in the night wind, and the enforcement team moved through the dark toward Ashfall Village carrying authorization forms and detection arrays, and the comfortable certainty that this would be a routine operation in a routine frontier location. They had no idea what had been built in 2 weeks in a small herb house by an old man and a child who was not what he appeared to be. That was the advantage that documentation had over power. Documentation was invisible until it was deployed, and what had been built in this small herb house was going to be very, very visible very soon. And the people who would see it had the power to act on what they saw, and they were already moving. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. He moved everything to the supply caches on the 12th morning before the orphanage stirred, working in the last of the night's darkness so that anyone who happened to observe him would see only a child up early. Unremarkable, one of the small facts of orphanage life that adults stopped tracking after the first week. The primary cache held Chin's complete testimony, the Ashgate Sects consolidation account, the compact section with enforcement precedents, the Lianhua Crossing merchant account in its formal transcription with full provenance, and the 3 other documents he had assembled over 12 days. Each document had been wrapped separately in oilcloth and labeled in Chin's careful notation system. Each label would be legible to Chen even if it needed to be retrieved without Wei Liang's guidance. The secondary cache held supplies and materials, food that would keep, medicine, the tools for cultivation practice, a set of merchant route markers that would allow them to navigate to Ironstone City without using the main roads if the main roads became inadvisable. Both caches were in the quarry's deep section, below the standard detection array threshold, behind the stone with the quarter-moon chip in its upper right corner, 3rd depth level, eastern wall. He could find it in the dark in adverse conditions. He verified this by finding it twice, then verified the access twice more to ensure the path was clear. He went to Song Mu for the morning exercises. Song Mu was already at it, in the quarry's lower access, practicing the fire control that Wei Liang had assigned. He had gotten the flame down to his palms and was working on the heat radiation differential, the ability to produce the visible fire without the ambient heat field that normally accompanied it at his intensity level. This was advanced control work for someone who had been training for less than 2 weeks, and Song Mu was doing it with the focused determination of Song Mu, who had been told it was necessary and had decided to make it happen regardless of how difficult it turned out to be. There was something in Song Mu's approach to difficult tasks that Wei Liang recognized. Not enthusiasm, which fluctuated, but decision, which didn't. The heat field is reducing, Song Mu reported, when Wei Liang reached him. He held both palms up, amber fire sitting in each one, and looked at them with the focused attention of someone conducting an assessment. But I can't get it to 0. There's always some. There will always be some, Wei Liang said. You're not trying to eliminate it. You're trying to keep it inside the range where it registers as ambient body heat rather than as a cultivation signature. That's approximately 3/4 reduction from your current baseline. He placed his hand in the air beside Song Mu's extended palm and felt the heat field with his active chi sense, the sense that the recognition event restoration had given him access to, filtering through the gap junctions. You're at about half reduction. You have a day and a half. Is that enough time? Yes, Wei Liang said. Because you're already working correctly, and the problem is calibration rather than technique. The technique is right. You need to find what 3/4 reduction feels like from the inside, the internal sensation when the heat field is at that level, so you can reproduce it without measuring it from outside. Song Mu nodded and began again. He worked with the patient focus of the cultivator who has decided something is necessary and is executing on that decision without second-guessing it. The fire in his palms shifted, not larger, not smaller, but finer, the heat field drawing inward. Wei Liang spent the morning preparing the square confrontation. Not the words. The words were already complete, section 14 and paragraph 3 exactly, with 3 backup sections memorized for any counter-argument the enforcement team might raise. He was preparing the manner, the precise expression of absolute certainty, delivered without performance. You couldn't cite law with the manner of someone hoping the law applied. You had to cite it with the manner of someone stating a known fact, because any other manner gave the enforcement team a framework for dismissal. This was not about performance. It was about accuracy of presentation, and accuracy of presentation required rehearsal in the same way that any precision work required it. He also needed to prepare for the message Jade. The quiet eraser. His intelligence indicated this was the White Lotus sect's standard enforcement coordinator for the Dustfall province frontier, used a continuous recording message Jade during operations. Wei Liang needed the Jade to capture the compact citations, the enforcement team's response, and the public context of the confrontation. He needed the recording to go up the chain of command in a form that would prompt a specific response. Shen Xiaolong's personal attention. For that, the confrontation needed to be anomalous. Not just legally complex, genuinely anomalous. A 7-year-old child citing compact law bisection and paragraph in front of a full village market, with a retired iron blood cultivator available as a formal witness. That was anomalous in the way that generated reports labeled unusual incident. Requires senior review rather than standard non-compliance resolved. The anomaly was not accidental. The anomaly was the second instrument of his plan, as important as the documentation itself. After the square, he told Songmu, during a break in the practice, "We leave. That day or the next. Ironstone City." Songmu looked at him. "Ironstone City. Why there?" "Something is coming toward us from that direction," Wei Liang said. "Something I need to be in position to receive when it arrives." He met Songmu's gaze. "I'll explain on the road. There's more preparation to finish here first." "Okay," Songmu said, and went back to the fire control practice without asking another question, because Songmu had learned, in 12 days, that the explanations arrived and were worth the wait. Wei Liang spent another hour with the confrontation preparation, running through the compact text one more time in his mind. Not because he needed the repetition, but because the repetition was the form of preparation that made performance under pressure feel like routine rather than emergency. The difference between those two states was visible in the body's tension, in the voice's clarity, in the pace of delivery. He needed to cite law with the ease of someone who cited law regularly. He needed the 7-year-old body to produce the voice of someone for whom this was ordinary. 3,000 years of experience was going to have to fit inside the manner of Wei Liang, who had always known this. He had managed stranger things. He also spent time thinking about what came immediately after the confrontation, not the 3 days of grace period, but the specific hours of it. Chen would need to be warned. Not warned in the sense of frightened, warned in the sense of informed that the timetable had moved and that Chen's role was now specific. Stay in the herb house, maintain visibility, be available to answer questions from the enforcement team about Wei Liang, and then leave quietly before the 3-day window closed. Chen had already planned for this, but the specific communication needed to happen in person before the confrontation, so that Chen was oriented correctly when the team arrived in the square. He had mapped the timing. Confrontation at market hours, when the witnesses were present. Communication with Chun before market hours, in the pre-dawn quiet. Cash retrieval after the confrontation, when the enforcement team had retreated to the sect post to process the day's unexpected development. Departure by nightfall, or mid-morning of the following day at the latest. Everything was mapped. The map held. He let himself verify it one more time, found no gaps, and released the verification. 1 day remained. The team was moving. Everything was in position. Tomorrow, the square, and then the reckoning that the White Lotus sect did not yet know was coming for them. And by the time they understood it, the window to stop it would already be closed, and the White Lotus sect had never faced something it could not stop before. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. He told Chin the truth on the 13th evening, in the degree of fullness that was appropriate for what the next 24 hours required, and what the next several months would ask of Chun if everything went as planned. Not the complete truth. The complete truth was the kind of thing that needed to be received in stages, and Chun was only at the beginning of the stages. But enough. He told Chun about the meeting in the Azure Cloud Guest Hall and the 4th century policy. He told him what the sovereign debt was and how it was calculated and why it mattered that it was calculated correctly, that accuracy was not a bureaucratic concern but a moral one. If the debt was wrong, the response to it would be wrong. He told him what the system was and what it did and why its architecture worked the way it worked, without telling him whose architecture it was. He did not tell him who he had been. Not tonight. That was a stage that required more than a single evening and a more stable situation than the night before the enforcement team arrived. Chun received all of it with the attentiveness of someone whose career had involved receiving large amounts of complex information and organizing it into usable understanding. He did not interrupt. He did not push for faster delivery than Wei Liang was offering. He listened the way people listen when they have been waiting a long time and understand that patience in receiving matters as much as patience in waiting. When Wei Liang finished, Chen did not immediately speak. Then, the 27 people who died in the consolidation. Were they on the sovereign debt? Yes, Wei Liang said. They were. From the moment their deaths were documented as resulting from institutional enforcement of the resource monopoly, they were on the sovereign debt. The debt includes them specifically. And the Ashgate Sects library, the records that were destroyed. Destroyed records are harder to document specifically, Wei Liang said. But the destruction of historical records documenting the Alliance's actions is itself part of the debt. The destruction is evidence of the harm it was designed to conceal. The crime of concealment sits on top of the crime being concealed, and both belong on the record. Chen sat with this. He had the expression of someone receiving a framework that makes sense of things that had previously been only isolated facts, and who is now seeing the isolated facts organize themselves into a pattern that is larger and more coherent and more terrible than the individual pieces had suggested. 43 years of isolated facts, organizing themselves all at once, finding their places in a structure large enough to hold them. "What do you need me to do tomorrow?" he said. Not, "What happens tomorrow? What do you need me to do?" The question of someone who has decided to be useful rather than to be protected. "Be available," Wei Liang said. "If the enforcement team asks about me, you've known me for approximately 2 weeks. I'm an unusual child. That's all you can say accurately. If they ask about your cultivation status, you're a retired practitioner of the Ashgate sect, Iron Blood rank. Now a civilian herbalist. All factually accurate. No concealment required." He paused. "If they search the herb house, they will find nothing of significance because everything of significance is in the cache. And after they leave, I will come find you," Wei Liang said. "If anything prevents that, the supply cache access is at the quarry's deep section, 3rd depth level, eastern wall, the stone with the quarter moon chip in the upper right corner. Everything written is yours to maintain if something happens to me. You're the secondary keeper." Chen looked at him steadily. "You're planning for the possibility that something happens to you. Planning for possibilities is different from expecting them," Wei Liang said. "I expect to be fine. I plan for the full range. The full range includes outcomes I don't expect, which is the entire point of the full range." "You're 7 years old," Chen said, and the way he said it this time was not incredulity. It was something more complicated, not quite grief, not quite wonder. The specific feeling of watching something that shouldn't be possible being possible, and not knowing what to do with that except acknowledge it. "In this body," Wei Liang agreed. "The planning reflects the other kind of age." Chen was quiet for a long moment. Then, quietly, "I have been keeping these documents for 43 years with no plan for what to do with them. I've maintained them because I couldn't bear to destroy them, not because I had any idea what they were for." He picked up the writing box and set it on the table, not to write, just to have something to hold. "You showed up 2 weeks ago, and suddenly I know exactly what they're for, and what I was waiting for, and why the waiting was worth it. They've always been for this." Wei Liang's tone was even. "You kept them correctly. That's what matters." Chen put the writing box away with the care he always used. "I'll be ready," he said. "Whatever happens tomorrow." Wei Liang walked back to the orphanage through Ashfall Village's quiet streets, carrying what had been said, carrying what had been decided. One more day? The enforcement team would arrive at dawn or shortly after. The confrontation would happen in the morning market. 3 days would be purchased, then Ironstone City, then the beacon, then the next stage, and the stage after that, and the stage after that, in the long, patient work of building a record that could survive being found. He was as ready as he was going to be, and ready was exactly what he needed to be tonight. He had done this kind of work before. He had done this kind of work before, and he had not done enough of it in time. This time, the work had started first. He thought about Chun as he walked. What Chun had done over the past 2 weeks was a form of courage that he had rarely seen. The courage of a child who had been afraid for a very long time, who had not stopped being afraid, and who had acted anyway. Not the courage that requires an absence of fear, which was the courage of the young and the naive and the people who hadn't yet understood what they were risking. The courage of someone who understood exactly what they were risking and did the thing anyway, because the thing was correct. Chen's fear had been entirely justified. The consolidation of the Ashgate sect had produced 27 deaths, one of which would easily have been Chen's if he had remained. The 40 years of silence had been a rational calculation. Coming to the frontier, becoming a herbalist, maintaining invisibility, all of it had been the rational response of someone who understood the mechanism and did not have the tools to challenge it. He had given Chen the tools. That was the transaction that had occurred over the past 2 weeks. Not information for information, but tools in exchange for what the tools made possible. Chen's documents. Chen's standing as a compact witness. Chen's 43 years of accumulated record. In exchange, a framework. A purpose for the documents. A path for the testimony to travel that didn't end in death. It was a fair exchange. Wei Liang had done a great deal of business in his previous life, and he knew what a fair exchange looked like. This was one. He entered the orphanage quietly, checked that Song Mu and Yushang were where they should be, confirmed the contingency plan was fresh in his mind in the order he would need to execute it, and then lay down on his mat. The team was arriving in hours. He intended to sleep, because sleep was a resource, and he needed all his resources for tomorrow, and tomorrow was going to test every one of them, and he did not know yet which would break first. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, the formal training session on the 14th morning was the first one that gave Chen pause in a new way. Wei Liang had been letting himself be taught, deliberately, carefully, presenting the attentiveness of someone receiving new information rather than the recognition of someone remembering. He managed the internal responses that came with hearing techniques he had invented being explained to him from the outside, suppressed the corrections that followed automatically from deep knowledge, presented the focused interest of a student working carefully through material he had not encountered before. It required active management because the knowledge was so deeply embedded that not expressing it was its own kind of discipline, like a musician listening to their own compositions played by someone else and not commenting on the interpretation. Chen was a thorough teacher. The explanations were complete, the method was sound, and the observations were perceptive in the way of a scholar who had spent decades thinking about channel architecture without anywhere to apply the thinking except his own limited practice. 40 years of thinking about a subject with no outlet had made his theory precise and his analysis sharp. In the second hour of the third session, Chen said something Wei Liang had not expected. "I've been thinking about the misdirection structure in your seal," Chen said. He was not reading the channels at that moment. He was speaking from what he had mapped in previous sessions, which indicated he had been working with this problem specifically in his private hours, turning it over when there was nothing else to turn over. The misdirection is concentrated at the channel junction here. He indicated the primary junction. That junction is the first point the standard first-stage examination technique approaches, which means anyone using standard technique would find the misdirection and conclude there was nothing to develop. But a non-standard technique would bypass the misdirection, Wei Liang said, carefully drawing the implication out at the pace of a student arriving at it. More than bypass, Chen said. He was engaged with the problem the way he got engaged with things he found genuinely interesting, with the full attention of a teacher who had waited too long for interesting problems and was not going to waste this one. The misdirection is centered at the standard approach junction specifically, which means whoever designed the seal knew precisely what the standard examination technique was and built the misdirection to intercept it. The seal isn't just a concealment. It's a response to a specific examination methodology built to defeat that methodology while allowing a different one through. He moved his focus. But here, and here, the two gap junctions. The misdirection doesn't cover these. They're in the sector the standard technique never reaches because the standard technique doesn't expect to find anything there at this stage of development. Wei Liang held himself very still. Why doesn't the standard technique expect to find anything there? Because those junctions develop naturally in stage 3, not stage 1, Chen said. A standard practitioner examining someone who has never cultivated wouldn't look at stage 3 junctions because they wouldn't be present yet. The standard technique doesn't look for what isn't supposed to be there. He frowned slightly, working through the implication. But in your channels, they're not absent. They're accessible, which means whoever sealed you expected an examiner to use standard first-stage examination technique and built the seal to evade it, and left these accessible as an alternate entry for someone who knew to look. Who would know to look? Wei Liang asked. Someone who had been told exactly where, Chen said. He met Wei Liang's eye steadily. Or someone who designed the seal and was returning to it. Wei Liang met his gaze without flinching. That's a reasonable inference, he said. Yes, Chen said. It is. And I noticed that you don't deny it. They returned to the exercises. But the conversation had confirmed what Wei Liang had suspected since the first internal examination. The seal was a message, and the message was for him specifically, and someone had known precisely enough about his future situation to send it in the right format. The format that only he would recognize, because only he had designed it. The seal was not just a containing structure. It was a letter in his own handwriting, left for him by someone who had known exactly where to put it. He spent the rest of the session building the channel development further through the gap junctions, working with the precision of a student who had been shown the door and was now learning the room it opened into. They were arriving tomorrow. This was not the moment for the full conversation about the seal's implications. That conversation required stability and time and a situation where the answers could be received without pressure. But someone had survived the war and kept the seal active through 3 millennia and trusted that he would come back and find it. That trust was a form of debt too, one he intended to honor by actually coming back and actually finding it, which he had done, which he was doing. After the session ended and Chun returned to his other patients at the market, Wei Liang walked back through Ashfall Village's quarry-dusted streets and thought about the question of who had done this for him. The candidates were specific. The window for survival was specific. The knowledge required was specific. The third person he had taught the seal to, a scholar cultivator in his court who had served as the demon sovereign's archivist for 40 years. Not a fighter. Not someone who would have been on the battlefield in the final days. Not someone whose death he would have expected to witness. Someone who would have been in the archive vaults when the sealing began, surrounded by the records of the court, in the building specifically designed to be the last to fall. He had never confirmed the archivist's death. He had assumed it. Everyone in the court when the sealing activated, and the sealing had activated over the entire court complex. But the archive vaults were sealed separately, with a different kind of chi architecture, specifically designed to protect their contents from external events, including sealing arrays. The archivist had known the archive vault's chi architecture better than anyone else alive, had helped design the protection systems, had known, in advance of the final battle, what the sealing array's activation radius would be and which structures fell inside it, and which ones might be protected by their own architecture. It was not proof. It was a chain of inference from available evidence, which was the best he had with the information currently accessible. But the chain held, and it pointed in a specific direction, and when the archive beacon arrived with its materials, his own materials, preserved and actively seeking him, the materials themselves might contain the answer. 9 more days. The question would have an answer in 9 more days, or the beacon would contain clues that sharpened the question, which was also progress. He had operated on incomplete information for 3,000 years. This was no different, except that this time he was accumulating information rather than losing it, and the accumulation was pointing him forward rather than backward. The session with Chun had produced one more thing worth noting. Chun himself had begun to suspect more than Wei Liang had told him. The inference about the seal, someone who designed the seal and was returning to it, had been stated aloud. Chun had made the inference publicly, and Wei Liang had not denied it. And Chun was not the kind of person who forgot things he had observed and stated publicly. That observation was now part of what Chun carried. The next conversation, the one Wei Liang had been moving toward since the first evening in the herb house, was becoming unavoidable. Not tonight, not before the confrontation, but soon, and on the other side of Ironstone City. He was ready for it. He had been ready for it for some time. One more day, then the square, then whatever came after. And he had stopped pretending he fully knew what that would be, which was a new kind of danger, because he had always known before, and not knowing was something he had never learned to prepare for. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. The final preparation day was the 15th, and Wei Liang spent it in the specific kind of activity that looked, from the outside, like very little. He walked through Ashfall Village's market in the morning, buying nothing, speaking to no one at length, observing the relationships and positions and small hierarchies of a community that had organized itself around the constraints it lived within. He memorized faces he had already memorized, positions he had already mapped, the way the market organized itself at mid-morning versus early morning. He was building, for the last time in this village, the complete picture of what was here and what he was leaving behind, because leaving behind was a kind of loss, and he had learned to acknowledge losses by cataloging them precisely, which was the only way to ensure they didn't become debts he had failed to track. He stopped beside the blacksmith's daughter at the workshop entrance. She was managing the queue of repair work with the flat efficiency she always brought to the work, the same flat-eyed assessment turned outward toward the line. Someone important is going to come looking for the children who left, he said. I need to know when they arrive, what they look like, and what they say. She gave him the assessment that was not quite skeptical and not quite credulous, but occupied the space where someone was making a decision in real time. Why should I help you? Because the tithe overage your family has paid this year is 4 silver above the compact maximum. And I have that documented, he said. And because what I'm doing with that information will eventually matter for this village in ways that matter for your family specifically. He paused. There's a merchant who runs the Ironstone City route. He carries messages for a fee. Here is a specific address where those messages will reach me. He wrote the address on a piece of sorting work paper. She took it, looked at it, folded it, put it in her apron pocket with the practiced economy of someone who manages their own resources carefully. You keep accounts, she said. I don't lose track of debts, he said, and I don't leave them unpaid. She held his gaze for a moment. I'll note it, she said. Not a promise that could be called back. A statement about what she had decided to do. He moved on. He spent the afternoon verifying the supply caches one final time. He counted the documents in the primary cache, confirmed the oilcloth wrapping on each, confirmed the access path was unobstructed and the location marks were clearly readable in low light. He checked the secondary cache supplies for anything that would not survive the 9-day journey to Ironstone City and replaced 2 water skins and a pouch of dried food that had gotten damp. He confirmed the route markers were correctly positioned. Then he sat with Song Mu in the quarry's deep section for an hour in the late afternoon, watching the fire control practice. The heat field was at approximately 2/3 reduction, better than that morning. Keep working on it, Wei Liang said. You won't reach 3/4 by tomorrow, but you'll be close enough that the enforcement team's standard detection array won't flag you if you stay in the quarry and below the second depth level. Song Mu practiced the heat field reduction with the focused patience he always brought to things he had decided to do. The amber fire sat in his palms, and the heat field around it slowly drew inward, the chi cooperating with the intent the way fire chi cooperated with clear intention, finding the precision the cultivator was asking for. You're going to stand in front of a gold foundation cultivator and cite compact law, Song Mu said. As a 7-year-old. In front of the whole market. Yes, Wei Liang said. And I need to be in the quarry for this. Yes. Song Mu was quiet for a moment. The fire in his palms shifted, the heat field drawing in another fraction. The village is going to talk about this for a generation, he said. That's part of the purpose, Wei Liang said. Witnessed events are part of the public record. What people have seen with their own eyes is much harder to suppress than what exists only in documents. I want this witnessed. You want Xin Xiaolong to hear that a 7-year-old cited compact law at his enforcement team. I want Xin Xiaolong to read the report that the message Jade produces, Wei Liang said, and decide to investigate personally. Song Mu looked at him with the expression of someone encountering a piece of information that requires significant recalibration of their model of a situation. You want the most powerful person in this province to come looking for us. I want him paying attention to us, Wei Liang said, while we're somewhere he isn't. Song Mu exhaled slowly. Okay, he said. I'll be in the quarry. He spent the evening with Yu Shang, confirming the contingency plan. She received the specifics with complete focus and asked 2 questions about the quarry access route, both precise. Her shadow sense, now extending 3 to 4 feet in any direction, moved in the slow exploratory patterns of someone who had stopped suppressing something and was discovering what it could do. He spent the evening confirming the contingency plan with Yu Shang in detail, the quarry access, the depth level, the stone with the quarter-moon chip, the timeline, the Ironstone City address, and merchant route. She received all of it with the complete focus she always brought to practical information. Fully present, committing the specifics, asking 2 questions about the quarry access that were both about specifics of the route rather than about the plan's overall structure. If Song Mu doesn't come within 1 day, she said, and I go to Ironstone City, and I find the address, then what? Then you wait, Wei Liang said. Not indefinitely. You wait until a specific person arrives or sends word. The person's name is Tan Beilu. He's a scholar, older, probably not what you expect when I say important contact. You'll recognize him because he'll be the person in the building who is writing and will not stop writing even when someone enters the room. She considered this. And if he doesn't arrive either, then you go to the Merchants Guild in the Eastern District and ask for work, Wei Liang said. Any work. Get established. I'll find you eventually. He paused. But this is a contingency for a failure mode I don't expect. I expect to be in Ironstone City before you, which means you'll find the address and I'll already be there. She nodded once. The nod of a person who had processed the information and stored it correctly and was ready to move to the next thing. He went to sleep that night with everything in order. The enforcement team was arriving in the morning. The confrontation would happen when the market was open and the witnesses were present. 3 days would be purchased, 3 days during which they would travel the first leg of the road to Ironstone City, while the enforcement team conducted its formal assessment of a village that no longer contained the children they were looking for. Then everything else that followed from that. The next stage, and the stage after that. All the stages required to dismantle a mechanism that had been running for 4 centuries, without significant challenge. He was 7 years old and 3,400 years old, and the most important thing he had was 20 days of documents and 2 allies who had chosen him without knowing exactly what they were choosing. It was enough. It was always enough to start with, if you started correctly. He had started with less than this the first time and had built something that had required the full strength of the 9 Peak Alliance to stop. He was going to build something this time that didn't have the same flaw, that didn't depend on a single person's survival. But the 9 Peak Alliance was already moving to find the flaw in this version, and they would not stop until they found it. And if they found it before it was distributed, everything would be exactly as it was before, except that Shin would not be recoverable, and neither would the 43 years he had spent waiting for this moment. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. The quiet eraser arrived on the 16th morning with 6 cultivators and the practiced ease of an operative who had resolved more than 100 of these situations and had never encountered a situation that required changing the methodology. Wei Liang positioned himself at the sorting table and ran his assessment. The quiet eraser was broad and efficient. built like someone whose cultivation training had prioritized endurance and thoroughness over speed, with a face that had been trained toward pleasantness in the way that a tool is trained toward its function. His pleasantness was genuine in the limited sense that all professional pleasantness is genuine. It was not a mask over hostility. It was a cultivated disposition that served his function. He was good at his job. Wei Liang respected competence even in opponents, because respecting competence meant not underestimating it. The eraser began in the market, correct methodology. The social graph of a village was most readable in the market, where the relationships were on display in small transactions, and the positions and hierarchies were visible in where people stood and how they spoke. He moved through it with the easy authority of someone performing a function they had performed many times in many similar places. He was running a continuous low-level chi probe. Wei Liang felt it as a soft pressure across the market's ambient spiritual field, broad enough to cover the radius without being alerting in the way a targeted probe would be. Designed to identify cultivation signatures without the targets knowing they had been identified. Standard methodology, unchanged from 3,000 years ago because it worked. The seals on his channels absorbed the probe completely. He registered as a mortal child with no cultivation potential. The probe found nothing. The misdirection architecture did exactly what it had been built to do. He watched the team fan out through the village with the efficiency of a well-rehearsed procedure. 2 disciples to the orphanage, checking the children's mats, counting heads, looking for the shadow affinity girl in the reports. 2 to the residential streets, door to door, the standard pattern. The eraser and his senior colleague through the market. Each subteam knew their sector and their task. Song Mu at the sorting line gave the performance they had rehearsed. Cooperative blank helpfulness, digression into quarry-related information when pressed, no visible cultivation response. The heat field from his fire affinity was at approximately 2/3 reduction, not perfect, but below the detection threshold for a broad area probe. The disciples who spoke with him noted him in their ledgers and moved on to the next person. Yushang's absence from the orphanage was noted by one of the disciples checking the children's mats. Noted, not urgently pursued. One child among many, not the specific target they had come to retrieve. The report would read subject not on premises, whereabouts unknown, and the enforcement team would schedule a follow-up assessment. The eraser reached Wei Liang in the afternoon. Professional warmth, conversational questions about the village and the other children, the specific inquiry about a girl with shadow affinity that had been reported. Wei Liang gave the standard minimal response of a child who didn't know much and wasn't particularly interested in knowing more. The performance of a boy who was cooperating not because he understood the gravity of the situation, but because cooperating was what you did when adults asked questions, and you were small enough that not cooperating had obvious consequences. The probe pressed slightly harder when the eraser was directly in front of him. Wei Liang felt it with his active cultivation sense. The increase in pressure, the probe doing a more targeted pass than the broad ambient scan. The seals held. The misdirection directed the probe toward the blocked sections. Nothing reactive registered. The eraser's expression maintained its professional pleasantness throughout, and his eyes moved on. That evening, the eraser visited the headwoman. Wei Liang heard his name through the window. He came in and lay on his mat. The eraser came to verify the headwoman's account. The probe pressed again. Nothing registered. Sleep well, the eraser said, and left. After the eraser left the building, Wei Liang composed in his mind the full picture of what the message Jade had captured today, the broad probe with its null result on this particular child. The child's name, his unusual stillness, the headwoman's account of his 2 weeks in the orphanage. The notation from 2 days ago about his behavior at the cultivation evaluation, the part that had generated the unusual incident flag. Tomorrow would add the compact citation. The message Jade would transmit everything, and somewhere up the chain, the accumulated anomalies would reach a senior administrator who understood what they meant. The confrontation in the square was the linchpin, and the eraser's message Jade was already recording everything it needed to make the confrontation worth transmitting. He lay on his mat in the dark and thought about what the eraser had seen today. A child who registered as mortal, who cooperated with the inquiry, who gave minimal answers, and did not react in any way that was inconsistent with being exactly what he appeared to be. The boy who had been described in a previous report as unusual, who had identified a compact violation at an evaluation, who had cited the relevant section, who had requested a formal testimony from a qualified witness. Unusual, but not yet anomalous. Anomalous would be tomorrow, in the square, when the full citation was delivered. He ran through the eraser's methodology in his mind. The broad probe, the targeted passes, the systematic division of the village into sectors, the professional pleasantness that maintained cooperative responses without requiring coercive ones. It was good methodology. The quiet eraser was competent at his work, and his work served the mechanism faithfully. He was also, Wei Liang had noted during the afternoon's observation, the kind of person who maintained precise notes. The notation in the ledger had been exact, with timestamp and witness marks. The message Jade recording was organized. He had paused it twice to make notations in a separate ledger, the kind of organizational habit that produced records that could be reconstructed accurately long after the fact. This was important because the quiet eraser's records were going to become evidence eventually. Not immediately, not in the next months, but when the full case was assembled, the eraser's own precise methodology was going to produce documentation that corroborated the compact violations Wei Liang was cataloging. The enforcement team's own records would describe an off-schedule assessment, a suppression brand, a fire affinity child marked for removal, all of it documented in the enforcement team's own hand, with the eraser's precise timestamps. Evidence had a way of accumulating from unexpected sources. The mechanism's thoroughness produced the documentation of its own operation. He had observed this before. He intended to use it again. He noted the eraser's name from the station marker he had seen during the afternoon. Filed it. The eraser was a competent instrument of the mechanism. The mechanism was the target. The eraser's precise records were a resource. In the accounting of this operation, the eraser's own documentation was going to be one of the tools that dismantled the mechanism the eraser served. He found, considering this, a specific clarity that was not quite satisfaction. Not satisfaction, because satisfaction required completed work and the work was barely begun. Something more like orientation. The feeling of standing in the correct position with the correct tools, knowing what comes next. He had spent 3,000 years in the wrong position with the wrong tools, and had still built something that required the Alliance's full strength to stop. This time the position was correct. The tools were right. The orientation was real. Tomorrow, the square. He had planned it for 16 days, and it was ready. The only variable was the village attendance, the size of the witness pool, and the village had consistently surprised him by being more connected and more attentive than he had estimated. He was going to plan for a larger crowd than expected, and the White Lotus sect was going to be in that crowd, watching, without yet understanding that they were watching the first piece of their own destruction being set into place, and that there would be no second chance to stop it. And that was a calculation it had not yet made. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. The confrontation in the square on the 17th morning was observed by more of the village than Wei Liang had estimated. He had calculated approximately a third of the market's regular attendees. What was present was closer to 2/3, the regular market attendees, plus people who had come down from the residential streets afterward moved through the village's informal communication network that the enforcement team was in the square and something was happening. Villages have their own information systems, faster than official channels, operating through the connections that form naturally between people who share a constrained environment. He had known this for 3,000 years and had nonetheless underestimated it by a factor of 2. He adjusted his delivery accordingly. More volume than he had planned for, to reach the back of the crowd. Slower pace, to give the village audience time to process the legal text before he moved to its application. More pause between each compact citation and the violation analysis it supported. He was speaking to 2 audiences simultaneously, the enforcement team, for the message Jade, and the village, for the witness record. And the village audience was larger than expected, which made it more valuable. The quiet eraser had announced Song Mu's removal to the regional temple. Standard phrasing, professionally warm, the kind of announcement that combined official purpose with apparent concern for the child's welfare. Song Mu was in the square despite the plan. He had positioned himself in the crowd rather than going to the quarry, apparently having calculated that the risk of being visibly absent was higher than the risk of being present and unobtrusive. Wei Liang filed this as a tactical disagreement he was not going to address right now, because there was not time, and Song Mu's fire control was good enough at this point that the ambient probe wouldn't flag him in the crowd. He stepped forward. Section 14, Paragraph 3 of the Frontier Compact of the Alliance Frontier Accord, 2847th year of the current era. He said it in the register of someone citing a known fact, not performing legal knowledge. Not loud enough to be theatrical. Loud enough to be clearly heard at the back of the crowd. A minor assessed for cultivation potential who demonstrates active chi channels shall not be removed from their place of residence for the purpose of registration prior to formal evaluation by a registered cultivation assessor of iron blood rank or above, in the presence of 2 adult witnesses from the minor's community, with the minor's written consent documented and retained by the assessing party. The square was completely silent. He continued through the full argument. Song Mu's evaluation had not met the compact's documentation standards. The suppression brand applied to Yushang 14 days ago had not met the compact's consent requirements. Elder Chen Rojin, Iron Blood rank, was available and willing to conduct a formal evaluation as the compact required. Both violations were documented. Both remediation pathways were available within existing compact framework. No escalation was necessary. No confrontation was necessary. The compact provided the mechanism, and the mechanism was clear. The quiet eraser's right thumb was on the message jade. He had been transmitting since the first sentence. Good. That was exactly what Wei Liang needed. Every word was going up the chain. The eraser processed for approximately 4 seconds before responding. 4 seconds being the delay of someone running a calculation they had not prepared for in a situation they had not anticipated. We will schedule a formal assessment for 3 days from today, he said. His professional composure was intact. The boy remains in residence until then. He turned and walked back toward the sect post. Wei Liang stood in the square until the enforcement team was fully out of sight. The market was very quiet around him. He could feel the village absorbing what it had just seen, not fully understanding it, but absorbing the shape of it. The fact that a child had cited law at a gold foundation cultivator and the cultivator had paused. That pause was going to live in this village's memory. It would be told to children. It would be part of the story of what Ashfall village had witnessed. Chen was at the market's edge with his hands clasped behind his back. As Wei Liang passed him, he said quietly, I have been a cultivator and a scholar and a herbalist and a frontier resident for my entire adult life. I have never seen anything like that. Write it down, Wei Liang said. Chen's expression shifted into something that was almost a smile. Every word, he said. I'll write every word. 3 days purchased. The message Jade had transmitted everything. Xin Xiaolong was going to read the report, and the report was going to include the phrase 7-year-old child cited compact law by section and paragraph with apparent preparation and complete certainty in front of a full village market with a retired iron blood cultivator available as a qualified witness. That phrase would reach someone who understood what it meant, and what it meant was that there was something very wrong in Ashfall village, or very interesting, or both. Either way, Xin Xiaolong would come, and by the time he arrived, they would be gone. Wei Liang walked back through Ashfall village's market in the hour after the confrontation, while the enforcement team was in the sect post and the village was still absorbing what it had seen. He walked slowly, without apparent purpose, in the way of someone who has nowhere particular to be and is taking advantage of the afternoon. He was watching faces. Not for any information the faces contained about him specifically. The confrontation had done its work and the immediate threat was handled, but for a different kind of information. The faces of people who had witnessed something they did not have language for and were beginning to develop it. A vendor at the grain stall, looking at him with an expression that was recalibrating its categories, something shifting in the organization of what the man thought he knew about what children were and what they could do. 2 women at the well, speaking quietly. He caught the fragment compact, which meant the specific legal argument had traveled from the square to the well in less than 40 minutes. The information was already moving. The blacksmith's daughter, at the workshop entrance, looking at him with the same flat assessment as always, but with something added to it. A calculation she hadn't been making before. She had seen the confrontation. She had seen a child of approximately her own demographic, in terms of social position, cite law at a gold foundation cultivator. She was processing what that meant for the calculation of what was possible. This was the other half of the confrontation's purpose. Not just the message Jade, not just Xin Xiaolong's attention. The village had seen something it was going to remember. In 10 years, in 20 years, when the mechanism ran another cycle through Ashfall village, the people who had been in the square today were going to remember that a child had cited the compact and the enforcement team had paused. That memory was infrastructure. Infrastructure took years to build and lasted for generations. He had done both things in one act. Sent a message up the chain to a specific named enemy, and left a piece of infrastructure in a frontier village. The efficiency of it was the kind of thing he would have praised in one of his subordinates, in the previous life, when his standards were still being set by what he could teach. In this life, he was setting his own standards again. They were the same standards. He had not lowered them. He had not needed to lower them, because the situation did not require less than what he was capable of. It required exactly what he was capable of, applied with the patience and precision he had always applied to work that was going to take a long time. This was going to take a long time, and somewhere in the capital, someone had already noticed that something was wrong in Ironstone City and had begun to ask questions, questions that would eventually lead, if followed with patience, directly to Wei Liang, and Xin Xiaolong was nothing if not patient. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Elder Chen Rojin was dead when Wei Liang arrived at the herb house on the morning of the 18th day. He was at his table, herb bundling half-finished in front of him, hands resting still in the particular stillness that was not sleep and never would be again. The door had been unlocked. Chen always locked the door. No visible mark on the body, nothing disrupted in the room, nothing to suggest anything other than a natural death in a man of his age. Cardiac event, age-related, was what the sect post's examining disciple would write, and the language would be technically defensible and completely false in what it described. Wei Liang stood in the doorway and counted 3 breaths before entering. He did not go in immediately. He witnessed the room, the table, the herb bundle in its half-finished state, the writing box on the shelf put away correctly with the lid at the precise angle of someone who finishes things properly before stopping. Chen's hands on the table, herb-stained, strong-looking even in stillness. The cup he used for water, empty, on the right side of the table where he always kept it. The window admitting morning light at the angle it always admitted morning light. Everything in its correct place, except Chun. 3,000 years of loss had not made loss smaller. It had made it more precisely known. The exact weight of this specific absence, distinct from the weight of all the others. Chun Rojin, former Ashgate sect disciple, former Iron Blood rank cultivator, herbalist, keeper of documents for 43 years, who had run when the consolidation came and spent 4 decades maintaining the record of what he had witnessed and deciding, in the end, over 2 weeks of conversation with a child who was not what he appeared, to stop being quiet. The testimony was in the primary cache. He had moved it 2 days ago. Everything Chun had written was safe. That was the only thing he could do for Chun now. Ensure that what Chun had spent 43 years keeping was used correctly. System, recognition event, targeted assassination of protected witness, implemented by White Lotus Sect Enforcement Command, Dustfall Province Branch. Debt type, murder to prevent testimony, destruction of evidence chain, elimination of qualified compact witness. Sovereign debt updated. Creditor, White Lotus Sect Administrative Core. Cultivation seal unlock. Awaken route. Primary channel path accessible. Restriction lifted. The channels opened with the precision of a mechanism completing a design function that had been waiting for this specific trigger. Not a surge. This body had the chi capacity of a child who had been developing for 18 days, and a surge would be useless. What opened was clean and real and entirely his. The full awakened route pathway. Accessible. Available. The first genuine cultivation he had possessed in this life. Not borrowed through gaps. Not filtered through misdirection. His own. He breathed it in. Let it settle. Held both things at once. The loss of Chun and the opening of the channels. Because they were the same event, and honoring one without acknowledging the other would be a failure of precision. The channels opened because Chun died, and the debt crossed a threshold. That was the system's logic, which was correct logic, and correct logic did not become incorrect because it was painful. He was going to use what had been unlocked. He was going to use it well. That was what Chen's death bought. He closed Chen's door quietly and walked to the orphanage. Song Mu was at the rear of the building. He saw Wei Liang's face and stopped moving entirely. The way people stop when they see on someone's face a thing they already know they don't want to hear confirmed. Chun, Song Mu said. Yes, Wei Liang said. Song Mu was quiet for a long moment. He had known Chen for 16 days. It had been enough. Song Mu brought full presence to the relationships he formed, and 16 days of full presence was not a short acquaintance. What do we do, he asked. Not as a deflection from the grief. As the question of someone who has decided that doing the thing correctly is how you honor the person who made the thing possible. We leave today. Wei Liang was already moving. 2 days until the formal assessment. They'll know we've gone before then. That's acceptable. We've already purchased what we needed. He paused. Get Yushang. Take everything from the orphanage that matters. I'll get the supply caches. Where are we going? Ironstone City first, Wei Liang said. 9 days travel. The beacon is 9 days northwest. I'll explain on the road. Song Mu nodded and went inside without further questions. He trusted that the explanation would come when it was useful. Wei Liang took 2 trips to retrieve the supply caches. From the primary cache, he extracted Chen's testimony in its oilcloth wrapping and placed it inside his shirt against his chest. He felt its weight with every step for the rest of the day, and that was exactly correct. It should have weight. Chen had paid for it with the only currency he had left, and it would be spent well enough that the spending justified the cost. He had known Chen for 18 days. In 18 days, Chen had gone from a man who had been carrying something in silence for 43 years to a man who had written it all down and given it to someone who could use it, and had been killed for making that transition. The precision of the cost, that specifically, for making specifically that choice, was recorded in the sovereign debt with the specificity the system required. Not an old man died. A qualified compact witness with specific testimony about specific violations, eliminated by the mechanism specifically to prevent that testimony from being used. The sovereign debt had a level of specificity that the mechanism's own records would never achieve, because the mechanism's records served the mechanism's interests rather than truth. That was another asymmetry in his favor. He was building a record that served truth, and truth had a precision that self-serving records couldn't replicate. Over time, that precision was the difference between a record that collapsed under examination and a record that survived it. He thought carefully about what the next months would require. Ironstone City, Tanbeilu and his network, the archive beacon and its contents, the development of Yushang's cultivation past the brand removal threshold, the development of Song Mu's fire past the awaken root level, the documentation expanding from what he currently had to what he would need when Shin Xiaolong's investigation eventually found them. And it would find them, because Shin Xiaolong was persistent and competent and personally invested, and Wei Liang was leaving enough of a trail to be found at the right moment. At the right moment. Not before. He needed the documentation complete and distributed before the confrontation was unavoidable. He needed the resources in place before the investigation closed the distance. He had enough time. He was going to use all of it correctly. Song Mu walked beside him, carrying one of the secondary cash packs, steady and uncomplaining about the weight or the distance or the fact that they had left a place he had lived for 2 years on the basis of a plan he still didn't fully understand. That steadiness was a resource too, not catalogable in the sovereign debt, not expressible in recognition events, simply present, and present in the way that reliable things are present, consistently, without announcement, without requiring acknowledgement to continue. By midday, Ashfall Village was behind them. By nightfall, they were on the road to Ironstone City, and the White Lotus sect was standing over an unlocked door in an empty herb house wondering what it had missed, and Shin Xiaolong was reading a report about an anomalous child. And the name at the bottom of that report was Wei Liang, Copper Marrow, traveling with a minor artifact user, direction unknown, and a note in Shin Xiaolong's hand at the bottom. Retrieve. Do not wait for confirmation, and do not bring witnesses. Chapter 19. Chapter 19 Grand Elder Shin Xiaolong arrived in Ashfall Village 2 days after they left it. Wei Liang learned this from the blacksmith's daughter, via the merchant route, 11 days after their departure. Her message was precise and detailed, which was exactly what he had expected from her. She observed what was in front of her and recorded it accurately, without adding interpretation or herself to the record. Precise observation without editorial was the most valuable kind of witness. The Grand Elder had arrived with 8 attendants. White robes with gold trim. The ease of someone who performed public benevolence so regularly that the performance had become indistinguishable from the person performing it. The man who sealed 30,000 people as a sacrificial array moved through Ashfall Village with the unhurried warmth of a patron checking on his charges. He had moved through the village with the specific attention of someone who knew how to be seen while looking. He stopped to speak with vendors and the headwoman and the blacksmith's family. He asked about the departed children. He expressed warm concern about their welfare, in the tone of a patron worried about children who had left his care. Every conversation was observed and performed simultaneously. He was gathering information while the village watched him gather it, and was reminded of his authority and his generosity in the same moment. He had visited the orphanage. He had asked about the children who had left with the specificity of someone who already knew some of what he was asking about, and was checking the account against what he knew. He had sat in the headwoman's office for 40 minutes, which was longer than a simple inquiry required, and suggested the inquiry was not simple. He had been in the square where Wei Liang had cited compact law. He stood in it for a long moment, long enough that his attendants waited without moving. Looking at the post where the tithe schedule was mounted, looking at the administrative building, looking at the space where something had happened that his reports described, but that he was trying to understand from the physical evidence of the location. His face during this pause was the face of someone working through a problem and not having finished working through it. Then, at the end of his visit, in the market, in a voice quiet enough that he apparently believed no one else would hear, he said to his attendant, "Find out everything about that child." The blacksmith's daughter had been behind a stall 3 positions away. She had heard it. She had written it down exactly, in the flat, precise notation she used for things she was recording rather than interpreting, and had given the message to the merchant on his next route without adding anything except the observation. He stood in the square for a long time. Wei Liang read the message by Tanbilu's lamp in the rented room in Ironstone City and folded it carefully and placed it inside his shirt next to Chin's testimony. He was at awaken root rank with sealed channels that had 1 primary path open and 2 developing secondary paths. The secondary paths had begun opening during the journey, responding to the regular qi movement of travel and practice. He had Yushang, whose shadow chi now extended 4 feet in any direction with full control. The brand's pain response reduced to a minor inconvenience at perception level. He had Song Mu, who had reached awaken root rank during the journey and whose fire now produced an amber tint in sustained practice. The archive flame variant, rare and specific, associated in the old court's records with a cultivation lineage that had existed before the Alliance had a name. He had Tambalu, who had been writing for 36 hours since understanding what Wei Liang was building, producing analytical frameworks around the primary documents with the focused intensity of a historian who had spent decades waiting for his work to matter to someone. He had Chen's testimony against his chest. Shin Xiaolong was paying attention. The investigation had been initiated. The anomaly report had done exactly what Wei Liang had needed it to do, created a specific named response from the specific named person who had personally sealed Yi Kuang using 30,000 civilians as cultivation fuel and had been revered as a hero throughout the 3,000 years since. Good. Wei Liang needed Shen paying attention. He needed the investigation to run long and deep enough that eventually the confrontation could not be avoided. By then, the record would be ready. By then, he would have more, considerably more, than what he had now. Not yet. But the investigation was moving, and everything that moved eventually arrived at its destination, and he would be ready when it did, because this time, for the first time, he had started building before the war began. He folded the message from the blacksmith's daughter into a small square and placed it precisely inside his shirt, next to Chen's testimony. 2 pieces of paper, both about the same person, both from people who had seen him in Ashfall Village and written it down. The blacksmith's daughter's message and Chen's testimony were different in their nature but the same in their function. They were part of the record, and the record was what he was building, and every piece of the record mattered in proportion to its specificity and its credibility. Tambalu was writing in the room next door. Wei Liang could hear the scratch of the brush through the wall, consistent, rhythmic, the sound of someone who had found a pace and was maintaining it. He had been writing for 36 hours. He would continue writing until he had produced everything the framework required. And then he would write more, because Tambalu was the kind of person who had been expelled for trying to write the truth and had spent 20 years in exile continuing to write the truth in private, for no audience except the one he hoped would eventually exist. That audience existed now. It was sitting in the rented room next door and had arrived in Ironstone City with primary documents that Tambalu had only been able to theorize about from secondary evidence. He thought about Shin Xiaolong standing in the square of Ashfall Village, looking at the space where the confrontation had happened, trying to understand what he was looking for. A child. An unusual child. A child who knew compact law by section and paragraph and had sealed channels of demon war architecture. The Copper Marrow apprentice who had disappeared before the formal assessment with 2 children and who had left no trace except a headwoman's account and a village that had witnessed the confrontation and was not going to forget it. Shin Xiaolong was a deeply intelligent man. He had been running the White Lotus sect's enforcement apparatus for a very long time indeed. He understood unusual events as signals, as evidence of something real and specific happening beneath the surface of what was visible. He was going to investigate. He was going to investigate seriously and with significant resources, and he was going to find the trail Wei Liang had been leaving. Good. The trail was the primary instrument. The trail led to a confrontation that Wei Liang was going to be fully ready for. Not ready in 9 days. Not ready in 9 months. But eventually ready, and the interval was for preparation. He put the message away against his chest and went back to the window and watched the lamp-lit streets of Ironstone City and counted 9 days until the beacon arrived and the next stage began. 9 days was enough time to build considerably more than he had now. He intended to use all of it, and the nights as well, because sleep was a resource but not the only one, and what he was building required more of the others. The beacon was 9 days out. The investigation was moving. Everything was in motion, and in the capital, Shin Xiaolong had just authorized a retrieval order, and the team he sent for retrievals had never returned empty-handed, and the order had already been dispatched. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. The system spoke in the deep hours of the 20th night with the specificity of a significant data point crossing its threshold. System. Archive beacon located. Distance. 1,400 li northwest. Bearer. Single non-cultivator civilian. Moving at civilian travel pace. Projected intersection with Ironstone City, Eastern Gate District. 9 days. 9 days. He held this against everything else he knew. The beacon had been moving for at least 3 weeks before his arrival in Ironstone City. It had started moving before he had a specific destination, which meant the materials were seeking his chi's signature actively, drawn by resonances the carrier couldn't perceive and almost certainly didn't understand. Whoever had designed the beacon had built the seeking function into it. had anticipated that he would need it to find him rather than the other way around. The carrier didn't know what they were carrying. They were bringing it anyway. He got up quietly and stood at the window that looked out over the eastern district of Ironstone City. The night city was alive. No large city was fully quiet, and the merchant districts least of all. Lamps moved in the streets below. Carts and voices and the particular ambient quality of several thousand people existing in close proximity, managing their needs and their obligations in the compressed geometry of urban life. He had watched cities from windows for a very long time. Cities looked honest at night, stripped of the performed commerce of the daylight hours, down to the basic functions of people moving through space and time, doing what they needed to do to make it to morning. He mapped what he had with the precision he always applied to operational accounting, because knowing what you had was the prerequisite to knowing what you could do with it. Yu Shang, Shadow Affinity, brand significantly weakened by 3 weeks of permitted chi movement, developing spatial perception that already exceeded his estimates for this stage. She was sleeping against the far wall with her shadow sense moving in the slow exploratory patterns of someone who had stopped suppressing something and was discovering what it could do when it was finally allowed to move freely. The exploration was precise. She was not a person who moved without purpose, even in her sleep. He needed copper marrow rank to complete the brand removal. He estimated 6 to 8 weeks at his current development rate. Song Mu, Fire Affinity, Awaken root rank achieved during travel, Amber variant continuing to develop. The archive flame properties becoming visible in sustained practice. The fire that resonated with recorded truth, that burned through concealment rather than material. A cultivation variant rare enough that he had only known 3 instances of it in his previous life, all from the Eastern Battalion's specialized function. He needed training that his current level couldn't provide yet. What he had provided was the foundation. The structure would follow as the foundation solidified. Tan Beilu, non-cultivator, scholar, archivist, on his 3rd day of continuous writing with brief sleep intervals. The quality of the work was rigorous, carefully cited, clearly organized, building the analytical framework around the primary documents that made the documents accessible to readers who hadn't been present for the events they described. He was building the interpretive layer. Without that layer, the raw testimony was legible only to those who already knew the context. With it, the testimony could reach anyone who read carefully. Chin's testimony, inside his shirt, against his chest, warm from body heat. The foundational document of everything he was building, without which everything else was less coherent. The direct witness account of an iron blood cultivator, signed and dated, covering violations that had legal force under the compact, connected to a historical account that placed Alliance forces at Lianhua Crossing on the Alliance's own side 3 days before the massacre. The archive beacon, 9 days northwest. His own materials from his previous life, prepared by someone who had survived the war and kept the beacon active for 3,000 years, guiding it toward him through a carrier who didn't understand what they were carrying. The second half of his journal. Whatever else the cache contained that he didn't know about yet. Letters, techniques, records he had made knowing he might not survive to read them himself, written for whoever arrived to finish what he had started. He thought about the 5 elders in the Azure Cloud guest hall, deciding the shape of everything over a dinner he had been positioned in the adjacent room to overhear. He considered the mechanism they had built and the patient, institutional way it had been running ever since, indifferent to the specific faces it used, replacing them as necessary, continuing unchanged because nothing had ever been in a position to stop it. He worked through what it would take to finish this correctly, not as the war he had fought before, the war of battlefields and armies and the desperate final attempt to win by force what could not be won by force alone. This time with documentation first. This time with the truth distributed widely enough that burning any single piece of it accomplished nothing because the piece had already spread. This time with the understanding that the mechanism was the target, not the faces. 9 days. He had 9 days of preparation before the beacon arrived and the next stage began. He went back to his pallet and let the cultivator's rest take him toward morning, carrying Chin's testimony against his chest, carrying the weight of what had been started and what it would take to finish it. He was 7 years old in a rented room in a city where the people who had destroyed his previous life's work were actively looking for him. He had awakened root cultivation, 3 documented recognition events, for primary documents, 2 allies who had chosen him without fully understanding what they were choosing, and 1 archivist writing without pause in the room next door. He was not where he had been at the beginning of his previous life's final year. He was somewhere better, at the beginning, with the mistakes of the last attempt behind him, with the record being built from the first day rather than the last, with the understanding that the mechanism was the target and the mechanism had no defense against being accurately documented and widely distributed. The archive beacon was 9 days away. After it arrived, he would have his own words from 3,000 years ago, words he had written knowing he might not survive to read them himself, written for whoever arrived to finish what he had started. He had arrived. The beacon was coming. The investigation was moving toward him from behind, and the next stage was 9 days ahead, and in the space between, the work continued without pause. He thought about the archivist who had sealed this body, about the 43-year-old scholar who had been in the archive vaults when the sealing activated and had survived through the specific chi architecture of a building designed to protect records from external events, who had then spent some portion of 3,000 years preparing for this, sealing the body with the deliberate gaps, maintaining the beacon, guiding it toward him through a carrier who didn't know what they carried. 3,000 years of preparation for 18 days of building. That was faith of a specific and rigorous kind, the faith that produces evidence rather than waiting for it. He was going to honor it correctly. When the beacon arrived, he would have his old words in his hands, and Shun Xiaolong's investigators would have an empty village and a growing sense that something significant had escaped them. The debt was not paid, but the payment had begun, and this time the record would survive the payer. That was exactly where he needed to be. He let the cultivators' rest find him, the awareness staying open at its ambient level, filing the night's planning in the part of his memory where plans lived until they were needed. When they were needed, they would be there, precisely where he had put them, complete and intact. But tonight, for the first time in 18 days, he did not know if that would be enough, because the man hunting them did not think the way he expected, and that was the most dangerous kind of opponent, the kind you could not outthink, because they were already thinking about what you would do next and acting on it. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. They left through the quarry. Wei Liang had identified the route 3 days before the enforcement team arrived, before Chen was dead, before the confrontation in the square, before any of the pieces had moved. The quarry access ran east of the village along a stone shelf that the White Lotus sect's maps did not include because the quarry had been abandoned for 60 years and the shelf was not a path anyone in living memory had used for travel. Wei Liang had used it in a different body, in a different century, for reasons he no longer fully remembered. The path was still there. That was one of the things he had learned about infrastructure built into stone. It persisted longer than the reasons it had been built, and it remained useful to anyone patient enough to look for it. He woke Song Mu an hour before dawn. Song Mu rose without protest, which told Wei Liang that Song Mu had not actually slept. He dressed in the dark with the practiced efficiency of a person who had been waiting for this and had not wanted to waste the waiting on something as uncertain as sleep. The girl, Song Mu said. Already done. She's at the quarry entrance. Song Mu looked at him. When did you? Last night. She was awake. Wei Liang had gone to her 2 hours past midnight, when the enforcement team's watch rotation put all active sentries on the west side of the village, and had spoken to her briefly and clearly. What they were doing, when they were doing it, what she needed to carry, and what she needed to leave behind. She had listened without interrupting and asked one question. What should she do if they were separated? He had told her the answer, and she had repeated it back accurately, and then gone to her designated waiting position. She did not require repetition or reassurance. She required information delivered correctly. Song Mu pulled his pack onto his shoulders. Was she frightened? She was ready, Wei Liang said, which was the accurate answer. Yu Shang had been ready since the moment the suppression brand came off. Whatever had been living inside her, compressed and misdirected by the sect's mark, had been looking for a direction ever since Wei Liang provided one. She did not require comfort. She required purpose, and he had given her the first piece of it when he told her what she was and what they were doing. Purpose was not a small thing to give to someone who had been told for most of their life that what they were was wrong. They moved through the village in silence. The White Lotus sect's men were positioned at the main road entrance and along the east-facing perimeter, the direction anyone rational would use to leave. Wei Liang took them through the livestock pen and along the fence line and into the strip of scrub brush that separated the village from the quarry shelf. The scrub was dense enough to provide cover and thin enough to move through without making the kind of extended noise that would carry to a watching sentry. He had measured it 3 days ago. Yu Shang was where he had told her to be, crouched at the base of the first large stone, her pack small and deliberately light. She had packed exactly what he had specified. No excess, no sentiment. She watched them approach without moving. You're late, she said. By 4 minutes, Wei Liang said. With intolerance. Song Mu exhaled through his nose, which was his version of laughing when laughing would be a problem. It was a habit Wei Liang had catalogued in the first week and had come to find useful as a measure of Song Mu's internal state. The controlled version of a response meant that Song Mu was handling things correctly, which was generally the case. They moved up the shelf in the first gray light before dawn. The stone was cold, and the surface was rough enough to grip without difficulty. Wei Liang went first to check for loose sections. Song Mu went second. Yu Shang went last without being told to, which was correct. Her shadow qi was still new and not fully under direction, and its tendency to extend outward when she was uncertain would provide a small, but measurable warning if something was wrong behind them. She understood this intuitively, which was itself information about what kind of cultivator she would develop into. At the top of the shelf, the quarry opened into the highland plateau that led north and east toward the road to Ironstone City. The road was 6 li from here. The White Lotus sect's patrol route did not cover the plateau approach. Wei Liang had watched their pattern for 2 days before acting on any of his plans, and they were efficient within the roads, but not above them. Most enforcement teams were. They were trained to control access, not terrain, and terrain was what he had always preferred to work with. He stopped at the plateau edge and turned to look back at the village. Smoke was starting from one of the buildings. Not fire, cooked smoke, morning routine, which meant the enforcement team had not yet discovered that the targets were gone. He had perhaps 4 hours before they would. 4 hours was sufficient for the distance they needed to cover. He had calculated the margin before he slept. "We move," he said. They moved. The first hour was silence and pace. Song Mu matched Wei Liang's rate without complaint despite carrying more weight. He had insisted on taking the heavier pack, which Wei Liang had permitted because the argument would have taken longer than the weight difference mattered. Yu Shang walked with a precision that would have been remarkable in a trained adult, and was, in a child who had been in pain for most of her life, something qualitatively different. It was the gait of a person organizing themselves around a center of gravity they had just discovered they possessed. She was still finding her own edges, and the finding was careful and deliberate, not tentative. At the 1-hour mark, Wei Liang permitted a rest. They sat on a stone outcropping with the plateau behind them and the road ahead, and Song Mu distributed dried food with the methodical care he applied to everything practical. "Ironstone City," Song Mu said. "What do we do when we get there?" "Find someone who knows things that should have been destroyed," Wei Liang said. "Is that specific, or are you being mysterious again?" "Both. There is an archivist named Tan Beilu. He was expelled from the Azure Cloud sect approximately 10 years ago for attempting to publish an accurate historical monograph. He has been living in Ironstone City since then. He has records. Some of them will be useful." "How do you know this?" "I know where people who have been expelled for telling the truth tend to go," Wei Liang said. "And I know that people who keep telling the truth after being expelled are very difficult to find unless you understand their specific kind of persistence." Song Mu accepted this with the working method he had developed over the past weeks for dealing with Wei Liang's explanations. Take the content at face value. Do not press for the mechanism. Apply the information correctly. It was a more sophisticated approach than most adults managed, and Wei Liang noted it with something that in a younger version of himself might have been called affection. By midday they reached the road, and by late afternoon the first visible towers of Ironstone City emerged ahead, gray stone against gray sky, the administrative compound's distinctive silhouette, and behind it the broader shape of 40,000 people's worth of urban density. Wei Liang began organizing his approach, because the city was not a safe place and the enforcement team behind them was not the only threat, and everything from here forward would require the specific kind of patience that came from knowing the distance between where you were and where you needed to be, and accepting it without shortening it prematurely. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. The first night on the road. 3 nights before Ironstone City, Wei Liang removed Yu Shang's suppression brand. He had waited until Song Mu was genuinely asleep, not performatively resting, but truly unconscious, which happened within 10 minutes of him lying down. Song Mu treated sleep as a practical resource rather than a comfort, and he was good at claiming it efficiently. When his breathing settled into the specific depth and rhythm of genuine unconsciousness, Wei Liang crossed to where Yu Shang was sitting against the hillside shelter wall. She was not asleep. She had not, as far as Wei Liang could determine, slept at all in the days since they left Ashfall Village. The combination of the brand removal he had promised, the journey, and the constant presence of the new shadow qi extending from her in ways she couldn't fully control had kept her in a state of watchful tension that made sleep essentially impossible. "I'm going to remove it now," Wei Liang said. "You said that in the village." Her voice was flat, not accusatory, observational. There were too many people nearby to feel the qi shift. Here there aren't. She regarded him for a moment, the particular look of a child assessing whether an adult is being straight with her. "Does it hurt?" "The removal technique doesn't. What comes after might." He sat across from her and met her eyes directly. "I don't know exactly what has been living under the mark. I know its type, suppressed shadow qi, extremely compressed. I know it's substantial. What it does when the compression is released, I won't know until it's released. That's honest. She absorbed this with the processing speed of someone accustomed to receiving bad news and categorizing it without additional drama. And you're going to do it anyway. Yes, the mark damages your channels from the inside as it continues to be maintained. Every day it stays, there's incremental damage. The longer it remains, the more permanent the harm. The removal has some unpredictability. Leaving it has guaranteed progressive cost. This is not a close calculation. A silence. Then she extended her wrist. He worked carefully and without rushing. The suppression brand was a standard white lotus technique, the same basic architecture that had been in use for centuries, with minor variations in detail but consistent in structure. He had studied it in his first life as an adversarial technique, from both the application and dissolution sides, and he knew its architecture with the completeness of a man who had spent considerable time understanding how to undo it. He channeled the minimum chi necessary through the precise pathways that would dissolve the seal from the inside rather than forcing it from the outside. Inside dissolution was quieter, more complete, and less likely to create a monitoring signal. It took 40 minutes of sustained, careful work. Yushang held still through the entire process with a quality of controlled stillness that was not comfortable or easy, but was maintained anyway, which was the most he could reasonably have asked for. When the brand released, she made a sound. Not quite pain, not quite surprise, a sound that occupied the narrow space between them. Her shadow chi unfurled in all directions immediately, across the shelter floor, up the hillside, across his hands and arms and face, covering the stone above them. The night went darker and more textured simultaneously, the shadow sense reaching and reaching. Don't fight it, Wei Liang said. Let it expand fully first. It has been compressed since you were 4 years old, and it needs to move before you can begin to direct it. It's everywhere, she said. Her voice was extremely controlled. The control was effort, visible effort, and he noted it with respect rather than urgency. Yes, this is normal. This is what it looks like when something long suppressed is finally allowed its full range. This is what was inside me the whole time. Yes, all of it. Everything the sect decided was wrong about you. A long silence, broken by her breathing and the soft, continuous sound of shadow sense rustling against stone and air and the open highland dark. They said it was wrong, she said. Since I can remember. Every assessment, every test. Wrong. The sect was wrong, Wei Liang said. Shadow Qi is not demonic. It is difficult to detect and control, which makes it inconvenient for institutions that rely on detection and control to maintain their monopoly on who is permitted to cultivate and how. That is the actual reason they suppress it. Not safety. Convenience. She looked at her hands. In the darkness, shadow threads extended from her fingertips in slow, exploratory motions, feeling the air, the stone, the texture of the night. She had been kept from this for 4 years. The sense that was finally unfolding was discovering what it was capable of, which was considerable. What do I do with it? She asked. Right now, nothing. Let it settle completely. It will take several days before the qi is organized enough to direct with precision. Fighting it now would be like trying to organize a river the hour after the dam breaks. And after it settles? After it settles, Wei Liang said, I'll teach you. Everything I know about shadow cultivation, which is more than any sect currently teaches, because most of what the sects know about it has been deliberately obscured. He paused. You have a very significant affinity. The suppression hid how significant. She was silent for a long moment. The shadow threads from her fingers reached toward him, exploratory, the way a cautious animal investigates something unfamiliar but not threatening. They touched the back of his wrist. He let them, without moving. You're not afraid of it, she said. No. Most people are. Most people haven't spent enough time with it, he said. Or with the people who carry it. He paused. Sleep if you can. The chi expansion will be exhausting by morning regardless of whether you sleep, and exhaustion is easier to manage with rest behind it. She did not sleep, not that night, and not for 3 more days. But she stopped fighting the expanding shadow sense, and she began, very carefully, to study it instead. And that was the beginning of something that the White Lotus sect had spent years trying to prevent, and would spend considerably more time trying to stop once they understood what they had failed to contain. The days that followed the brand removal were, for Yushang, a process of discovering the full dimensions of what had been locked inside her. Each morning she woke with the shadow sense having extended through the night without her direction, reaching through the walls of whatever shelter they were using, touching the terrain beyond, mapping in the dark with the kind of patient curiosity that had been trying to happen since she was 4 years old and had been systematically prevented. She would spend the first hour of each morning pulling it back and organizing it, which was like being handed a river and told to put it neatly away. She did not complain about this. Complaining required an audience who had caused the situation, and the situation had been caused by the sect, not by Wei Liang. He had removed the cause. The aftermath was not his fault. She watched him instead. She had been watching him since the first time she saw him in Ashfall Village, not following him, just noticing the particular attention of someone who identified useful things and kept track of them. He was useful in ways she had not encountered before. He knew things that no one that age should know and did not perform surprise when unusual things happened. He was patient in the way that deep water is patient, not because it is at rest, but because its motion is entirely interior. She had asked him once, on the second day of travel, what he was. He had looked at her for a moment before answering. An archivist, he had said, like Tan Beilu, but with better source material. She had thought about this for most of a day before deciding it was accurate in some sense. She didn't have enough information to fully understand yet. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Tan Beilu was not difficult to find. He was difficult to approach. Wei Liang had reasoned through his location before arriving in Ironstone City. A scholar in exile living on modest funds, maintaining a research practice that required access to archival materials, would settle in a district close to the copying trade, close to used book markets, and at a specific distance from the administrative compound that balanced proximity to information against proximity to sect informant density. He had narrowed his assessment to 3 streets before entering the city. One morning of observation from a tea stall reduced it to 1 building. The boarding house Tan lived in was a 2-story structure with long-term residents, a shared kitchen, and the accumulated quiet of a place where everyone knew what questions were not asked. Through the upper windows, he could see the particular quality of light and shadow that indicated extensive document collections in a small space. Papers stacked high enough and dense enough to change the texture of natural light in a room. He could also see, 2 doors down from the building, a man seated on a doorstep engaged with a gazette in the specific, inefficient manner of a man who was not reading it. The man had been in that position long enough to have found a comfortable postural arrangement. His attention was directed at a precise arc that did not include the tea stall across the street, but did include both entrances to Tan's building. Sect informant. The posture had the quality of someone performing a routine task with practiced patience, not fresh assignment vigilance, not high alert monitoring. Long-term, low-urgency surveillance. The man had been watching this building for years, not days. Wei Liang observed the surveillance for 2 hours before acting. He was not impatient. He was determining the gaps. The informant left his post once during the observation period, for 15 minutes, at mid-afternoon. Food retrieval, most probably, based on the direction and timing. Wei Liang used the first 12 minutes of that absence to cross the street at the angle that kept him outside the informant's theoretical sightline, enter the boarding house through the side door that was less monitored, climb the interior staircase, and knock on the door of the room with the papers. He heard movement inside. A pause, the pause of a careful person deciding whether to answer. Then a voice, aged and controlled. "Who's there?" "My name is Wei Liang. I'm carrying a document you should read. I'm 7 years old. I arrived in Ironstone City yesterday, and I have 3 minutes before the man watching your building returns to his post." A longer pause. Then the door opened. Tan Beilu was 60 years old, with the forward postural curve of a cultivator who had spent decades at desks and had not straightened it out. His hair was gray. His eyes were sharp behind accumulated wariness that had calcified over years into a default setting. He looked at Wei Liang, and the wariness sharpened into something more precise. Not less guarded, but differently focused. "You're a child," he said. 2 minutes. Wei Liang reached into his pack and removed the folded document that had traveled from Ashfall Village against his chest. Chen Rojin's testimony. Iron blood rank, former junior disciple of the Ashgate sect before its absorption. Killed 5 days ago by a White Lotus sect enforcement team. This is what he wrote before they arrived. He spent most of his adult life waiting for someone to give this to. Tan received the document with both hands, the care that archivists give to documents they know are important before reading them. He began to read. Wei Liang watched the door, counting. 40 seconds. 1 minute. 90 seconds. At 2 minutes and 10 seconds, he heard the informant's boot on the front step. "I need to leave now," Wei Liang said. "I'll come back tomorrow. Move this document before then. The room you're in is known." Tan looked up from the page. He had read approximately 1/3 of it. His hands were not completely steady. "This contradicts the official history at 17 documented points," he said. "Try 43, Wei Liang said. "I can work through all of them with you. But that requires time and a different arrangement. Tomorrow." He left cleanly, crossing the street before the informant had fully resettled. At the tea stall, he rejoined Song Mu, accepted a cup of tea, and allowed himself 30 seconds of genuine stillness before planning the following day's approach. The first contact had gone correctly. What came next required Tan to decide whether what he had read was sufficient reason to open a door that had been closed for 10 years, and Wei Liang had given him one night to make that decision, because pressure would produce the wrong kind of yes, and patience would produce the kind that held. He spent the second hour of observation verifying his initial assessment of the informant's schedule and habits. The man was not a skilled surveillance operative. He was, most probably, a mid-level sect agent assigned to a low-priority monitoring task and performing it with the competent inattention of a person who had held the same post for several years without anything significant happening. His equipment was minimal, no active detection arrays, no communication jade on visible standby, passive observation, reporting on a periodic schedule. The fact that the Azure Cloud sect was maintaining this level of surveillance on Tan Belu continuously for what appeared to be years was itself instructive. Active threat-level subjects received active monitoring. Passive long-term monitoring of this type was what a sect maintained on a subject they had decided was not currently dangerous, but might become relevant if circumstances changed. A known dissident in permanent low-level observation, a name on a list. Tan was the sort of risk assessment that institutions maintained indefinitely, not because they expected action, but because they couldn't afford to lose the thread. Wei Liang noted this, and noted what it meant about how the Azure Cloud sect categorized people who knew too much, not as threats to eliminate, but as threads to maintain. Keep them visible. Keep them monitored. If they became active, act. If they remained passive, maintain. It was an efficient institutional approach, and it had one significant weakness. It assumed the monitored subject would remain passive. The door opened on the first knock. Tan had heard him on the stairs, a cultivator's ambient awareness even in a retired man, and had positioned himself at the entry with the particular arrangement of someone deciding whether to open a door while already knowing they would. Wei Liang completed the introduction, delivered the document, and was out of the building with 90 seconds to spare before the informant returned. He had been inside Tan Beilu's building for a total of 14 minutes. He would not enter it again. He spent the third hour before his departure cataloging what he had observed about the building's secondary approaches and timing patterns. This was not necessary for the immediate visit, but would be necessary if he needed to return in a hurry. He mapped the entrance timing, the secondary door's pattern, and the informant's schedule into his working model and filed it under operational infrastructure. Every place he spent time required this kind of baseline mapping before it could be used confidently. The map paid off 3 days later when he needed to enter the building again. This time not through the side door, but through the rear courtyard access that the informant's field of vision did not cover. He had identified that access in the first observation period. Planning for contingencies he didn't yet know he would need represented the kind of work that looked like waste until it wasn't. He came back to this building 3 more times over the following week, and each time learned something that changed how he would approach the next visit. Because the building was a resource as much as the person inside it, and resources needed to be understood before they could be used correctly. And he had not yet finished understanding this one? Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Tan Beilu met him at a used bookstall 3 streets from the boarding house on the morning of the second day. The choice of location told Wei Liang that the old archivist had been practicing evasion techniques long enough that they had become reflexive. The displacement from his home address, the commercial cover of an ordinary browsing activity, the arrival time that was early enough to establish context before the meeting. He had been doing this for 10 years. It showed. Wei Liang arrived at the appointed time and began examining the adjacent book display without acknowledging Tan directly. The seal on the document is 40 years old, Tan said, not looking at him. The paper is Frontier Manufacture, recent. The calligraphy matches what I have on file as Chun Rojin's hand, cross-referenced against 2 published articles from approximately 20 years ago. It's authentic, Wei Liang said. I know it's authentic. That's what concerns me. A pause during which Tan turned a book in his hands. A child brought me an authenticated testimony about the Lianhua Crossing massacre written by a witness who is now dead. I spent the night considering what the most likely explanation for that chain of events was. What did you conclude? That you are either exactly what you appear to be, a child who was in the right place and had the presence of mind to preserve something valuable, or you are something considerably more complicated. He set the book down. I haven't decided which. Both can be true at the same time, Wei Liang said. Tan finally looked at him. Direct assessment, the kind that comes from decades of evaluating sources. The 43 documented points, he said. You said you could demonstrate them. Yes, but I'll need access to your records to do it properly. That requires trust. It requires you to conclude that I'm not a sect informant, Wei Liang said, which you can verify through the following logic. If I were a sect informant, the most direct path to completing my assignment would have been to give the testimony directly to the enforcement team rather than walking it 4 days to Ironstone City. The fact that Chun is dead and the testimony is with me rather than in sect custody is inconsistent with me being an informant. You can also verify that the enforcement team has been actively searching for the testimony. They would have filed an absence report through the White Lotus Regional Office. That report will be accessible through the provincial administrative records within the next 10 days. Ten was quiet. He was checking the argument. Wei Liang could see it, running the logic the way an experienced scholar runs an unfamiliar argument, looking for the gap that would let him dismiss it. There wasn't one, and he found that out. My records aren't consolidated, he said. It will take 2 days to gather everything relevant. I'd suggest moving them before you gather them, not after. Your boarding house has been under sect surveillance for at least 3 years. The informant has been in a permanent post. When the White Lotus enforcement action from Ashfall Village registers in the cross-sect communication network, Chun Rojin's name will surface, and your known association with his published work will bring scrutiny to your current address. The expression Tan made was the one Wei Liang had been anticipating. Not panic, but a rapid recalibration, the specific look of someone integrating information that changes the urgency calculation without changing the direction. You observed the surveillance, Tan said. For 2 hours before approaching you yesterday. The informant leaves his post once daily, mid-afternoon, for approximately 15 minutes. You have a narrow window. I can help identify a secure transfer location if useful. Tan looked at the book in his hands, which he had been holding for the entire conversation without reading a word of it. Where are you staying? The Copper Sparrow boarding house. 3rd District. Reasonable. A pause. Come to the Eastern Market herb stalls 2 mornings from now. Bring your companions. I'll have the core materials consolidated, and I'll have had time to determine whether the location I'm moving them to is viable. He set the book down and walked away with the unhurried pace of a regular browser completing a browsing visit. Wei Liang watched him go, and then spent 20 minutes examining the bookstall properly before leaving, because leaving immediately after a contact was its own kind of signal, and thoroughness was worth the time. The bookstall was in the used text district, between a calligraphy supply shop and a map reproduction outlet, both of which drew the kind of scholarly traffic that made a slow browser unremarkable. Tan had selected it well, and Wei Liang noted the selection as further evidence that the archivist's operational habits were better than they appeared from outside. He stayed at the adjacent display for 40 minutes after Tan left, examining books without buying them, watching the street's morning traffic pattern establish itself. Nothing moved in a way that suggested the meeting had been observed. The informant from the boarding house passed through the market district at mid-morning on what was clearly a regular route. Wei Liang tracked him by peripheral awareness across 2 intersections. He did not approach the bookstall or the adjacent display. The Ironstone City sect intelligence presence was substantial but spread thin. It was sized for routine monitoring of a provincial capital's ambient political activity, not for tracking an active operation. As long as Wei Liang did not give them a concentrated target, the spread would work in his favor. He met Song Mu at the corner he had designated and reported briefly. Song Mu had spent the morning watching the Eastern Market approach roads. Wei Liang had given him a specific list of sect-identifying characteristics to watch for after the Azure Cloud arrest team was confirmed as active. He had not seen anything that matched. He agreed, Song Mu said. He agreed to a meeting in 2 days with the consolidated materials, Wei Liang said. He needs time to assess whether the transfer location is secure. He began walking. That's the correct response. He's been doing this alone for 10 years. He's not going to trust a 7-year-old completely after one conversation. What changes his mind? Nothing changes it, Wei Liang said. His mind is already made. He saw Chen's testimony. He spent a decade building records that say the same thing Chen's testimony says. He's going to work with us because we're the first people who have arrived with complementary evidence. He paused. What he needs is 2 days to make sure it's not a trap. That's legitimate. Give him the 2 days. He spent the afternoon reviewing the Frontier Compact provisions that Tan had cited as most directly relevant to the posting he was planning. The compact was extensive, procedurally dense, and written in the specific legal language of a previous century, the kind of document that had been negotiated over decades, amended 12 times, and was now simultaneously the strongest protection available to Frontier residents and the most thoroughly ignored foundational document in the province. Wei Liang read it through completely, which Tan noted with the expression of a king who had spent years alone with the text and was encountering a reader who moved through it at real speed. You're not going to find it simple, Tan said. I don't find it simple, Wei Liang said. I find it specific. He set down the section he had been reading. Article 12, Section 4 is what we need for immediate protection. Articles 8 through 11 are what we need for the evidentiary argument. Articles 23 through 27 are what we need for the remediation procedure. He looked at Tan. Has anyone ever formally invoked Article 23? Not in 40 years, Tan said. The last invocation was rejected without hearing. What was the basis for rejection? Insufficient standing of the petitioner. Then the question, Wei Liang said, is how to establish standing that can't be refused, and that meant finding witnesses with status the alliance couldn't easily dismiss, which was the real problem underneath all the others. He did not say what came next, but they both understood it, and that was more dangerous than saying it aloud. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Tan's records were more complete than Wei Liang had projected. He had estimated a partial collection, what a scholar could carry when expelled without warning, supplemented over 10 years by reconstruction and careful accumulation from secondary sources. What Tan had was qualitatively different. A systematic counter-archive, cross-referenced and maintained with institutional quality precision, built without institutional support. The result was roughly equivalent to what a well-funded academic could produce with the same access to primary sources, which was significantly more than most would consider achievable under the conditions Tan had been working in. They spread the core materials across the floor of a rented backroom in the Eastern Market, a space Tan used for quiet work, anonymous, with a lock he controlled. Song Mu sat at the door watching the corridor. Yu Shang occupied the corner with the posture of a child, doing nothing particular, while her shadow sense cataloged everyone within 60 meters. Wei Liang moved through the records at reading speed, which Tan observed with the attention of someone cataloging an anomaly. He said nothing about the speed. He was watching other things as well. The specific passages Wei Liang paused on, the ones he moved through quickly, the pattern of his engagement with the material. The records covered the demon war from every angle the official narrative avoided. Survivor testimonies, contemporaneous sect communications that had been imperfectly purged from auxiliary archives, census records showing frontier population collapses before and after the war, resource transfer records showing the concentration of cultivation rights following the war's conclusion. Tan had worked carefully, and the result was what a criminal case file would look like if assembled by someone who knew the outcome in advance and had spent 10 years sourcing the evidence that proved it. Then Wei Liang reached the petition. It was in a separate folder. Tan had marked it clearly. The original petition, Tan said quietly, watching him. Wei Liang held it for a moment before reading. He knew what it said. He had written it in a different lifetime, in the 43rd year of his patience, when he still believed that patience was the correct tool for the situation and that the alliance would respond to a formal request if the request was structured correctly and the stakes were made sufficiently clear. He had been 40 years into being patient at that point, and he had not yet understood that patience was only useful against opponents who intended to eventually respond, not against opponents who were running a delay strategy while they prepared their preferred solution. He read it anyway. It was better than he remembered, and worse. It was filed with the Alliance Convocation 40 years before the Demon War, Tan said, by a cultivator designated as Yi Quan. He requested formal recognition of frontier cultivation rights, an end to the extraction tax system, and proposed 3 alternative resource-sharing mechanisms with specific implementation timelines. I know what it says, Wei Liang said. Tan looked at him. The look was careful and very quiet. You know what it says. I know what the petition contains, Wei Liang said, which was true in the way that all his true statements were, accurate in letter, more significant in implication than the letter revealed. I've studied the period. Tan accepted this without pressing it. He had the archivist sense that some sources would eventually explain themselves if given room. It was catalogued in the Alliance's archive as evidence of demonic deception. The filing notes say it was submitted in bad faith. He paused. The petition itself reads as a genuine negotiating document. Specific, internally consistent, with implementation details that would have been meaningless as a deception strategy. Wei Liang confirmed. That's the real argument. Not the massacres, though those are evidence. This is evidence of what was possible before the Alliance decided that elimination was preferable to negotiation. Why preferable? Tan asked, not rhetorically. Because negotiation would have required sharing what they had, Wei Liang said. Elimination let them keep it all, and write the history afterward. He set the petition down. We need to identify which materials are provable independently, which require corroborating sources we don't yet have, and which serve as foundation for the structural argument rather than the factual one. Tan nodded once, slowly, the nod of someone whose life's work has just been handed a direction it had been waiting for. He pulled his organizational notes toward him, and they began to work, and the afternoon moved into evening, and the work was the kind that required precision and patience, and the willingness to follow a thread wherever it led without deciding in advance where it should end up. Tan's cross-referencing system was organized by event type, date range, and geographic location, with a secondary index by source credibility level that he had developed himself. He explained it on the first evening, walking Wei Liang through the structure the way an experienced guide walks someone through terrain that has been mapped, but not memorized. It was the most personal conversation they had had, not about the content, but about the architecture of how someone organizes 30 years of dangerous information in a space where discovery would be catastrophic. Wei Liang followed the explanation with complete attention, not because he needed it to use the system. The structure was legible from internal logic, but because Tan Beilu needed to explain it. He had been carrying this alone for a decade. The explanation was part of what he had been waiting to give along with the records themselves, and withholding the audience for it would have been wasteful. Song Mu sat at the door for the 3 evenings of this initial work and did not come in except to report. Yushang did not come in at all. She had positioned herself in a secondary location outside the building that gave her shadow sense coverage of the approaches, which was more useful than being in the room. She had identified the optimal position herself after 5 minutes of assessment, which Wei Liang noted without comment. The picture that emerged from the records, worked through systematically over 3 evenings, was the same picture Chin's testimony had sketched at a larger scale. Not isolated abuses, not individual cultivators acting outside their mandate, but a continuous and coordinated policy of frontier extraction that had been running, with varying intensity, for more than 3 centuries. The sects hadn't stopped doing what had started the Demon War. They had simply eliminated the opposition and continued. What made Tan's records distinct from what Wei Liang could have assembled from memory was the administrative granularity, the specific resource transfer amounts, the specific enforcement team rosters, the specific communication chains that showed decisions flowing from the top of the alliance hierarchy down through execution layers to outcomes on the frontier. Evidence structured for a court, if a court existed that would hear it. He spent an additional day cross-referencing Tan's census records against the cultivator displacement records Tan had pulled from 2 municipal archives. The numbers told a story that the narrative documents confirmed. Every major enforcement action in the frontier was followed by a measurable decline in independent cultivators in the affected area, which was followed by an increase in sect-affiliated cultivation testing in the same area within 2 years. The pattern was not subtle once you were looking for it. It had simply never been assembled into a single comparative document before. Did you know this when you were at the Azure Cloud sect? Wei Liang asked. I knew the individual pieces, Tan said. I didn't have a framework that let me see them as a pattern. I had each census record as an isolated document. The Azure Cloud's archive organization kept related materials in separate classification sections. He paused. That's not an accident. Archives organized by document type rather than by event prevent users from seeing cross-document patterns. Correct, Wei Liang said. The filing system serves the suppression. Tan looked at him. You're saying the filing system is a deliberate suppression mechanism. I'm saying that a filing system which prevents pattern recognition is functionally equivalent to one designed for that purpose, regardless of stated intent, and that the practical effect is what matters, not the stated purpose. He filed this away as data about how Luo Yin argued when she was being careful, which was different from how she argued when she wasn't. And the difference was something he intended to map completely? Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Young Master Jiang Haofeng arrived in Ironstone City on the 3rd day after Wei Liang made first contact with Tan Beilu. Song Mu brought the report before the morning's training session was finished. He came with 2 others. Iron Blood Minimum, both of them. All 3 in Iron Lotus Branch colors. They went directly to the White Lotus Temple compound. Expected, Wei Liang said. He adjusted his training stance and held the position for the count he had established, then released it. Sect Coordination Protocol. He'll receive the local situation briefing from the White Lotus Regional Authority, establish what they know about the current search parameters, and then begin his assigned operational task. Which is what? He was sent to retrieve what he believes is stolen sect property. Wei Liang moved to the next form sequence. Specifically, Yushang. The White Lotus sect considers branded children to be sect property, because they have invested resources in the suppression mark and consider themselves to hold a cultivation custodianship obligation. Jiang will have been assigned recovery on the assumption that whoever removed the brand is potentially dangerous and would move toward population centers rather than away from them. He's correct, Songmu said. Yes, but he doesn't know that we're in Ironstone City specifically. He knows we're somewhere in the province. He'll begin systematic inquiry, notices, interviews with incoming travelers, consultation with the Transit Registration Office. He'll narrow the search area over time. Songmu watched him move through the form. How long before he narrows to Ironstone City? 3 to 5 days, depending on how much information the enforcement team from Ashfall Village put in their reports about our departure direction. Wei Liang came to the end of the form sequence and held the final position. Until then, Yushang stays exactly who she is in our story. Song Mu's younger sister, no affinity, burn scar. She continues her shadow qi containment practice. She's been consistent. If Jiang interviews anyone in the district about children matching his notice description, she won't match it, because the description will describe the girl who left Ashfall Village 2 weeks ago and not the person she is now. People change in 2 weeks. Posture changes. Condition changes. Shadow qi being fully contained instead of partially expressed changes the read a basic affinity test produces. He finally moved from the terminal position. She's been practicing. She's good at it. The notices went up by midday. Wei Liang read one at the public board in the market district, standing in the unremarkable posture of a child checking a board for news of lost animals or work opportunities. It was well written, concerned rather than authoritative in tone, framed as a welfare matter, the physical description accurate for the girl in Ashfall Village, which meant it was accurate for a girl who no longer quite existed. The girl on the notice had been branded and suppressed, and in pain. The girl currently managing 60 meters of active shadow sense in the Eastern Market District was someone else. He took the notice from the board. There would be more. This was not the only copy, folded it, and put it in his documents. It was dated evidence of the sect treating children as property. Tim would want it. Everything was documentation, and documentation was the only currency that could not be devalued by force. The White Lotus sect's physical presence in Ironstone City was substantial. A branch temple in the administrative district, a training compound in the eastern residential area, and approximately 40 stationed cultivators who maintained the sect's local authority infrastructure. Wei Liang had mapped the placement in his first 3 days in the city by walking their patrol patterns and observing their administrative office schedules. He did not approach any of their facilities or personnel directly. He observed from public positions and filed what he observed. The enforcement team from Ashfall Village had returned to the White Lotus regional headquarters in the provincial capital rather than the Ironstone City branch, which was correct protocol for a team that had filed an irregular incident report. The irregular incident was him, a child who knew things. That report was in the White Lotus communication system now. Whether it had been forwarded to Grand Elder Shun Salong's attention yet was uncertain, but the trajectory was clear. He had, at his best estimate, 30 days before Shun Salong's direct involvement became the primary operational consideration. He intended to be significantly better positioned before that happened. He spent the evenings after Tan's sessions reviewing what he had gathered about the Azure Cloud sect's local intelligence operation, because the posting he was planning would draw Azure Cloud response faster than White Lotus response. The Azure Cloud had more at stake in the legal framing. Their entire institutional identity was built around the claim that they were the rule of law sect. A precisely cited legal document challenging their compliance with a foundational compact was a more direct attack on their self-presentation than on anyone else. This was intentional. Wei Liang did not select targets by proximity or emotional weight. He selected them by leverage ratio. How much change could be produced per unit of action? The Azure Cloud's investment in their legitimacy narrative was their largest liability, and a legal document drafted in the style of their own preferred institutional language was the most efficient weapon against it. Song Mu was less strategic about the whole situation. He asked, on the 4th evening, what the endgame was. The Alliance's institutional authority rests on 3 things, Wei Liang said. Military power, which is significant, economic control, which is extensive, and narrative legitimacy. The story that they are the righteous protectors of the cultivation world, which is what makes the military power and economic control acceptable to people who would otherwise resist it. He paused. Military power can win battles. Economic control can maintain systems. But narrative legitimacy is the one that prevents people from choosing to fight back in the first place. Take that away and the other 2 become survivable. And you're going to take it away? Songmu said. I'm going to document the gap between the story they tell and the actions they take, Wei Liang said. Consistently and permanently, until the gap is more visible than the story. He looked at Songmu steadily. That's what Shinrojin was doing for 40 years. He just didn't have anyone to give it to who could use it. Songmu went still for a moment. And Jiang Haofeng is someone who has been given the story and believes it and hasn't yet been given the gap, Wei Liang said. He's an obstacle until he becomes an asset, and the determining factor is whether he has the intellectual honesty to update his beliefs when the evidence contradicts them. He paused. Based on what I've seen so far, I think he might. And if I'm right about that, he becomes considerably more valuable than an obstacle. One other thing Wei Liang had established about Jiang Haofeng in the 5 days since his arrival in Ironstone City. The young man kept a cultivation journal, written in a cipher that was not complex enough to be truly secure, but was complex enough to require deliberate effort to read. He had not read it. He had seen it being written in, at a tea stall, on 2 separate occasions, which was itself information. A person who writes privately in public is processing something they haven't resolved and is comfortable enough with their situation to do that processing without hiding. Jiang felt safe in Ironstone City. He thought the situation was manageable. That assessment would be accurate until it wasn't, and by the time it wasn't, Wei Liang intended to have already moved the situation to a different position. He had filed the observation and set it aside. There was no immediate utility in acting on a detail about a journal, but there might be later, and later was what he was building toward with every small piece of information he gathered and declined to use prematurely. And he was closer to that moment than anyone watching him currently understood. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. He met Jiang Haofeng in the market district on the 5th day, and this was not an accident. Jiang's inquiry pattern had been visible for 2 days. The methodical progress through districts, the specific vendors he consulted, the angle of convergence toward the eastern side of the city where the notice response had been highest. It would eventually bring him into contact with information sources that could identify useful things. Wei Liang preferred to control the first interaction rather than have it occur in circumstances he hadn't arranged, because uncontrolled first contact with someone of Jiang's intelligence and motivation had too many variables. He positioned himself at a street corner where Jiang's route would take him within 20 feet, and waited with a food vendor's paper-wrapped bread, the unremarkable picture of a child eating breakfast while watching the street. Jiang spotted him within 3 seconds of passing. The recognition was genuine, a cultivator's observation memory, holding the image from weeks ago in Ashfall Village and matching it to the current scene without effort. "You're from the village," Jiang said. He stopped, turned fully. His posture was attentive without being threatening, which was one of his consistent qualities. "Yes." "Did you leave before the inspection was complete?" "We left when Elder Chen died," Wei Liang said. Jiang's expression changed. Not calculation, genuine response. "I'm sorry about Elder Chen," he said. "He seemed like a good man." "He was," Wei Liang said. "He kept records for 40 years and waited for someone to give them to." Jiang absorbed this with the slightly arrested quality of someone who has caught a detail that doesn't fit the expected shape of a conversation. He adjusted. "Are you traveling with someone? Are you safe? My brother and his friend are nearby. We're looking for work." "Good." Jiang regarded him for a moment, the assessing look of someone deciding how much to press a child who seemed fine but might not be. Then, carefully, "I'm looking for a girl. About 8 years old. She might have been in the village. She had a suppression brand, or had one recently removed. I don't think I know who that is," Wei Liang said. Then, in the tone of genuine curiosity, "Why do the sects put marks on children? I saw one in the village and didn't understand it." A pause. Something moved in Jiang's face that was not calculation. It was the movement of someone reaching for an explanation they have used before and finding that it feels less complete than usual. "The marks are for the children's protection," he said. "Some chi affinities are difficult without proper guidance. The mark contains them until the child can be trained safely." "What kind of mark contains something? Does it hurt?" "It suppresses the affinity. Temporarily." "What if it isn't removed? What if the child grows up with it, and no one comes to do proper training?" Jiang opened his mouth. He had an answer to this. He had used the answer before, but the question had come from a direction that made the answer feel incomplete before he said it. "That would be unusual," he said. "But it happens," Wei Liang said, in the same tone. "I don't," Jiang paused. "I'll look into it," he said finally. The 3 words of a person who has been honest with himself and found something he didn't expect. "That's good," Wei Liang said. "Have a good afternoon." He walked away at a child's pace. Behind him, he heard Jiang Haofeng remain standing for a moment before continuing. And that pause was the first crack in a structure that had been maintained through careful ignorance. And Wei Liang had put it there on purpose, and whether it grew or was sealed over would depend on what kind of man Jiang was. And he was beginning to form a hypothesis about that. The conversation with Jiang was brief, 8 minutes, but it covered the central territory Wei Liang needed to establish before the next stage of the operation could begin. He had given Jiang a specific question with no clean answer. The question about why children were suppression branded was not genuinely difficult to answer if you had already examined the practice honestly. It was only difficult if your prior framework had categorized the practice as benevolent, and the question revealed that the categorization was doing more work than the justification could support. He watched Jiang for 2 days after the conversation. Jiang's inquiry pattern changed. He was still working the notice leads, still looking for Yushang, still doing his job, but something had shifted in the texture of his work. He spent 40 minutes at the provincial library rather than the 15 that would have been efficient for the document he claimed to be checking. He sent a message via communication jade that evening and received a response the following morning. The response took 2 hours to arrive, which was longer than a direct reply would have taken, and suggested he had asked something that required consultation. He was checking the Frontier Compact. Wei Liang could not verify this directly, but the inference was solid. Someone who had been told by a child that suppression branding might be illegal, who had any instinct toward due diligence, would check the legal source. The Frontier Compact was publicly accessible in the provincial library's reference section. The specific articles covering cultivation testing and suppression techniques were in Section 3. A Gold Foundation cultivator doing a basic research pull would find them in 15 minutes. 40 minutes suggested he had read them carefully. What he would find, if he read Section 3 carefully, was that the White Lotus sect's suppression branding practice was technically illegal under Articles 8 through 12 of the Frontier Compact's cultivation rights provisions, which had been formally ratified 230 years ago and had never been formally repealed, and had been functionally ignored for the past century with the tacit approval of every sect authority in the province, including the Azure Cloud sect, which was supposed to be the institutional guardian of compact compliance. Wei Liang did not interfere with Zhang's research. He let the man find things in the correct order, which was the natural order, the one that would be most persuasive because it was self-discovered rather than provided. Information that a person finds themselves is harder to dismiss than information provided by a party with obvious interests. He had learned this in 30 centuries of trying to give people information and watching them dismiss it anyway. The ones who found their way to the truth themselves were the ones who tended to do something with it. He told Song Mu, "He'll come to us." Not with the girl, with the question. Give him 5 days. Song Mu said nothing, which was his way of trusting the assessment without committing to being wrong if it was wrong. It was a sensible approach. After the conversation ended and Wei Liang walked away, he spent 20 minutes watching Zhang's subsequent movements from a distance. Zhang stood at the corner where he had been stopped for longer than necessary, then moved to a food vendor's stall where he bought something and stood eating it while looking at the middle distance. He was not surveying. He was thinking. People thought differently when they were standing with food. The physical activity of eating provided enough occupation for the body that the mind could move freely without needing to anchor itself. He had enticed this in soldiers, in administrators, and scholars. Zhang was using the same mechanism. After 8 minutes of this, Zhang walked toward the provincial library district. The library, to check the compact, which meant the conversation had done exactly what it was intended to do, and the question about suppression brands had landed in a conscience that was capable of checking its own premises against evidence. And that was the first piece of what would eventually change Jiang Haofeng into something different from what he currently was. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Tan's records proved useful in ways Wei Liang had expected and one he had not. The expected utility was documentation, census records, resource extraction logs, the original petition, the Lianhua Crossing survivor account, 17 other materials that contradicted the official history at verifiable points. Wei Liang spent 3 evenings working through them with Tan, cross-referencing each document against independent verification pathways, identifying which could be proved from sources the sects did not control and which required corroboration they had not yet gathered. Tan was systematic and faster than most archivists Wei Liang had worked with across his previous life, though not as fast as Wei Liang, which was not a useful comparison. The work was dense and necessary, and it produced a progressively clearer picture of the evidentiary structure they were building. The unexpected element was Tan's personal testimony. On the 4th evening, while Song Mu was working with Yushang on shadow qi containment exercises in the adjacent room and the city outside had settled into its late evening quiet, Tan set down the document he had been reviewing and said, without preamble, "I was there. Not Lianhua. I wasn't born yet." The second systematic action. 30 years later, in the Dustfall Highlands, Wei Liang studied him and waited. The Azure Cloud sect ran the inspection teams, Tan said. I was a junior archivist. Fresh assigned, my first real field rotation. They sent me to file the inspection reports for the Highland settlement clearances. He folded his hands on the table in the way of someone who is prepared to say something by deciding exactly what not to say. The reports I filed described the settlements as abandoned due to natural disaster. There was no natural disaster. What happened? The Sects Enforcement Division came through. I saw the census records before the inspections and after. A long pause. I was 23 years old. I filed the reports they told me to file, and I went home, and I spent the next 8 years deciding what to do about what I had seen. The monograph was my decision. He paused. They expel me for it. I was surprised, I don't know why. I shouldn't have been. No, Wei Liang said. I've had a decade to stop being surprised. He looked across the table at a child who had been listening without visible reaction. What are you actually trying to accomplish? Not the steps, the destination. Wei Liang considered this. The honest answer, not the tactical one. I want the crimes documented in a form that cannot be suppressed, he said. I want the sovereign debt, everything that has been taken, destroyed, and killed to maintain the Alliance's monopoly, acknowledged in a permanent record that cannot be revised. And I want the institutional structures that produced and continue to produce these crimes to be dismantled. Ten looked at him steadily. That's the demon war, he said. You're describing the demon war. The demon war was the appropriate response to what the Alliance was doing, Wei Liang said. What ended the demon war was not the Alliance's righteousness. What ended it was their willingness to sacrifice 30,000 civilians to power a sealing technique. The side that won was the side that started it. The side that lost was the side defending against it. The war didn't end. They eliminated the power that was capable of resisting, and then they wrote the record. Ten was very quiet for a considerable time. Outside, the city moved through its nighttime routines. The candle between them burned without being tended. I believe you, Ten said at last. I've believed something like this for 30 years. I just never had the full structure of it. He paused. Where do we start? Wei Liang reached Copper Marrow the following morning, alone, before dawn, in the quiet that comes before the city begins. The breakthrough was a completion, not an event. The process had been building for weeks, and the finalization was quiet. Song Mu reached Awaken Route 4 days after, his fire chi emerging in the deep amber form that burned without consuming. And Yushang's shadow cultivation continued its rebound acceleration, faster and more substantial than it should have been at her age and rank, faster than anyone the sects had suppressed for 4 years had any right to be. The evening of the 4th day in Tan's rented workspace, after the work session ended and Song Mu and Yushang had gone back to the boarding house, Tan said, I was in the Azure Cloud sect for 22 years. Wei Liang looked up from the document he was reviewing. I joined at 19, as a junior archivist. I rose to senior archivist by 34. That's a reasonable pace, not fast, not slow. I was good at the work. He folded his hands. For the first 15 years, I filed things and organized things and cross-referenced things, and I was a useful institutional member. I believed the institutional narrative. I had no specific reason not to. What changed? I was assigned to the Western Highlands inspection team, Tan said. I was 41. It was supposed to be a routine rotation, 6 months of field work for someone who had spent most of their career in archive rooms. I was looking forward to it. A pause. The inspection team's actual function was not inspection. It was systematic documentation of settlement abandonment following enforcement actions. My job was to file the reports that converted what I saw into the approved terminology. Wei Liang waited. The approved terminology was settlement relocation and natural attrition, Tan said. What I saw was not that. He looked at his hands. I asked my supervisor about the discrepancy. He told me that the terminology was established and that my job was to use it correctly. I asked a second time, more formally. I was told that formal inquiries about classification methodology required approval from the sect's records authority. I submitted a formal inquiry. It was rejected without response. And then you wrote the monograph, Wei Liang said. And then I spent the next 8 years gathering evidence while continuing to file correctly worded reports, Tan said, which was the most disgusting period of my life, and the most productive archivally. I had the access. I had the institutional cover. I used both, and I hated using them. And I kept going anyway because the alternative was stopping. He paused. Then I published, and they expelled me, and here I am. Wei Liang sat with this for a moment. Tan had worked inside the institution he was documenting, using its resources against it, for 8 years, maintaining the performance of compliance while accumulating evidence of its crimes. It was the kind of sustained hypocrisy that damaged people. Not the moral kind of damage, but the structural kind. The kind that resulted from holding 2 completely incompatible positions simultaneously for a very long time. How long did it take you to stop having the institutional reflexes after you were expelled? Wei Liang asked. Tan looked at him. 3 years before I stopped expecting the sect to have legitimate responses to legitimate arguments, he said. 5 years before I stopped feeling like an outsider to something I was better off not being inside. 10 years, now, and I'm finally able to think about it as useful rather than as loss. Good, Wei Liang said. You'll need to think about it as useful for what comes next. What comes next? Wei Liang looked at the records spread across the floor. Distribution, he said. Not just documentation. Distribution, to audiences who can use what they read, in forms they can't be told to ignore. That's the step after evidence gathering. The evidence is gathered. Now we need to put it somewhere they can't burn it. and for that he would need allies he didn't yet have, in positions the Alliance couldn't easily reach. The training sessions that produced Songmu's advancement had been deliberately simple, basic chi flow exercises, paired with the physical work of maintaining camp and equipment that gave the exercises practical application. Theory was never the right starting place for someone like Songmu. The right starting place was function, and function produced theory naturally once the practitioner needed to understand why what they were doing worked, and he was only beginning to understand what he was capable of doing, which meant the theory had barely started. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. The public posting was the first deliberately visible action Wei Liang took. He had prepared it over 2 evenings with Tan's assistance, Tan handling the legal citations, Wei Liang handling the argument structure and the specific evidentiary claims. The result was a document that could not be easily dismissed as propaganda because it was too precisely formatted as a legal petition. Specific compact clauses cited by section and article, specific documented instances cited by date and location, specific remediation procedures identified by the Frontier Compact's own language. It was the kind of document that could only be responded to in 2 ways, by engaging with the substance or by removing it. It was designed to make removal the less defensible choice. He selected 3 posting locations based on a week of observation. The highest traffic notice board in the Eastern Market District, the public board outside the provincial administrative compound's secondary entrance, and the board at the edge of the transit district where incoming travelers from other provinces read announcements. He went out after midnight, when the streets were thin enough that a child moving with purpose would not attract notice, and posted all 3 copies within a 20-minute window. By morning, the posting had spread. He heard discussions at 3 separate tea stalls during the morning observation period. The language was specific enough that people could quote it, which meant it was being copied. Once something was being copied, it had already escaped containment regardless of what happened to the original. By midday, the posting was gone from all 3 locations. The agents who removed it were not White Lotus sect. They were Azure Cloud. Wei Liang had positioned Tan 2 streets from the administrative compound board, with a memory record technique active, to document whatever happened. Tan reported 2 cultivators in Azure Cloud robes, arriving within an hour of each other at the 3 locations, removing the postings with the efficient manner of people executing a protocol they had used before. The Azure Cloud sect's response was instructive. They had moved faster than the White Lotus sect would have on the same information. They had more to lose from a legally framed challenge. Their public identity was built around rule of law and institutional correctness, which meant a legal petition that made them look like they had violated their own principles was a more direct threat to them than to a sect that relied primarily on force. 9 hours, Tan said when they compared notes. I projected 12 to 18, Wei Liang said. The response time confirms the Azure Cloud's monitoring capacity in this city is more comprehensive than I had estimated. They have standing protocols for this kind of material. He paused. And the fact of their response is its self-documentation. Tan, you have the record of who removed what and when. Yes. Keep it with the other materials. He looked at the empty notice board across the street. The posting accomplished what it was intended to accomplish. The next step is different. Different how? We need allies who can hold things up rather than just put them up, Wei Liang said. We're not yet strong enough to post and survive the response. We need to become strong enough, which requires finding people who are positioned to provide what we cannot yet provide ourselves. And that meant understanding who was already watching the Alliance for reasons they couldn't yet say aloud. He had identified the specific night for the posting through Yu Shang's observation of the sect intelligence schedule. She had been maintaining coverage of the Azure Cloud sect's regular administrative movements for 6 days and had developed a reliable map of their patrol intervals and gap windows. The gap he used was 45 minutes long and repeated every 3 nights. He used the 3rd occurrence. The posting itself was formatted in 3 sections. The factual section, which stated what the White Lotus sect had done, the legal section, which cited the specific compact provisions violated, and the remediation section, which laid out the formal process for filing a legal challenge. The 3rd section was the most important. A document that tells people what was done and says nothing about what can be done is a complaint. A document that tells people what was done and explains the mechanism for response is a petition. Petitions carried different legal weight than complaints, and that weight was what made the Azure Cloud's response, removing it rather than engaging with it, an actionable violation of their own stated principles. He counted the copies posted, 3, 1 per location. He counted the time between posting and removal, 9 hours. He counted the number of people Tan had observed reading the postings before removal, 47 direct readers across the 3 locations, with the Eastern Market Board having the highest traffic. At a conservative copy rate of 1 in 5 readers, meaning 1 in 5 people who read the posting would discuss its contents with someone else. That produced a secondary audience of approximately 9 additional people per primary reader over the following days. Conservative estimates placed the total audience in the low hundreds by the time the posting was gone. The posting was gone. The content was not. He had also, before posting, sent transcribed copies of the posting to 6 specific people in Ironstone City who Tan's network had identified as independent-minded prefectural officials, not sect-affiliated, holding administrative positions that required them to maintain records, and with documented histories of filing formal complaints through official channels on Frontier Compact compliance issues. 3 of those officials would likely do nothing with the copy. 2 would file it in their records. 1 would forward it to the Provincial Court's Compact Compliance Review Office. That last one was the important one. A compact compliance filing from a prefectural official could not be simply torn off a board. It was inside the administrative system. It required a formal response. He had arranged all of this before posting, because the posting was never the primary action. The posting was the visible surface that would draw the Azure Cloud's response, reveal the texture of their monitoring capability, and create the paper trail that the official compact filing would reference. Every visible action he took had a less visible purpose behind it. And the visible surface was the distraction, and the distraction worked best when it was genuine enough to require a real response. And the Azure Cloud had responded genuinely, which confirmed they were watching more carefully than they had appeared to be. The compact filing that his contact submitted 3 days after the posting drew a response from the Provincial Court's Records Office, a formal acknowledgement that the filing had been received and would be processed within 60 days. Standard protocol. Not urgent, but documented. And documentation in official systems was harder to destroy than documentation in private archives, and the 60-day window was itself a form of protection. It meant the filing had to sit in the system for 2 months before anyone could formally close it. 2 months was not long, but it was long enough for him to have used the time for something else, and the stack of small official filings, combined, began to produce a pattern that an informed observer looking for it could trace. And Tambaloo was keeping the trace, and the trace would eventually be part of the larger record. The week of preparation that went into the posting also went into understanding the secondary audience, the people who would hear about the posting from the primary readers without having seen it. Secondary audiences remembered impressions rather than specifics, which meant the impression the posting needed to make was clean and uncomplicated. The sects were violating the law they claimed to uphold. That was the message, stated with enough precision to be credible and enough simplicity to survive transmission through conversation. He had tested the likely transmission quality by asking Song Mu to describe the posting's main point after reading a draft. Song Mu said, "The White Lotus sect brands children, and it's illegal." That was the right level. The right level of simplicity in a message was not dumbing it down. It was finding the phrase that was simultaneously accurate and memorable. And the phrase he had been looking for, he realized, had just arrived. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. The archive beacon had been moving toward him since Ashfall Village, tracked through the system's location interface that had activated when the beacon was within 600 li. He had followed its approach without pressing toward it, because whoever was carrying the beacon was carrying it without full understanding of what they had, and premature contact with someone in that position had a high probability of producing either flight or the kind of defensive action that damaged things that should not be damaged. He had waited. He was very good at waiting. It arrived in Ironstone City on the 8th day of their residence there. He tracked it to the Western Trade District, to a compound identified by a rented sign as the operational headquarters of the Ashwater Band. He knew the company by accumulated reputation. 15 years of frontier operation, a clean record for direct dealing, a commander whose name appeared in 3 sources he had accessed through Tan's materials as someone who refused contracts with objectives she considered indefensible. 30 to 40 members. Solid reliability scores in the Provincial Commercial Registry. He went alone, in the morning, and asked at the gate to speak with the commander. He told the guard he had information regarding an item she was carrying. The guard asked what item. He described the jade container, its color, seal style, age, with sufficient specificity that the guard's expression changed within 2 sentences. He was inside in 4 minutes. Rin Xiaolan was 30 years old, with the particular physical quality of a cultivator who had built herself through practical application rather than theory. Everything functional, nothing ornamental. The presence of an exile who had been in actual danger enough times that she had stopped spending cultivation on demonstration. Her scar ran across her jaw at an angle that was not a combat injury's typical geometry. She sat behind a working desk covered in route maps and logistics records. She studied him across the width of the desk, and something happened in her face. Not recognition. Not at the level she would have been able to name or explain. Something below recognition. The kind of response the body produces when it encounters something it knew in a context so different that the conscious mind cannot locate the reference. I dreamed about you, she said. I don't know why. I know, Wei Liang said, and let the weight of that sit for a moment before continuing. I need the jade container you've been carrying. I believe you acquired it approximately 7 years ago. You may not know what it is. She studied him. The study was thorough and unhurried. How would you know what I've been carrying? I know what was keyed to find me and how long it has been in circulation, he said. The container's contents were preserved by someone who expected to be dead and wanted to ensure that what they had gathered reached the right person. You've been the right person's path to getting there. She studied him for a long moment. Then she reached into her desk drawer and placed a jade container on the surface between them, green-gray, sealed with a mark that felt like memory in a way that was difficult to explain, and he did not try to. You know this container? She said. Yes. Then you know what's inside. I know it's a record, he said. The most complete one still in existence. He met her eyes steadily. I'll explain everything. But the container first. She had questions. She held them and gave him the container first, because she was the kind of person who recognized when holding the questions was the right call. And that instinct, Wei Liang noted, was one of the things that had made her a good commander in her previous life, and would make her a better one in this one. He had been tracking the beacon's approach through a secondary system function that gave him directional awareness within a certain radius, not exact location, but bearing and approximate distance. It had been closing the distance steadily for the 12 days since they left Ashfall Village, which meant the carrier was traveling at a pace consistent with commercial travel rather than sect pursuit. He had built a profile of possible carriers from the available information. The beacon had been keyed to his quartz recognition signatures, which meant it could be carried by anyone without triggering. And the carrier had been in consistent motion for weeks, which meant either mercenary work or long-distance commercial travel. Mercenary companies moving through the frontier province region were registered in the provincial commercial records, which Tan's contact in the administrative office had access to. He had cross-referenced company names with descriptions and arrival patterns until the Ashwater Band emerged as the most consistent match. He had been right, which was not surprising. His inference methods had been refined over 3,000 years of operational experience. And at this level the analysis was close to pattern completion rather than genuine uncertainty. The guard who admitted him was professional. He confirmed Wei Liang's description of the container, went inside without prompting, returned with an escort within 90 seconds. The organization of the compound's entry process was efficient, which told him something about how the company was run. An efficient entry process meant an efficient command structure. An efficient command structure meant a commander who thought in systems rather than individual judgments. He noted everything about the compound in the 4 minutes it took to reach Rin Xiaolan's office. The equipment storage arrangement, the personnel distribution by activity type, the maintenance state of the training area, the age distribution of the company members visible in the yard. He was not calculating anything specific yet. He was filing the baseline. The door to her office was open. She was standing at the window when the escort knocked, and she turned, and for a fraction of a second before she reorganized her expression into standard assessment, there was something in her face that was not recognition in any conscious sense, but was unmistakably not its absence either. The movement of something deep and structural responding to something it had been waiting for without knowing it was waiting. She managed it in half a second. He gave her the half second without making anything of it. You said you know the item, she said. I know what was put inside it and why, he said. I know who keyed the seal. He met her eyes steadily, which was not difficult. She was used to people who found her direct gaze challenging, and he was not most people. May I see it? She studied him for 3 more seconds. Then she went to the desk drawer. He had one more piece of information about the Ashwater Band before he arrived. 3 years ago, a White Lotus sect recruitment team had visited their compound and attempted to hire 2 of their cultivators as informants. The recruitment offer had been declined, and the company had filed an official complaint about the solicitation with the Provincial Commercial Registry, a formal record that the White Lotus sect had attempted to compromise their personnel integrity. Most mercenary companies in the province would not file that complaint because the political cost outweighed the principle. Rin Xiaolan had filed it. That single piece of information had moved her from possible useful contact to likely reliable ally in his initial assessment before he had ever seen her face. The willingness to incur political cost for a matter of principle, and the specific form of incurring that cost, formal record-keeping rather than private resistance, was exactly the profile of someone who thought the way he needed his allies to think. He had also noted, in Tan's records, a reference to a mercenary company in the province that had turned down a sect contract 3 years prior, citing conscience objections. Companies that turned down sect contracts on conscience grounds were either principled or dead, and the Ashwater Band was demonstrably still operational, which meant they had managed the political cost of the refusal successfully. Managing political cost while maintaining principles required either very good operational cover or enough allies to make the cost sustainable. He wanted to understand which applied before he made the approach, and the answer to that question would determine everything that came next. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. He opened the container alone, in the private room Rin Xiaolan provided. She gave him an hour without being asked to. He had asked for 20 minutes. The additional 40 suggested she understood something of the weight involved even without knowing the content, and that she was choosing to accommodate it, which was itself a significant piece of information about her judgment. The container's seal recognized his qi and dissolved without resistance. Inside, a thick jade slip and a folded document on cultivation-reinforced silk paper that had been manufactured to survive centuries without treatment. The quality of preservation was deliberate, which meant whoever made it had expected it to travel a very long time to reach the right hands. He read the letter first. His own handwriting. He recognized it with the particular shock of distance that comes from encountering your own voice from very far away. Not strange, but displaced. The calligraphy was from his administrative years, before the war, when he had still been primarily a cultivator who worked through documentation rather than force. The letter read, "Asterisk, if you are reading this, I died as they intended. This container has been keyed to my successor's qi, not necessarily my reincarnation, but anyone the court's recognition acknowledges. If it opened for you, you have that acknowledgement. If it opened for you, and you are also me, welcome back. You already know what this says. Read it anyway. You're better at following your own advice than you've admitted." Asterisk, he had always written to himself differently than to others. Asterisk, the war began because we found Lianhua. Not the crossing, the calculation. The Alliance's central archive held a document showing that they had decided, 40 years before the first conflict, to eliminate any cultivator who reached void unraveling independently of their framework. We found it. They discovered we had found it. The war was not their response to anything I had done. It was their response to what I was capable of doing if I remained free to act. Asterisk, asterisk, the second half of this slip is encrypted. It requires demon sovereign rank to read. I made this choice deliberately. The operational records of the sovereign court should not be accessible to anyone who is not in a position to use them correctly. When you can read it, you will be in that position. Until then, start with Lianhua, find Tin Balu if he is alive, follow the thread. Asterisk, asterisk, I trust you to do this correctly because you are the only version of me who got a second chance to do it correctly. Don't do it the same way. Asterisk, he sat with the letter for what remained of the hour. He had forgotten, or suppressed the memory of, how clearly he had understood the situation in those final months. He had known exactly what was happening and why and who was responsible, and he had still lost, and the losing had been for reasons he had chosen rather than reasons that were imposed on him. There were things he would do differently. He folded the letter and placed it against his chest where Chin's testimony had been, and picked up the jade slip and examined the encryption seal. His current rank was Copper Marrow. The encryption required demon sovereign rank. He set the slip down and looked at it for a moment. Not with frustration, but with the clarity of someone who has established the distance between their current position and their destination and accepted the work between them. The door opened and Rin Xiaolan came in without knocking, which was her prerogative in her own building, and the conversation that followed would begin the next stage of what he was building. And the building had been slower than he would have liked and faster than he had originally planned, and neither of those things was a problem yet. He spent the remainder of the hour with the letter, not rereading it. He had the contents in full after 2 readings, but sitting with what it meant to hold physical evidence of a decision he had made in a different life, from the outside rather than the inside. He had written the letter in the knowledge that he was dying. The sealing technique that the Alliance had been preparing for 4 years had been completed and deployed, and by the point he wrote the letter, he understood that the sealing was going to work. Not because it was overwhelmingly powerful. It was powerful, but he had faced overwhelming power before. It was going to work because they had built it on 30,000 civilians, and fighting a technique built on 30,000 deaths required either matching that scale of sacrifice or accepting the outcome. He had refused to match it. He had accepted the outcome. The letter was an attempt to preserve something from that choice. He had not, before reading it, known how clearly he had understood what he was doing at the time. Memory was imperfect, not in the sense of being factually incorrect, but in the sense that the emotional texture of remembered events was thinner than the original. Reading his own words from that period restored some of the texture. The particular quality of exhaustion, the steadiness underneath the exhaustion, and the very particular kind of grief that came from choosing defeat rather than matching the enemy's methodology. He did not regret the choice. He had not regretted it in the 3,000 years of whatever came after death before this reincarnation, and he did not regret it now. It had been the correct choice. The only wrong thing about it was that it had not been sufficient to actually end the problem. The alliance had continued without him, and the continued course of their institutional behavior was exactly what he had predicted in the letter, which meant the prediction had been correct and the actions that led to the sealing had been insufficient. Insufficient required a different approach. Not a better war, not a stronger version of the same strategy. A different structure. That was what the records were for. That was what Tan's archive was for. That was what Qin's testimony and Bai Changjing's account and the original petition were for. Not to relitigate the old war, but to build something the old war had never had. A public record, permanent and distributed, that could survive the destruction of any single repository and any single person, and that told the truth about what had happened in a form that could not be argued into a different shape. He picked up the jade slip with the encrypted second half and held it for a moment. Then he set it down, stood, and opened the door. Rin Xiaolan was in the corridor, not waiting. She had been walking back toward her office from the opposite end, and their paths happened to converge at his door. She turned toward him. He looked at her. "How are you?" she said. "Operational," he said, which was the only accurate word for it. The encrypted second half of the jade slip sat on the table beside the letter. He had tested the seal once, briefly, to confirm that it was functional and required exactly the rank the letter specified. The test confirmed it. He set the slip in his pack alongside the letter and closed the pack. He had not yet made a secure storage arrangement for documents of this significance. That was tomorrow's problem, and tomorrow's problems needed to wait for today's to be resolved first, of which there were several, and the conversation with Rin Xiaolan was not the least important of them. The following morning, he spent 2 hours reviewing the communication infrastructure documentation from Yi Kuang's journal, working through the first half of the slip again with attention to the passages about the Undercroft's capabilities. The facility had been built to last. The communication arrays were keyed to his quartz chi signatures rather than to fixed locations, which meant they would respond to him rather than requiring maintenance. Whether 3,000 years of dormancy had degraded that responsiveness was uncertain, but the architecture had been built to survive extended dormancy. He had designed it that way. He had always planned for the possibility of a very long wait. And the wait, he understood now, was ending. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. Rin Xiaolan did not know who she had been. Wei Liang told her enough. Not everything. She had a functioning life, a company with people who depended on her decisions, and the sudden weight of that full age of context was not a management tool. He told her that the jade container had been keyed to his chi across multiple lifetimes, that the records inside were from an organization that no longer had living members except through reincarnation, that he needed safe passage across the province, and her company had the routes, the registration, and the operational cover for it. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, she went still for a moment, and then, for coin. For coin. I can arrange coin through a contact in the city, an archivist who has a small donor network. A small archivist donor network is not a stable operational budget. For now it isn't, Wei Liang said. That will change. She looked at him with the particular look she had been developing since the moment the container opened between them. Not suspicion, not credulity, but the look of someone recalibrating their model of a situation repeatedly and in real time, which was a more sophisticated response than most people managed. "You're 7 years old," she said. "Yes. You fight like you're 40. I have more experience than this body's age accounts for," he said, which was the version of the true answer that was accurate without being overwhelming. "The experience is relevant to the work I'm doing. The age is a logistical inconvenience. Most 7-year-olds do not describe their age as a logistical inconvenience." "No," he agreed. She was quiet again for a moment. Running the calculation, he could see her running. What she knew, what she didn't, what the jade container had felt like in her hands, what the dreams had been about, and what it meant that she had been carrying something for 7 years without knowing why, and that the answer was sitting across from her. "A month's escort rate," she said. 3 civilians and their materials. Route toward the Ashwal Mountains. Specific path to be determined as we go based on current patrol activity." Agreed. He left her to her logistics and walked back to the boarding house through the city's late afternoon. And that night, from the direction of the Ashwaterband's compound, came through the walls of the night the sound of Rin Xiaolan speaking in her sleep in the old court language, the specific formal dialect of the Eastern Military Command that had not been spoken aloud by anyone who knew it for 3,000 years. And what she said was the single word for sovereign, which was the word her body remembered even when her mind had not yet caught up. She had not expected the jade container to open for him. She had been carrying it for 7 years without being able to open it. She had tried, twice, in the early years, once from curiosity and once from a more serious attempt after a set of dreams that suggested it might be time. The seal had not recognized her, which had told her that either the container was locked to a specific individual or the conditions for opening had not been met. She had stopped trying. She had kept the container because something in her body objected strongly to the idea of losing it, and she had learned to trust that kind of objection after enough years of operational experience in which ignoring it had produced bad outcomes. And then a child had described it accurately in her entryway, using a description that was specific enough that she had immediately known he had seen one before and was not guessing. "How did you know what it looked like?" she asked. "I've seen containers sealed in that style," he said, which was accurate. The seal type is distinctive if you've studied that period's court techniques. "What period?" "Pre-war demon court," he said, watching her face. "Very old." Her expression was careful. She had a cultivator's ability to manage what her face showed. But she had been in the field for 15 years with people who were good at reading faces, and the management was not perfect. Something moved through her expression that was not quite shock and not quite recognition, but occupied the same general territory as both. "Where did you study that period?" she said. "Extensively," he said. He looked at the container between them. "The contents are addressed to me specifically. I can demonstrate that if you prefer to see the seal open before you accept my claim." She held silence for a moment, then nodded once. He picked up the container. The seal dissolved without resistance, cleanly, in the immediate and complete way that seals opened when they found the chi they had been keyed to. He held it open toward her. She looked at it for 3 full seconds. Then she regarded him. "You need to explain a great deal to me," she said. "Yes," he agreed. "Over time." He set the container down. "For now, I need safe passage. You can provide it. We'll work toward the rest as we go." She did not immediately agree. She studied him for a long moment with the expression of someone running an internal balance. What she knew, what she didn't, what she was carrying in 7 years of unexplained dreams in a jade container that had never opened, and whether this was the moment she had been waiting for without knowing she was waiting. "What's the rest?" she said. "Rebuilding something that was destroyed 3,000 years ago," he said. "Starting with the documentation, because documentation is what lasts when everything else can be taken away." He paused. "And finding the people who are already part of it without knowing they are yet." She looked at him for another moment. Then she reached past him and closed the door to his borrowed room. "Tell me the version that starts from the beginning," she said. "I'll decide how much I believe when you're finished." He told her. Not all of it. There were pieces that would require her to have more context to process correctly, and providing context before she was ready to hold it was wasteful. But enough. The origin of the demon war. The nature of the sovereign debt. The reason someone had been carrying the jade container toward him for 7 years without knowing why. She did not interrupt. When he finished, she was silent for an extended stretch. "When I dream about you," she said, "you're older. You're standing somewhere high and looking at something burning." "Yes," he said. "That's an accurate memory." "Whose memory?" "Yours," he said. "From a very long time ago." Another silence. Then, "A month's escort rate," she said. He had told her the minimal necessary version. The version that established what he was and what he was doing without requiring her to integrate 3,000 years of context in one sitting. She had processed it with the focused, sequential attention of an operational commander reviewing a briefing, absorbing each piece, connecting it to what she already knew, asking one clarifying question at the end of each major section. The questions were good questions. They were the questions of a man who was not trying to find a reason to disbelieve, but was trying to build an accurate understanding so they could make a correct decision. At the end she had said, "A month's escort rate." Which was the decision? He had told her the core of it. She had processed the core of it with the sequential attention of a commander working through a briefing. At the end she had asked 2 questions, both of them practical. What did he need from her immediately, and what was the timeline for the rest? He had answered both. She had then negotiated the contract terms, which told him that she had moved from deciding whether to trust him to determining how to operationalize the trust, which was the correct sequence and confirmed the assessment he had built of her over the previous hour. The rate she named was fair and she did not inflate it, which was itself significant data about her character in negotiation contexts. And data about someone's character in negotiation was the most useful kind? Chapter 33. Chapter 33. The Azure Cloud sect moved to arrest Tan Beilu on the 10th day. This had been predictable. The Azure Cloud had removed the posting, which meant they had already flagged Tan's connection to the materials, not proven but suspected, based on his known associations and his publication record. The enforcement action from Ashfall Village would have generated communication traffic through the cross-sect network, and Tan's name was in that network as a monitored subject. Combining the monitoring flag with the active investigation created a threshold for action. Wei Liang had prepared for it 3 days earlier. The preparation was a decoy, a plausible collection of research materials placed in Tan's former boarding room under a version of his name, through a copying shop owner who had reason to be uncooperative with sect requests and had agreed to hold the arrangement without explanation. The materials were genuine research notes, not falsified, not planted evidence, simply a collection that looked like what it looked like and would require time to assess. More importantly, among the genuine research notes was a bibliography with Tan's organizational marks on it, listing source materials by institution and location across 2 provinces. A thorough arrest team would spend at least 2 days following those citations before concluding the real material was not there. By then, Tan's actual records would have been at the Ashwaterband's compound for 3 days, under the legal protection that the provincial commercial registry afforded to materials held by registered operations, a modest protection, but better than a boarding house room with a sect informant 2 doors away. Wei Liang was in the Western Market when the arrest team arrived at the boarding house. He was not watching directly. Direct observation would have placed him in the same sight line as the team's secondary surveillance. He had asked Yushang to track the team's movements from a rooftop 3 streets away using her shadow sense, which now extended reliably to 90 meters. She reported through the hand signal system they had been developing. 2 cultivators, White Lotus primary with Azure Cloud secondary accompaniment, standard arrest formation. He was at the market for another 30 minutes before receiving Yushang's follow-up report. The team had left with nothing. The room had been empty of Tan and contained only research texts they would need to process. Songmu was waiting at their meeting point. It worked. They arrested an empty room, Wei Liang said. A pause. I don't know whether that's impressive or frightening. Both responses are appropriate. He watched the arrest team's backs as they moved toward the administrative compound. There was a gap built into every enforcement action, the gap between acting and discovering that the action had not accomplished what was intended. He had learned, across more enforcement actions than he could count in both lives, that the gap was where you did your most important work. Zhou Fenghua would be briefed on the Ironstone City situation within 48 hours of the failed arrest, and that briefing would prompt her to send her personal intelligence officer, and that officer's arrival would tell him something important about how much of his operation was still invisible. The Azure Cloud sect's arrest of Tan Beilu's empty room produced a second-order effect that Wei Liang had anticipated but not been certain about. It convinced Tan's network that the operation had been compromised to a higher degree than he had told them. The 3 people in Tan's network who had been providing indirect support, the copying shop owner, the administrative compound contact, and a retired sect cultivator in the Western District who had been sharing building watch duties, each received, through normal communication channels, indirect notification that the Azure Cloud had moved on Tan's location. Wei Liang had arranged the notification to be factual without being alarmist. The sect had visited, found nothing, left. This was accurate. But the sect visited was a significant statement to people who had been providing support to a monitored dissident, and each of the 3 responded by going quiet, withdrawing, reducing contact, doing exactly what cautious people did when the operational environment became more visible. This was not a failure. It was a clarification. The people who went quiet in response to one failed sect action were people whose support was contingent on nothing significant happening. That was useful to know before he put more weight on that support than it could hold. The people who did not go quiet were also useful to know. The administrative compound contact continued their information sharing, with increased care rather than reduced activity, shifting to a different communication channel and adding a verification step to each contact. The copying shop owner sent a message asking if there was anything specific he should do. These 2 had made a decision that was different from the 3 who went quiet, and the difference would become relevant when the pressure increased. He told Songmu, "We have 2 solid contacts in the administrative network and the copying district. The building watch support is gone. That's acceptable. We don't need that coverage anymore." "What do we need?" Songmu asked. "Distribution capacity," Wei Liang said. "People in multiple cities who can post and distribute materials simultaneously. Not one posting in one city, 6 cities at the same time. So the response is divided rather than concentrated." He paused. "We can't build that in Ironstone City. It requires a wider base. The Ashwall Mountains. The Undercroft has communication infrastructure," Wei Liang said. "Old, but functional. It was built to support an organization considerably larger than we currently are, and it was designed to be operated from a centralized location while having distributed effects." He looked at Songmu steadily. Everything we've built here is good. It's the foundation. But the foundation is not the structure, and the structure requires the undercroft. Songmu held silence for a moment. How far? 3 days from the mountain's eastern approach. Once we're in the foothills. 9 days from here, by the route that avoids the White Lotus patrol circuits. A pause. Rin Xiaolan knows the route. Her company has moved through that terrain before. We'll be going with cover. Songmu nodded. He had the quality of a man who had been building toward this moment without a specific name for it. The quality of a man prepared to move when the moment came, and who recognized this as the time. There was also a third-order effect he had not anticipated. One of the sect informants in the boarding house district, apparently disturbed by the Azure Cloud's direct enforcement action in what he had been treating as a passive monitoring assignment, filed a voluntary disclosure with the White Lotus Regional Authority indicating that an unusual child had been seen in the district and that he had not previously filed a report because the child's behavior had not triggered his standard escalation criteria. The disclosure was filed the same day as the failed arrest. Wei Liang learned of it through Tan's administrative contact. He sat with the information for an afternoon. The informant's disclosure was not yet a danger. It was vague, based on incomplete observation, and the standard White Lotus response to a voluntary disclosure was a 48-hour review period before action. He had been planning to move within 3 days anyway. The disclosure confirmed the timeline was correct. Songmu's comment about moving to the mountains had revealed something Wei Liang had not explicitly addressed with him. Songmu understood that they were building towards something and was comfortable not knowing the full scope. That quality, comfort with partial information, combined with trust that the partial information was sufficient for his current role, was one of the things that made Songmu functional in a way that most people weren't. Most people needed to see the whole plan before they could commit to any piece of it. Songmu committed to the piece in front of him and trusted the rest was real. It was, Wei Liang thought, a more sophisticated form of trust than the kind that required complete information, and he had not expected to find it here, which made it more valuable, not less. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Zhang Haofeng did not stop his inquiry after the initial failed encounter. Wei Liang had not expected him to. He had assessed Zhang as someone who was motivated by genuine belief rather than institutional compliance, which was both harder to predict and harder to deflect. A person following orders would stop when the orders changed, but a person following conviction would keep going until the conviction changed or was satisfied. Zhang's conviction was that he was doing the right thing. That required either being persuaded he was wrong or being blocked until he understood why the blockage was legitimate. He was at Tan's former boarding house on the 11th day. The landlord had been visited by the arrest team and was consequently in a heightened state of attention to inquiries about his former resident. Zhang asked the right questions in the right order, the specific sequence of a trained investigator working through a location systematically rather than on instinct. He found, in the boarding house common area under a bench, a single page that had fallen from the decoy documents during the arrest team's search and been overlooked. The page was from Chun Rojin's testimony. Wei Liang had not placed it there deliberately. It had been part of the decoy materials and had ended up on the floor by accident. He had debated whether to retrieve it before the arrest team arrived and had decided against, because removing it would require entering the building again and the risk of being seen outweighed the cost of a single page being found. Yu Shang reported Zhang's discovery that evening. He read it 3 times. He stood very still. Then he went back to the White Lotus Temple. She paused. His expression was troubled. Not angry. Troubled. Good, Wei Liang said. Is it good that he's troubled? It means he's thinking about the content rather than immediately reporting it, Wei Liang said. Someone whose response to troubling information is to report immediately is working from institutional loyalty. Someone who is troubled and pauses is working from personal conscience. He paused. What was on that page was the account of the Lianhua crossing from Chen's perspective. It named the event as a planned sacrifice of 30,000 civilians. Zhang was taught it was a battle. Which is true. Wei Liang looked at her. She was asking the question as a genuine inquiry, not testing him. She was old enough to understand that the answer mattered independently of what it was convenient for him to say. Chen's account is accurate, he said. And what Zhang does with the gap between what he was taught and what that page says will tell us whether he can be someone useful in what we're building, or whether he'll close the gap by deciding Chun was wrong. And that answer was still forming, and he would wait to see which direction it grew. Zhang Haofeng's investigation of the Lianhua crossing account took 3 days. Wei Liang tracked the investigation through Yu Shang's extended shadow sense, which by this point could maintain coverage of Ironstone City's main districts with fine enough resolution to detect cultivation signatures and movement patterns at ranges up to 120 meters. She did not need to follow Zhang directly. She established a coverage pattern that overlapped with his likely movement routes and reported each evening. On the first day, Jiang went to the provincial library and spent 6 hours in the restricted history archives. Yushang's shadow sense could not penetrate the library's qi-damping walls, but she tracked his entry and exit times. 6 hours was substantial for a targeted research pull. He was reading broadly, not narrowly. On the second day, he went to the White Lotus Branch Temple and spent 3 hours there. This was the concerning development. 3 hours at the branch temple could mean many things: a routine reporting session, extended briefing, or a sensitive consultation that required secure space and extended time. Wei Liang assessed the probability of each and gave the highest weight to extended briefing. Jiang had found something at the library that he needed to cross-reference against the sect's internal records. On the third day, Jiang went back to the library for 4 hours and then spent 2 hours sitting at an outdoor tea stall, not meeting anyone, not reading, simply sitting. Sitting for 2 hours without purpose or meeting was the activity of a warrior who had reached a decision point they were not ready to move through yet. Wei Liang had seen it many times. It was the distinct quality of stillness that preceded a significant change in direction. He told Yushang to maintain coverage, but not to report on Jiang's specific position, just on major movements. He did not want her spending her limited qi range on one person when there were other operational priorities. The question he was sitting with was, what had Jiang found at the library that he needed 2 hours of sitting to process? The answer came indirectly, for days later, when Jiang made contact with a provincial archivist in the administrative district, not Tanbilu's network, a completely different contact, and asked for a specific document. The original Frontier Compact resolution records from the year the compact was ratified, specifically the legislative session notes regarding cultivation testing provisions. He was checking whether the suppression branding practice had ever been formally authorized under the compact, which meant he had read the compact and found that it hadn't been, and was now trying to determine whether the unauthorized practice had been formally ratified through some other mechanism he hadn't found yet. He was looking for the legal foundation that would make the practice legitimate, and he was not finding it. Wei Liang allowed himself one moment of something that was not quite satisfaction, more like acknowledgement. Jiang was doing exactly the right research, and the right research was going to produce the right conclusion, and the right conclusion was going to be a problem that Jiang would eventually need help solving. He continued monitoring Jiang's movements through Yushang's shadow sense coverage while keeping the majority of their preparatory work focused on the departure logistics: what to take, what to leave, how to exit the city without the warrant creating an enforcement response. The warrant was provincial jurisdiction. The mountains were in a boundary zone between provinces where the specific legal authority was contested. Getting to that zone before the warrant triggered an active enforcement response was the critical timing element. They had a window of approximately 6 days. He used 4 of them, which was more careful than rushing but less conservative than the maximum. The departure logistics occupied 2 full days. He worked with Rin Xiaolan on the route planning, specifically the mountain approach, which she had traversed twice before on escort contracts that took clients into the highland interior. She knew where the patrol circuits were and where the natural terrain features created effective blind spots. The route she proposed avoided 3 of the 4 checkpoints that would require documentation and took them through a river crossing that added 4 hours, but kept them off the provincial road for the most sensitive portion of the approach. He approved it and told her to start the preparation. Tan packed his records into 3 separate waterproof cases, organized by priority. The materials most critical to the evidentiary case in the first case, the supporting documentation in the second, the secondary materials in the third. If anything was lost in transit, the first case was the one that had to survive. Wei Liang checked the packing and confirmed the organization was correct, which Tan accepted without objection. The logic of the priority ordering was clear, and Tan was a man who responded well to clear logic. His assessment of Jiang was updating daily. The petition filing, which Wei Liang had confirmed through the provincial court's public record system via Tan's administrative contact, was a more significant action than Jiang had perhaps intended it to be. It was a public record under his name, affiliated with his sect, that directly challenged a practice his sect authorized. That was not the action of someone going through the motions of conscience. It was the action of a cultivator who had decided to carry a cost publicly. That kind of decision, once made, was usually an indicator of the direction the larger decisions would go, and the direction of Jiang Haofeng's larger decisions was exactly what Wei Liang had been waiting to confirm. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Sect Master Zhou Fenghua arrived in Ironstone City with the specific ceremony of someone who understood that ceremony was a tool of governance as much as any cultivation technique. The arrival procession was visible from the crowd in the main avenue. horses with alliance banners, attendants in azure cloud colors, the provincial prefect's welcoming party arranged in order of formal precedence. Wei Liang watched from the second row of spectators with Song Mu beside him, both of them in the unremarkable posture of frontier residents drawn by the spectacle of high-rank cultivators in a city that did not see them often. Zhou Fenghua was beautiful in the specific way that true immortal rank cultivators who had spent additional centuries on refinement were beautiful, not preserved youth, but something more precise than youth, a quality that suggested the original material had been worked to a higher standard over a longer period. She moved through the procession's edge with the manner of a ruler who had stopped noticing the attention they attracted because the attention had always been there. She spoke from the provincial administration's main steps. Her voice carried without apparent effort the chi-enhanced projection of someone who had given many speeches in many cities. She spoke of the sect's sacred commitment to frontier welfare, the correction of any irregularities that might have been identified, the Nine Peak Alliance's ongoing dedication to the Frontier Compact's principles. She was responding to the posting. The posting had been live for 9 hours, copied, and discussed in market districts across the eastern side of the city, too visible to ignore, and the Azure Cloud sect's instinct was not to ignore visible challenges, but to contain and redirect them. A public acknowledgement of concern was more effective than a public suppression, because the suppression had already happened and been partially observed. She was managing the visible record. It was well done. Wei Liang had seen better, and he had seen worse. What made this one notable was the specificity. She addressed the exact provisions of the Frontier Compact that the posting had cited, acknowledged that enforcement practices should be reviewed, and committed to a formal investigation. The commitment would produce a report. The report would be thorough, carefully structured, and would conclude that any deviations from compact provisions were anomalies that had been corrected. None of the underlying practices would change. She said she'll investigate, Song Mu said, as the crowd dispersed. She'll investigate and produce documentation that the investigation found nothing requiring structural response, Wei Liang said. The investigation is not a mechanism for change. It's a mechanism for producing documentation that change is not necessary. He watched Zhou Fenghua move toward the administrative compound. Some people in the crowd believed her completely. Some were partially satisfied. Some were not satisfied but felt they had no standing to say so. Those last ones are worth finding. He did not observe her first private action in the city. He learned of it 2 days later, through Tan's network, which had a contact in the administrative compound's outer offices. Zhou Fenghua had summoned the sect intelligence operation in the city and issued orders to identify and silence historical revisionists operating in the province. The orders were not written. They were spoken. The contact had been in the adjacent room. Tan's contact had written it down. That note was now in Tan's records, dated and sourced. And what Zhou Fenghua had said in private, while saying something very different in public, was itself a document. And documents had a way of surviving the people who made them. Zhou Fenghua's public speech lasted 40 minutes. Wei Liang remembered most of it afterward without effort, because his memory for spoken language was close to complete when he chose to engage it fully. He engaged it fully for her speech, because what a sect master of her caliber chose to emphasize, what she chose to omit, and the specific language she used for each category was a document in itself. She emphasized the sect's long history of frontier support, the investigation that would be immediately launched into any reported compact violations, her personal commitment to accountability, and the Alliance's unbroken record of protecting frontier populations from demonic threats. She omitted any specific acknowledgement of what had happened in Ashfall Village, any reference to Chenrojin, any mention of the enforcement team's actions, and any specifics about what the investigation would actually examine or who would conduct it. The language she used for accountability was the language of process rather than outcome. She committed to investigation, not to change. She committed to review, not to remediation. The distinction was significant. Process language made no implicit promises about results, while outcome language would have required her to either deliver results or be demonstrably seen as having failed to deliver them. She was very good at this. Wei Liang noted it with the specific quality of attention he gave to skilled opponents, not with hostility, but with the respect that competence deserved, and the simultaneous recognition that competence in service of a wrong goal was still a wrong goal. After the speech, Song Mu stayed still for a while. Then he said, "Most of the people there believed her." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "Most people want to believe the authority is trustworthy. It's less frightening." He watched the crowd dispersing in the warmth of having witnessed official concern. The purpose of a speech like that is not to change anyone's mind. It's to provide people who don't want to change their mind with a reason not to. She gave them the reason. They'll take it. But not everyone. No, not everyone. He looked at the crowd for a moment. The people moving away satisfied. The people moving away less satisfied. The small fraction moving away with an expression that was specifically unsatisfied rather than just uncertain. Those last ones were the useful ones. The people who are not satisfied with process language when they were told to expect outcome action. Those are the ones we need to find. How do you find them? You don't find them, Wei Liang said. You make space for them to find you, which is what the postings were for, and what the compact filing was for, and what everything public we do is for, creating a visible thing for people who are already looking to find. He turned away from the square. We need to leave soon. The mountains have what we need, and the city has given us what it has to give. He sent a message to Tan that evening. Prepare to move within 3 days. Tan's response was one word: ready. It was the response of someone who had kept himself ready across a decade, and was relieved to be told the preparation was about to become purpose. He also received, through Tan's administrative contact, a copy of Zhou Fenghua's private communication record from her first full day in the city, specifically the portion of her administrative correspondence that touched on the frontier situation. 3 letters. The first was to the provincial prefect, requesting the names and locations of any individuals who had filed compact compliance petitions in the past year. The second was to the Azure Cloud's intelligence commander in the city, asking for an update on the status of the historical revisionist monitoring operation. The third was to Shun Xiaolong, relayed through the Alliance's secure communication network, reporting that the situation in Dustfall Province was active but contained and recommending continued passive pressure supplemented by selective enforcement. She did not name him. She described him as a minor unknown actor with historical knowledge and organizational capacity. Minor unknown actor. He filed the characterization carefully. Being underestimated by Zhou Fenghua was a resource, and he intended to use it for as long as it lasted. The compound's preparations took the final day before departure. What they were taking and what they were leaving required careful discrimination. The Ashwater Band's permanent operations had to continue looking like an ongoing commercial enterprise, which meant the company couldn't strip the Ironstone City compound in a way that would signal to observers that it was being abandoned. Ren handled this through the standard commercial technique of scheduled route relocation, a legitimate mercenary company pattern that meant the Ironstone City location was put on reduced staffing status while the main operational capacity relocated. This had the advantage of being true. They were relocating, and where they were going next was something no one in this city had been told. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. The merchant convoy Ren Xiulan's company was hired to escort south through the Highland market towns carried more than its manifest declared. Wei Liang had identified the convoy through Tan's commercial contacts and suggested to Ren that it was worth taking, not because he knew the full cargo, but because the merchant's name appeared in 3 separate references in Tan's materials as someone who moved things that required careful handling. The inference was worth following. The surface cargo was what the manifest stated: agricultural seed stock, finished tools, standard trade goods. The secondary cargo, which Yushang's shadow sense located through the wagon boards on the first day of travel, was a layer of texts in protective cases, cultivation manuals, pre-war historical documents, scholarly histories of the kind that private collectors kept because they were interesting and because not keeping them felt like a different kind of loss. They had been moving from city to city for years through an informal network that Wei Liang recognized as the descendant, much reduced, of the distribution systems the Demon Sovereign's court had maintained for public historical records. He spent the first evening of the journey in the back of the third wagon, reading by the faint light that Yushang provided through controlled shadow sense manipulation, a technique she had developed herself, to both their satisfaction. Most of what he found was familiar in content, if not in specific document. Then he opened the third volume. A civilian account of the Lianhua crossing, handwritten. The author was a woman named Bai Changjing. She had been 22 years old at the time. She had survived by hiding under bodies for 2 days while the sweep teams passed. She had written her account within months of the massacre because she was afraid of forgetting the specific details, not afraid of forgetting the horror, but afraid of forgetting the names and faces and the specific words that were spoken, because those were the details that converted horror from a feeling into a fact. She named Shun Xiaolong directly, not by implication, not by role description, by name, cross-referenced with the role designation he had held at the time of the event. She had heard the command given. She had committed the voice and words to memory with the specificity of someone who was recording them as evidence. Wei Liang read the account 3 times. Then he placed it inside his shirt, which had become the location where the most important documents traveled. He sat in the dark of the third wagon for a long time after, not planning, just sitting. And what he was sitting with was not grief, which would have been too clean a word for it, but something older and less resolved, something that recognized the woman's specific kind of courage without being able to do anything with it except continue. The merchant convoy was a 3-day operation from Ironstone City to the Highland market towns, moving through terrain that Rin Sholan's company had covered before and that the White Lotus patrol routes did not adequately cover. They were on the road by the second morning after Rin Sholan signed the contract, which was faster than the merchant had expected and exactly what Wei Liang had specified as the timeline when he suggested the contract to Rin. The Highland route went east out of Ironstone City and then south into the upland corridor. The corridor was rocky, not heavily traveled in the cold months, and sufficiently below the major commercial routes that it drew minimal attention from the sect-affiliated checkpoint systems. Wei Liang had known its specific traffic patterns from the outline records he had assembled before the journey began. The convoy master knew it as a cost-effective route. Both assessments were accurate for different reasons. The texts in the third wagon's secondary cargo occupied Wei Liang's attention across the first evening camp. He had identified them by Yushang's shadow sense on the first day, located the specific cases, and arranged with the convoy master's assistant, a practical woman who had no particular loyalty to confidentiality about the cargo description, to have access for the purpose of verifying condition during transit. The access was granted. The cultivation manuals were not primarily useful to him. Most of them described techniques at a level of sophistication he had long since exceeded, and the few that described genuinely advanced approaches were working from principles he recognized from his own original development work. But their existence was itself informative. These texts had been preserved by someone who understood their value and had been moving them through private channels for years rather than allowing them to fall into sect hands. There was a preservation network he had not yet encountered. That network had been operating without his knowledge. That was useful. The Bai Chongjing account was in a different category. He had been carrying it since he found it, and he had read it enough times that it was not primarily a document anymore. It was a testimony he had internalized, specific and complete. The Wei Qin's testimony had been internalized, and the way the original petition had been internalized. He was building a record that existed entirely in his memory, backed by physical documents wherever those documents existed. The physical documents were vulnerable. The memory record was not, as long as he was alive. After 2 days on the convoy route, he located the 3 people traveling with the secondary cargo, the convoy master's business partner, an independent text dealer from the northern province, and an elderly woman who appeared to be a passenger, but who had the specific quality of attention that indicated she was monitoring the secondary cargo rather than simply traveling. He did not approach any of them directly. He filed their faces, their general physical signatures, their interaction patterns. The elderly woman, on the evening of the second night, sat near his position at the campfire and said, without looking at him, "You read the Bai Chongjing account." "Yes," he said. "Did you know her?" He looked at the fire for a moment. "I knew of her," he said, which was accurate in the sense that he had known about the Lianhua Crossing survivors for the entire duration of the war's final years, though he had not known Bai Chongjing's name until he read the account. Her account is the most complete surviving civilian testimony of that event. The elderly woman paused for a while. "I've been carrying that text for 20 years, she said. "Among others. My teacher gave them to me when she died. Her teacher gave them to her." She paused. "We've been waiting for someone who would know what to do with them." "How many are there in your network?" 43 people, she said. "In 6 provinces. Most of them carrying records that have been passed down through 3 or 4 generations." She looked at him then, the direct look of someone who has been waiting a long time and is determining whether the wait is over. "The texts in the wagon are what we brought to show we're serious. The rest is considerably larger." Wei Liang sat with this for a moment. 43 people, 6 provinces, multiple generations of record preservation, waiting for someone who would know what to do with the material. He had not known this network existed. It had been running entirely independently of everything he had built. It had been building the same foundation from a completely different direction. "What do you call yourselves?" he asked. "We don't," she said. "Names create targets." "Yes," he said. "I know." He looked at the fire again. "In 3 days I'm going to be in the Ashwal Mountains. If your network has been waiting for a use for what it carries, it should be ready to move, because what I'm building there will need exactly what you have." The elderly woman's network represented something he had not fully mapped before, a distributed preservation infrastructure that had been running independently of any central organization for approximately 60 years. That was long enough to have been built in the first generation after the Demon War's end, the generation that had still had living witnesses and had made the decision to preserve what they could without any certainty it would ever matter. He sat with the scale of that commitment for a moment. 60 years of preservation with no visible beneficiary. The kind of work done by people who believed in the future without having any particular reason to be optimistic about it. And he understood, finally, why they kept doing it. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. He reached Iron Blood rank 4 days outside Ironstone City, in the highland plateau between the provincial capital and the Ashwall Mountains foothills. The advancement had been building for a week. The meridian consolidation that characterized the transition had been proceeding through the standard process. Chi channels becoming denser, movement more efficient, the peripheral sensing range expanding as the mapped meridian network filled in. He managed the breakthrough alone at night, 200 meters from the camp, because he had not yet established the right context for explaining what his cultivation advances meant to the people he was traveling with. Songmu knew he was stronger than his body's age suggested. Songmu had incorporated this into his working model without pressing for mechanisms. Rin Xiaolan was observing and updating her assessment progressively. Tenbeilu suspected more than he said. He sat with his back against Highland stone, breathed through the breakthrough sequence with the precision of a cultivator running a form he had refined across multiple lifetimes, and let the meridian consolidation finalize. When it was complete, the system registered it. Asterisk rank 4 restored. Sovereign debt repayment. 12%. Asterisk 12%. He was currently rank 4 of 12. The math was straightforward and not comforting. He sat with it anyway, because sitting with uncomfortable facts was more useful than managing them into comfortable shapes. There was no frustration in the number. Frustration with scale was energy that could be better directed at execution. 12% was movement in the correct direction. Movement in the correct direction was all he could ask of any given period of work. He returned to camp. Songmu was awake, as he was frequently when Wei Liang moved around the camp at night. He had a cultivator's ambient awareness even at awakened root, and it had been developing quickly. His fire chi was settled in his palms in the deep amber form that held its shape longer than it should at his rank. He said nothing when Wei Liang sat beside him, and they watched the highland dark together for a while. Something changed, Songmu said eventually. Yes. You're going to tell me eventually? Yes. He studied the amber fire in Songmu's palm. It was a beautiful thing, that fire, not aggressive or consuming. It illuminated. He had known a fire like that once before, in a different soldier, in a different body, and it had been one of the things that was still good about the war even in its worst years. You're going to be very strong, he said. Stronger than most cultivators ever get. Songmu looked at his own hands. Why? Some people are built for it, Wei Liang said. You're one of them. The fire doesn't consume anything it shouldn't. That's rare, and it meant something, in the deep record, that Songmu could not yet read but would eventually. Songmu watched the advancement from across the camp without saying anything for the first 2 days. On the third day he said, You advanced again. Yes, Wei Liang said. How many times has that happened since Ashfall Village? 3 times. Awakened root, copper marrow, iron blood. Wei Liang was working through the morning training sequence, adapting it to his current rank. Iron blood changed the physical parameters significantly. The meridians were fully mapped now, which meant chi flow was more efficient and technique precision was correspondingly more demanding. He was enjoying the adjustment. Technique precision had always been his preferred mode of cultivation. Songmu watched the form sequence without comment. Is it going to keep happening? Yes. Faster than any natural cultivation rate should allow, because the advancement isn't natural, it's recovery. He completed the sequence and looked at Songmu. I'm rebuilding something that was already built, rather than building from scratch. The techniques are already known. The chi pathways are already established in principle. The body just needs to be convinced. How do you convince it? Consistent training, adequate resources, and the system's assistance with the technical precision, Wei Liang said. The system functions as an internal cultivation guide calibrated to my specific chi structure. It's more accurate than any external teacher could be. Songmu absorbed this. He had the quality of someone who was filing information in the category of things I need to understand eventually, not necessarily now, which was the correct category for most of what Wei Liang told him. He would return to it when it became relevant. How high does it go, he asked. The cultivation system? 12 ranks, plus the rank I held at the end of the last life, which was not on the standard system. He paused. I'm currently at rank 4. The minimum functional level for what I need to do is somewhere around rank 8 or 9. The full recovery to the original peak is considerably further. How long? Years, Wei Liang said. Possibly decades, depending on operational circumstances. He began the next form. You'll have advanced considerably by the time I reach my original peak. Your fire cultivation is progressing faster than I initially estimated. Songmu looked at his hands. The amber fire that was his chi signature was more controlled now, more directed. He could hold it in a single palm without it drifting to the other, which was the first real precision technique he had demonstrated. Why is it this color? Other fire cultivators I've seen in the city had orange or red. Because it's a different kind of fire, Wei Liang said. Most fire qi is combustion-oriented. It wants to burn things, and the cultivator's training is about directing and controlling what gets burned. Your fire doesn't want to burn anything. It illuminates. He completed the second form and released it. That's rarer. In the old texts, it was called clear flame, fire that shows rather than consumes. The cultivation path that goes with it is different from standard fire cultivation. Different how? The ceiling is higher, Wei Liang said, and the applications are more nuanced. Standard fire qi is good for combat and for sealing techniques. Clear flame is good for those things and also for perception techniques, communication arrays, and cultivation guidance for others, facilitating other people's breakthroughs. He paused. You'll understand the distinction better when you reach silver core. At that rank, the clear flame starts to do things that standard fire qi doesn't do at all. Songmu was quiet for a moment. And then, you knew what kind of fire I had before you started teaching me. Yes. And you knew what it meant. Yes. A silence. Did you know it would be this kind from the beginning? Before any of the training? Wei Liang stopped the form sequence and looked at him directly. Songmu deserved a straight answer to this question. I recognized the signature when you were first developing qi sense, he said. The specific type was clear before you had reached awakened root. He paused. I didn't tell you because the information wasn't yet useful to you. You needed to develop the basic foundation before the distinction would mean anything to you in practice. Songmu considered this for a long moment. Then, is there anything else you recognized early and haven't told me yet? Yes, Wei Liang said. Several things. They'll become relevant at the appropriate times, and one of them was going to be relevant very soon, and he was not yet sure whether Songmu was ready for it, and he defaulted, in cases of uncertainty, to waiting until he was sure. The next form sequence was the Iron Blood entry-level combat arrangement, not fighting techniques in the conventional sense, but the specific qi routing patterns that prepared the body for combat speed technique deployment. He had developed this sequence in his original cultivation, and teaching it to himself in a new body was the particular experience of watching a system you designed work exactly as designed, with the additional distance that came from being the student rather than the originator. It worked correctly. It always worked correctly when you had built it right the first time. And the question of whether he had built it right the first time was about to be answered. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Jiang Haofeng found them on the Highland Road 2 days before the Ashwall Mountains foothills. He arrived at a natural convergence point where two provincial roads met at a stoneway station. A legitimate intersection, not arranged, not an ambush. He was alone, which suggested either that he had sent his companions on other errands or that he had deliberately come without witnesses. Both possibilities were consistent with someone who wanted to have a conversation that was not for filing reports. He reined his horse at the front of the column and looked at the convoy's composition. Rin Xiulan at the head, the wagons, the Ashwater Band's escort formation, Wei Liang walking beside the lead wagon, Yushang visible in the back of the lead wagon. He completed the assessment without dramatic pause and then addressed Rin Xiulan, which was the correct protocol. I believe the girl in the lead wagon is a demonic affinity fugitive sought by the White Lotus sect, he said. I'm asking the company to comply with a sect removal request. Wei Liang spoke before Rin could respond. Frontier Compact, Section 4, Article 12, he said. A minor traveling under documented escort of a registered commercial company is not subject to sect removal without parental authorization or formal court determination of endangerment. The Ashwater Band is registered. The escort arrangement is documented. Neither authorization nor determination has been obtained or filed. He had said this once in the village square, and it had worked because the enforcement team needed time to verify it. Here it worked because Rin Xiulan turned on her horse and looked at Jiang with the expression of a senior mercenary company commander defending a contract. The compact provision is accurate, Rin said. Do you have the court determination? A pause. He did not have it, and he knew she knew he didn't. He looked at Wei Liang. Wei Liang looked back. The specific exchange of two people who understood they were on opposite sides of a situation they had not yet named, both too careful to escalate past the point they could walk back from. I'll be filing the formal application, Jiang said. File it correctly, Rin said. We'll be watching for service of process. Jiang backed his horse and rode back down the road. Rin Xiulan turned and rode alongside Wei Liang. You anticipated that, she said. Yes. How long in advance? Since we entered the province, he said. He was assigned the retrieval before we reached Ironstone City. He's been following our route. This intersection was the only viable intercept point before the mountain approaches. She looked at him for a moment with the expression he had learned to recognize as her recalibrating upward. What happens when he files the application? Nothing immediately. The application goes to the provincial court. The court has a 60-day review period under the compact. In 60 days, will be somewhere the provincial court's jurisdiction does not reach. And what he does in the 60 days between now and then will tell me more about him than anything else I've observed so far. The confrontation on the Highland Road had one consequence that Wei Liang had not specifically planned. It established, in front of Rin Xiaolan's entire company, that Wei Liang could cite legal text that a Gold Foundation cultivator from the Iron Lotus branch did not immediately know how to counter. This was useful information for the company's members to have. They had been traveling with an unusual child for 2 weeks on what they understood to be an unusual contract. The Ashwater Band's membership had the collective intelligence of experienced professionals who had spent years operating in the gap between sect authority and civil law, and they had their own assessments running of who their clients actually were and what they were actually doing. The roadside confrontation updated their assessment. A 7-year-old who knew the Frontier Compact well enough to stop a Gold Foundation cultivator's removal request in the field was not a normal child. Rin Xiaolan accepting the child's legal citation and backing it with her company's authority was not standard contractor behavior. The combination produced a visible recalibration in the company's manner toward Wei Liang over the following day. Not deference exactly, but a shift from treating him as a protected client to treating him as something more like a recognized authority with unusual packaging. He noted the shift and did not comment on it. It was accurate. Zhang Haofeng's response to the confrontation was equally informative. He had backed down from a legally defensible position. The warrant he was building toward was real and would eventually be valid. Not because Wei Liang's legal citation was stronger than his authority, but because he had chosen not to test it. He had made that choice in front of witnesses, on a Highland Road, with time to think about it. That was not the choice of someone who was simply outmaneuvered. That was the choice of someone who was uncertain enough about the justice of his own position to decline to force the issue. Wei Liang had seen that uncertainty building since the page from Chen's testimony. It was not resolved, and it would not be resolved quickly, but it was present in every interaction they had, and it was pointed in the correct direction. Song Mu said, 2 hours after Jiang rode away. He's going to end up on our side. Possibly, Wei Liang said. You don't sound certain. He's the kind of person who will end up on the side his conscience tells him to be on, Wei Liang said. Whether that side is ours depends on what his conscience eventually concludes. He paused. The evidence points one way. Whether he follows the evidence is a question of character, not information. He looked at Song Mu. He has good character. I assessed that in Ashfall Village. But good character operating inside a corrupt framework produces complicated results, and complicated is not the same as aligned. Song Mu thought about this for a while. What would it take to get him to the right conclusion? More time and more evidence, Wei Liang said, both of which are currently accruing. He moved forward on the road. We'll have answers when we have them, and pressing for them faster than the process allows is the surest way to get the wrong ones. And the road ahead was demanding enough without adding impatience to the list of things that needed managing. The roadside confrontation had also given Wei Liang something he had been building toward since the first time he had spoken with Jiang in the market district. Direct evidence, in front of witnesses, that Jiang's enforcement of the warrant was not inevitable. Jiang had the legal tools to take Yushang. He had backed off from using them. That backing off had been witnessed by Rin Xiaolan's entire company and by Tan, who had been in the last wagon, and by Yushang herself. Yushang had watched the whole encounter from the wagon with her shadow sense fully contained and her expression carrying the specific quality of careful attention she applied to situations she was filing for future reference. She did not say anything about it until 2 hours later, when Wei Liang walked alongside her wagon for a section of the road. He doesn't want to take me, she said. No, Wei Liang said. He thinks he should. But he doesn't want to. She paused. Is that going to be a problem? For him, eventually, Wei Liang said. For us, no. He looked at her. How did you know he didn't want to? The way he looked at me in the wagon, she said. Before he made his case. He looked at me, and then looked away. People who are sure of what they're doing don't look away from it first. Wei Liang filed this observation carefully. Yushang's assessment of people was developing with the same trajectory as her shadow cultivation. Faster than expected, and in a direction that was becoming increasingly sophisticated. She was 8 years old. By the time she was 20, she would be very good at reading the specific quality of ambivalence in people who were not at peace with their own actions. That was going to be extraordinarily useful in a world where most of the people they were working with and against were not entirely at peace with their own actions. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. The camp was set half a li from the way station, on the highland plateau, with Jiang Haofeng's small fire visible in the distance behind them. He had positioned himself within eye line but outside conversation range, a deliberate arrangement that announced he was not withdrawing and was not pressing. Wei Liang had anticipated this as well. He had also anticipated what came 2 hours after the fires were fully established, a figure separating from the distant camp and moving quietly toward theirs. Wei Liang was sitting outside the fire perimeter, which was where he had calculated Jiang would look for him. They looked at each other across 6 feet of highland dark. "I'm not going to file the formal application," Jiang said. "No," Wei Liang said. "I didn't think you would." Jiang sat on a nearby stone. He had been awake through the whole night, the recognizable state of someone who has been running a problem through their mind at length and has not found a comfortable resolution. "The page from Chun Rojin's testimony," he said. "I read it. I know. The Lianhua crossing. The official account is that it was a defensive battle. Demonic forces had fortified a civilian settlement and used the residents as cover. The Alliance's response involved significant civilian casualties that were unavoidable given the tactical situation." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "That's the official account. Chun Rojin's page described it as a sacrificial array. The Alliance built it deliberately. 30,000 civilian deaths used as power for the sealing technique." Zhang's voice was steady, the steadiness of someone who had already processed the emotional content and arrived at the part where the logic had to be worked through. "One of those descriptions is accurate." "Yes." "Which one do you know is accurate?" Wei Liang looked at him for a long moment. "What do you think I know?" A silence. "Then, I think you know that the Demon King filed a petition with the Alliance 40 years before the war. I found it in my sect's classified archive. It's catalogued as evidence of deception strategy. The petition itself contains negotiation proposals that are too specific to be meaningless." He paused. "It reads like someone who genuinely wanted to stop a conflict." Wei Liang did not move or speak. "What did the Demon King actually want?" Zhang asked. "He wanted the frontier population's cultivation rights recognized," Wei Liang said. "He wanted the extraction tax that had been stripping frontier communities of their cultivators and their qi resources ended. He proposed 3 specific alternative mechanisms. He offered to wait 4 years for a response." A pause. "He waited 4 years. And then he stopped waiting, because the response he received in the 4th year was not a negotiation but an assassination attempt against his primary allies, using techniques that required substantial preparation, which meant the Alliance had been preparing the assassination during the negotiation period." He paused. "After that, he stopped believing the Alliance was negotiating." Jiang was quiet for a long time. The highland dark was dense, and the fire was far away enough to be more suggestion than light. "If that's accurate," he said slowly, "then everything I was taught about why the Demon War started is backwards," Wei Liang said. "The Alliance started it. They used him as the justification. When he responded, they called his response the cause." He looked at Jiang steadily. "That's the thing about writing the history after you've won. You get to describe what happened in whatever order is convenient." Jiang stared into the middle distance. He stayed for another hour after that, saying very little, and when he finally rose and walked back to his camp, he moved with the specific, careful quality of someone carrying something fragile. And the fragile thing was not the information but the framework he had built his life on, and what he would do when he got back to his camp and sat with the weight of it would determine whether he broke or changed. And Wei Liang waited to see which would happen next. The conversation with Jiang lasted 2 hours and covered, in the end, considerably more than the Lianhua crossing. They moved through the subject of the petition, and then through the subject of the Alliance's pre-war decision to eliminate independently achieved void unraveling, and then through the question of what the Demon War's official history omitted that would change the assessment of why it happened. Jiang asked careful questions. The careful questions of someone who is checking their own assumptions against external information rather than looking for confirmation of what they already believe. Wei Liang answered carefully in return. He had decided, in the days since Zhang's inquiry at the library, that the most useful form of this conversation was honest rather than strategic. Jiang was smart enough to detect selective presentation, and the relationship he wanted to build with Jiang required trust more than it required information control. He could tell Jiang what he knew without telling him everything he was. "Why does this matter to you?" Jiang asked at one point. "You're a child. You have no political standing, no sect affiliation, no leverage. What are you trying to accomplish?" Wei Liang looked at him steadily. "Documentation," he said. "I want the correct record to exist in a form that can't be destroyed. The crimes of the Nine Peak Alliance against the frontier populations are ongoing. The crimes committed in the founding of that alliance are documented and real. The suppression of both is active and organized." He paused. I want those things to be known. Not just believed by people who already suspect them. Known, with evidence, by everyone who wants to know. And then what? And then the Alliance's authority derives from a narrative that is demonstrably false, Wei Liang said. Authority that rests on a false narrative is authority that can be challenged in a way that authority resting on genuine legitimacy cannot be. He paused. That's the long term. In the short term, every child who doesn't get suppression branded because the practice is too publicly documented to be ignored is worth it, independently of anything else. Jiang was quiet for a while. The fire was low. The highland air had the quality of the deep night, cold and very clear. I filed a compact compliance petition today, Jiang said, with the provincial court. This was not something he had prepared for. He kept his expression level. Regarding the suppression branding practice, Jiang continued, with citations. It was the only legal response I could identify that was proportionate to the documented violation and that would produce a record. He paused. I don't know what the court will do with it. I suspect they'll find a reason to dismiss it. They probably will, Wei Liang said. But the dismissal will produce documentation of the attempt and the dismissal's basis. That documentation can be used later. He looked at Jiang. You understood that when you filed it? Yes. A pause. I don't know what I'm doing, Jiang said. I've been a sect cultivator for my entire life. Everything I know is about how the sects work and what they require and what they consider legitimate. I'm not sure I know how to act outside that framework. You filed the petition, Wei Liang said. Outside the framework is already where you are, and what happened in the next hours would tell him whether Jiang was the kind of person who turned back when the outside of a framework felt too unfamiliar, or the kind who kept going, and the conversation had already given him a significant amount of evidence in one direction. Jiang stayed at the camp for another 40 minutes after the main conversation ended, asking follow-up questions that were increasingly practical rather than philosophical, specifically about what kind of documentation the Alliance's founding-era records would need to have to be considered credible evidence in a formal legal proceeding. He was thinking about how to use the information, not just whether to believe it. That was the signal Wei Liang had been waiting for, and it was clear enough that he answered the practical questions directly and completely. And what the answers meant, considered together, was something he needed the night to think through. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. The warrant arrived with the official courier on the last full day before the Ashwal Mountains foothills. Fast horses, provincial administration seal of authentication, the kind of document that carried legal weight in every jurisdiction in the province. Ren Xiaolan received it at the head of the column, read it, passed it back without expression. Wei Liang read it carefully, which took longer than the document's length required because he was reading the implications as much as the text. It was issued under the Nine Peak Alliance's authority, filed through the Dustfall Province Prefect's office, authorizing the arrest of unnamed demonic affinity fugitives and associates traveling under mercenary escort. The description section was designed to be broad. Anyone in the travel complement who had not been with the Ashwater Band for more than 30 days, which covered Wei Liang, Songmu, Yushang, and Tanbilu specifically, and excluded Ren Xiaolan's established personnel. The authorization seal was Zhou Fenghua's personal mark. Sect Master rank. Direct involvement. Not a regional enforcement action, a centrally authorized warrant. He folded the document carefully. The sect master is paying attention, he said. Song Mu was riding beside the wagon. Should we run? No. Running was for situations where running improved the outcome. Ironstone City was behind them. The mountains were ahead, and the warrant's geographic scope was provincial. It would not follow them into the mountains under most enforcement protocols because mountain operations required dedicated expedition class teams rather than standard provincial enforcement. We need a fortress. He opened Yi Kuang's journal to the circled entry, the one he had looked at 3 times since acquiring the journal and not acted on because the timing had not been right. Coordinates in old court notation, translating to a specific location in the Ashwal Mountains, along a cliff face he could locate in memory with the precision of someone who had chosen the site himself and had spent 5 years building inside it. There is a facility in the mountains, he told Ren Xiaolan when she rode back alongside him. 14 li into the range from the eastern approach. Sealed. It has been waiting for approximately 3,000 years. Ren Xiaolan turned toward him. I know what you're going to ask, he said. I'll answer it when we're inside. It will make more sense then. She was quiet for a moment, running the calculation that was visible in her expression, what she knew, what she couldn't explain, and what the correct operational decision was given incomplete information and a sealed warrant from a sect master who didn't issue warrants personally unless something had become important enough to warrant her direct attention. 3 days to the facility, she said. 3 days, he agreed. Behind them on the Highland Road, no pursuit was visible yet. The warrant would require enforcement coordination to execute, and coordination took time, and 3 days was the margin he had always been building toward. Though the window was narrowing, and what waited in the mountains needed to be worth what it was going to cost to reach it. The warrant's specific language had been chosen carefully by whoever drafted it. Zhou Fenghua had people who were good at warrant language, and the warrant scope was technically broad enough to be applied to anyone in the convoy, while being functionally specific enough that the intended targets were obvious. It was the warrant of a legal draftsman who understood that it needed to appear legitimate to everyone who looked at it, including the people being targeted, because a warrant that looked like a targeted instrument rather than a general authority could be contested. He read the language 3 times, parsing each clause for the specific legal mechanism it relied on. The warrant invoked the Alliance's general authority over demonic affinity subjects and their associations, a provision that had been part of Alliance governance for 2 centuries and had been used primarily against cultivators who had developed the specific chi signatures associated with the old demon courts techniques. The provision was real and had genuine legal weight. It was also, in this specific application, being used against a child whose affinity was shadow chi, which was not a demonic affinity under any strict definition of the term, though it had been classified as potentially demonic under the White Lotus sect's internal guidelines for the past 80 years without the classification ever being formally tested in a court. He folded the warrant and put it in his pack. It would join the growing collection of documents that were themselves evidence of the Alliance's institutional methodology. Songmu had asked whether they should run. It was a reasonable question from someone who didn't yet have full situational awareness of the warrant's geographic limitations. Wei Liang had said no, and the no was based on 3 specific assessments. First, that running from a warrant created a legal precedent of flight that made future legal challenges harder. Second, that the mountains were in a jurisdictional border zone where the provincial warrant's authority was contestable under the specific compact provisions that covered border zone enforcement. And third, that the Undercroft was worth considerably more than a 2-day advantage in a running escape. You ran when there was no better option. There was a better option. Tan was the one who asked the next question, which was the practical question. Would they have time to reach the mountains before the warrant could be enforced? He was 59 years old, which meant he had been calculating risk margins for a long time, and the calculation in his face was not panic but honest assessment. Wei Liang told him. The warrant required enforcement coordination between the provincial authority and the relevant sect chapter, which required authentication of the warrant through the Alliance's standard verification protocol, which took a minimum of 48 hours under normal circumstances. They had a 3-day travel window before the warrant could realistically produce organized enforcement activity. The mountain's eastern approach was 9 days from Ironstone City by the route they had been using. The problem was the 9 versus 3. That's not enough, Ten said. It is, because we're not taking the Ironstone City route, Wei Liang said. We're taking the quarry route. He looked at Ren Xiulan. You know the Highland Quarry Road north of Ironstone City, the one that the old silver mine operations used. It adds 2 days but cuts 3 checkpoints, Ren said. Yes, the overall time is longer, but the enforcement window doesn't cover the quarry route's specific terrain. He paused. We'll be in the mountains before the warrant coordination produces a physical response. He looked at them both, Tan with his careful practical fear, Ren with her operational assessment, and somewhere behind the wagon Song Mu and Yushang, both of whom he had told to prepare for an early departure. We have 12 hours to finish packing and move. After that, this becomes harder than it needs to be, and the mountains had waited 3,000 years already, and they would wait another 12 hours, but not longer. The Undercroft was, in some practical sense, already home, or the closest thing to home that Wei Liang had identified in this lifetime. He had built it in his previous life for exactly this kind of moment. The moment when you had gathered enough people and enough material and enough determination to need a place that could hold all of it. 3,000 years was a long time to have a facility waiting, but the facility had been built to wait, and he had built things to last when he built them. Songmu asked, as they were breaking camp for the final push toward the mountain approach. What's it like? The Undercroft. I haven't been inside it in this life, Wei Liang said. But I know what it was. What was it? A beginning, Wei Liang said. And the word meant something specific and complete, the way words meant things when you were standing at the exact moment of their application, and the road toward the mountains was exactly that kind of moment. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. The Quarry Highland Road was not on any official map. That was the point of it. Wei Liang had chosen it 2 days ago when the warrant's language made the standard routes a calculated risk, and Ren Xiulan had confirmed the choice without argument. She knew this terrain in the way of someone who had moved through it at night, under pressure, with people counting on her decisions. The road was barely a road. It was a track the old silver mine operations had cut into the Highland Shelf 2 centuries ago, wide enough for the Ashwaterband's wagons if you were careful about the right wheels and didn't rush corners, and the specific kind of difficult that sent standard enforcement patrols back to report the route as impassable rather than following it through. They were 2 hours into the first morning, and the sun was still catching the eastern ridgeline in the long raking light that came before the Highland day established itself. Tanbelu walked beside the third wagon with the particular careful gait of a man who had spent most of his adult life in archive rooms and was finding outdoor travel on rough terrain a different experience than he had prepared for. He had the waterproof cases strapped to his back in the carrying arrangement Wei Liang had specified, heaviest case centered, lighter cases flanking, shoulder weight balanced to keep the hands free. He had implemented the arrangement without commentary, which was the mark of a man who understood logistics even when he found them uncomfortable. "How much further?" he asked, when Wei Liang fell back to walk alongside him. "To the mountain's eastern approach, 3 days. Into the Ashwall Range to the facility, another day and a half." Wei Liang checked the road ahead. The surface was solid for the next quarterly, no loose stone, manageable gradient. "You're carrying the records correctly." Ten made a sound that was not quite a response. "I've been carrying records for 30 years, he said. "I know how to keep them." "The damp at this altitude can penetrate standard leather casings in 48 hours, Wei Liang said. "Your third case had a stress crack at the corner seam that I repaired last night with pitch sealer. It should hold now." Ten looked sideways at him. "When did you have time to inspect my cases?" "Before the camp had finished settling," Wei Liang said. 2 hours of useful work is better than sleep, most nights. Tan absorbed this with the expression he was developing for Wei Liang's specific kind of efficient thoroughness, part acceptance, part something that might have been exasperation, part a quality that was closer to reassurance than he would have named it. "You don't sleep enough," Ten said. "I sleep sufficiently." "That's not the same thing." Ten adjusted the strap of the center case. "Do you know what you'll find at this facility?" "I know what was there when it was sealed," Wei Liang said. "Whether 3,000 years of dormancy has changed, that is something I'll know when we arrive." "But your memories are reliable?" "Of the architecture, yes. The facility was built into the mountain's granite core with preservation arrays designed to last 5,000 years. The question is whether the arrays have had enough ambient chi to maintain themselves in a region with relatively low spiritual density." He paused. "The mountain range itself has deep ley lines. The density is higher than the surrounding plateau. I designed the arrays to draw from the ley lines rather than from a stored reservoir specifically because stored reservoirs run out." Tan was quiet for a moment, the particular quiet of an archivist filing what he heard into an organizational structure as fast as he could build one. "You said I designed," he said. "Yes." "Not the facility was designed." "I designed." "Yes." A longer silence. The road turned around an outcropping and opened briefly onto a view of the eastern highlands, brown and gold in the morning light, the Ashwall Mountains visible as a blue-gray mass on the horizon, still far, but visible for the first time. And the sight of them produced something in Wei Liang that was both external observation and deeply internal recognition simultaneously. "The facility I built," he said, without ceremony. "The records inside were mine. The archive is mine. The preservation arrays were my work." He looked at Tan. "Does that change what you're willing to do with what you find there?" Tan turned it over for a long moment. He was a careful thinker, which was one of the things that made him valuable. He did not jump to either acceptance or rejection. "If the records are genuine," he said finally, "their provenance makes them more significant, not less. The demon sovereign's own facility, intact." He paused. "The question of what I'm walking into has been escalating since I read the first page of Chun Rojin's testimony. I've made my choice at each step. I'll make it again when we get there." It was the right answer. Wei Liang had known it would be, but confirmation was more useful than assumption, and Tan's willingness to examine his own choices at each threshold was exactly what made him functional in a situation with far more unknown variables than he had originally been told about. Songmu appeared at Wei Liang's shoulder from the front of the column. "The lead wagon's left wheel is making a sound," he said. "Ren wants to know if we stop." Wei Liang ran the calculus quickly. Distance to the first viable campsite with water, current position on the patrol circuit map he had memorized, the wheel sound Songmu had described. "Stop for 20 minutes, he said. "I'll look at it." Songmu turned and went. Ten watched him go. "He's changed," Ten said. "He's advancing," Wei Liang said. "His body is reorganizing itself around a stronger foundation. The changes are mostly internal, but they show in movement patterns." "That's not what I meant," Ten said. He watched Songmu's back disappearing toward the front of the column with the attention of someone who had been watching carefully for weeks. He stopped moving like someone who follows instructions and started moving like someone who knows the purpose behind them. Wei Liang considered this. It was an accurate observation and more precise than most people would have managed. Yes, he said. That's also true. Something happened on this road, Tense said. Between him and you. I don't know what. But he's different than he was in Ironstone City. He asked questions and I answered them, Wei Liang said. That's what changed. He understands enough now to act from purpose rather than trust. He paused. Trust is not nothing. It's what gets you through the gaps between the pieces of understanding you have. But purpose is more stable, and it arrives when the person is ready to carry it. Tim was quiet for a moment. Then, carefully, he reminds you of someone. Wei Liang walked without speaking for 3 steps. Yes, he said. Then nothing more. Ahead, the wagon had stopped. Rin Xiaolan was watching him from the driver's bench, waiting for his assessment. The wheel problem was a loose pin and took 8 minutes to fix, not 20. He told her so, and they moved on, the highland road unreeling ahead of them, the mountains growing incrementally larger at every turn, and still smelling, to Wei Liang, of exactly what they had always smelled of, cold granite, altitude, and the mineral trace that meant the ley lines were close enough to feel, which meant the facility was close enough to matter, and the 12 hours he had given them before the window closed had been used correctly. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. On the second day, Yu Shang found the communication. She had been running shadow sense coverage of their back trail since they left Ironstone City, not continuously, which would have exhausted her, but in the specific interval pattern Wei Liang had taught her, covering the ground in segments and filing what she found without requiring immediate analysis. Her range had extended to 140 meters. At this altitude, with the ley line ambient energy feeding her chi reserves, it pushed higher, 160 meters on clear stretches, 170 on the upland plateaus where the granite substrate was closest to the surface. The communication was not a person. It was a message jade, active and sending, buried under a cairn of stones at the side of the road approximately 3 li behind their position. Someone placed it recently, she told him. The energy signature is fresh. Hours, not days. Describe the signature type. She concentrated, extending the shadow sense back to the cairn with the careful precision of a cultivator reaching the edge of their range. 2 signatures, she said. One is White Lotus, the kind the enforcement teams use, the same as what we saw in Ashfall Village. The second one is different, older, more layered. She paused. The second signature is the active one. The White Lotus is just the container. Wei Liang turned this over carefully. A message jade using White Lotus encoding as a container, but carrying a transmission on a different, older chi signature. The layering suggested the inner transmission was using the outer encoding as cover, which meant whoever sent it understood the White Lotus encryption protocol well enough to exploit it as camouflage. That described a very small group of people. Can you read the transmission? He asked. Not the content, but I can tell you it's going to a fixed receiver somewhere ahead of us. The signal direction is toward the mountains. Toward the mountains, where they were going, which meant someone ahead of them, in or near the Ashwall range, was in communication with someone using a White Lotus encoded container, but a different interior signature. The possibility space collapsed quickly when he added the outline information from Yi Kuang's journal, the Harvest Council, an inner circle that maintained enforcement operations on a different frequency than the standard sect hierarchy, using institutional infrastructure they did not own. White Lotus ciphers would be exactly the kind of infrastructure a deeply embedded organization used. You borrowed the sect's encoding, the sect's personnel didn't know their system was being used by something else, and the inner transmission was invisible to anyone who only checked whether the container was authentic. The system confirmed it before he finished the thought. Recognition, Harvest Council Communication Protocol. Designator, Eternal Suppression Bureau Internal Cipher, Generational Variant 4. This variant postdates your original intelligence on the Bureau by approximately 400 years. Sovereign debt updated. Active operation confirmed. Song Mu was beside him. What is it? Evidence, Wei Liang said. More significant than I expected this quickly. He looked at Yu Shang. Mark the precise location and bearing. We need the signal intercept documented before it completes. He turned to Rin Xiaolan, who had come up from the front of the column. Change the route. I need to get close enough to the cairn to read the jade's physical inscription without being seen from the ridge. Rin didn't question it. She rerouted the column around a natural formation, bringing Wei Liang within 50 meters of the cairn's position under cover. He moved to it alone, quickly, using the shadow of the formation. The jade was standard White Lotus issue. He recognized the manufacturing style, the circuit etch, the authentication mark. But on its flat reading surface, invisible unless you knew what frequency to apply, was the second inscription, a set of operational codes that were not White Lotus at all. He committed them to memory with the completeness that was one of the practical advantages of his current state, and recognized, with a cold and very specific quality of recognition, that the operational codes were not 400 years old. They were the codes of the Eternal Suppression Bureau as it had existed in his original era, updated through generational variation, but structurally identical. The organization had not been created after the Demon War. It had been running before the war, survived the war, and was still running. Which meant the sects did not control it. It controlled them, or more precisely, the people who ran the Bureau used the sects as infrastructure the way the Bureau used their ciphers, borrowed, exploited, and concealed behind institutional legitimacy that belonged to someone else. He returned to the group. His face was composed. The patrol is not the problem, he told Ren Xiaolan. The patrol is a tool being used by something they don't know exists. The people on that ridge are receiving orders that predate the White Lotus sect's founding by 4 centuries. He looked at the ridge. They don't know what they're carrying. But we know. He brought Tan to him that evening and described what he had found. Tan listened with the focused attention he gave to primary sources. When Wei Liang finished, Tan sat for a long time with his hands folded on his knees. A standing operational organization inside the Alliance infrastructure, he said, running on pre-Alliance codes. Yes. That means the Alliance's founding generation either created it or inherited it. Either one, Wei Liang said, is sufficient to connect the current enforcement actions to an organizational intent that predates anyone currently alive. He paused. Document the cipher. The full notation. I need a written record of the code structure that an archivist can cross-reference against historical bureau records. I don't have historical bureau records, Ten said. I do, Wei Liang said. I know what the codes looked like 3,000 years ago. You have the analytical framework to trace the generational variation. Together, we can demonstrate the organizational continuity. And that continuity is the single most significant piece of evidence we will find, because it proves that what has been happening to frontier populations is not the accidental result of sect policy. It is the deliberate product of an organization that has been pursuing the same objectives since before the current world order existed. He wrote out the cipher notation in the camp that night, by the low light Yushang provided through controlled shadow manipulation. Ten copied it in his own hand, the archivist's instinct for redundant record copies, and began the analytical notes that would eventually form the bridge between the current cipher and the historical bureau records. Song Mu watched from the fire, understanding that something important was happening and maintaining the discipline to let it happen without interruption. The mountains were closer now. In the morning, he could see specific peaks rather than just the general mass, and the sight of specific peaks was a different kind of knowing from the knowing that had sustained him since Ashfall Village. And tomorrow the knowing would become proximity, and the day after that it would become arrival. And the arrival was the thing he had been building toward since the moment he woke in a child's body with a White Lotus banner hanging in the village square. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. The patrol came for them at mid-morning on the 3rd day. Wei Liang had been tracking them since dawn, 7 cultivators in White Lotus enforcement colors, moving along a course that had been running parallel to the quarry road for 2 hours. They were not on the standard circuit. Someone had redirected them. The warrant's enforcement coordination had been accelerated, probably within the last 18 hours, which meant Zhou Fenghua's intelligence officer had been more effective in the city than he had accounted for. He told Ren Xiaolan 3 hours before contact, "We will have visitors." She had the company formed and the wagons positioned with the specific efficiency of a commander who had been in this situation before. The formation was defensive but not aggressive. It communicated that they were not attempting flight, while also communicating that they were not going to stand still and accept whatever came. The patrol's leader was a silver core cultivator in his late 30s with the physical presentation of someone who had advanced through sex selection rather than natural development. Everything technically correct, nothing developed past what the training specified. He stopped his people at 20 meters and addressed Ren Xiaolan. "Sealed warrant, Alliance authority," he said. "We're here to execute the arrest provisions." "You're here to arrest unnamed subjects on the basis of affinity classification," Ren Xiaolan said. "The compact provision you're invoking is the 32nd Amendment to the Frontier Governance Accord, which requires demonstration of active demonic cultivation activity within the current calendar month. The subjects you're seeking have not demonstrated active demonic cultivation activity within the current calendar month." She paused. "Do you have the affinity certification from a qualified cultivation assessor, filed with the provincial court?" A pause. They did not. "Then the warrant's enforcement provisions aren't activated," she said. "You need the certification first. That requires access to the individuals you want to certify, which requires a court order, not a warrant." The patrol leader's face cycled through several expressions. He had been briefed on the warrant, but not on the specific Frontier Compact procedure that created a certification requirement before enforcement. That gap was one of the things Wei Liang had identified when he first read the warrant's language. Wei Liang stepped forward from the formation. The patrol leader's eyes went to him with the specific attention that people give a child who was standing where an adult should be. The certification requirement is in the Frontier Accord's Supplementary Guidelines, paragraph 19, Wei Liang said. The guidelines have not been revised in 40 years, but they're binding. The warrant you were given is valid under Alliance authority. It is not sufficient under the specific jurisdiction you're currently in. The patrol leader stared at him. Then he looked at his unit. What happened next was not a decision. It was a reflex, and reflex in trained cultivators meant technique deployment. 3 of them moved at once, and the moves were not toward a target. They were toward clearing the obstacle in the middle. Wei Liang moved first. He had been analyzing the formation since they arrived. Which one was fastest? Which one led with chi rather than body mechanics? Which had the gait of a cultivator who defaulted to their stronger right side? The patrol leader was Iron Blood rank. 3 of the others were Copper Marrow. 2 were Awakened Root. 1 was standing back with the stillness of a support cultivator whose function was barrier technique rather than direct engagement. He crossed the 20 meters in the time it took the fastest of them to complete half a step. His technique was not from the current era's standard repertoire. The Iron Blood combat arrangement he had been developing was built on principles the current sects training had not encountered, not because they were lost, but because the original system that used them had been erased from the curriculum. The patrol leader's defense technique was designed for the attack angle a standard Iron Blood cultivator would use. Wei Liang did not use that angle. He redirected the leader's first chi strike, took his balance at the wrist, and had him face down on the ground in 4 seconds without damaging anything that wouldn't recover. Song Mu had the 2 Copper Marrow cultivators occupied by that point, not fighting them with technique, but using the physical advantages of his developing Iron Blood body to move them away from positions where they could act effectively. He had understood instinctively that the goal was position disruption rather than damage, and he had acted on that instinct correctly without being told. Yushang was already on the support cultivator. Shadow Sense, at close range, was a devastating suppression tool for someone who had been practicing it for weeks. She wrapped the barrier cultivator's chi signature in shadow and held it in the specific way Wei Liang had taught her, which made it impossible to execute a technique that required chi to flow outward. The engagement was over in 40 seconds. 7 cultivators, none killed, all incapacitated. Wei Liang stood in the cleared space and looked at Song Mu. Song Mu looked back. "You've done this before," he said. It was not quite a question. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "You've done that specific sequence before. Not just combat. That exact arrangement. Versions of it." Wei Liang moved to the patrol leader and took the orders from his inside pocket. He handed them immediately to Tan, who filed them in the primary case with the focused attention of someone adding a significant piece to a structure that had been building for weeks. He looked at the patrol leader, who was still on the ground, watching Wei Liang with the expression of someone whose professional certainties had just been rearranged. "Tell your command that the subjects were not located," Wei Liang said. "You can file whatever report you choose. But the orders you were given are in our records now, and they document a compact violation at the level of warrant-issuing authority." He paused. "You were given illegal instructions. What you do with that is your decision." He left the patrol where they were and walked back to the column. Song Mu fell in beside him. "You didn't kill any of them," Song Mu said. "No. Why not? They were going to arrest us. Killing enforcement personnel triggers mobilization at a level that engaging them non-lethally does not," Wei Liang said. "And because they were following orders from someone who issued illegal instructions. The appropriate target for the response is the instruction issuer, not the personnel who followed it." He looked at Song Mu steadily. "Also, there is a line between responding proportionately to what is actually being done and acting on what was previously done. I know where that line is. I intend to stay on the correct side of it until I do not." Song Mu was quiet for a while. "Then, you've thought about all of this before. The whole thing. Not just today." "Yes. A long time ago." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "And the thinking had gaps the first time, and I know where the gaps were, and I'm trying not to repeat them." He looked ahead toward the mountains, the peaks specific now, named in his memory by the names he had given them when he first charted this range. "That's the most honest answer I can give you, and if it changes how you see what we're walking toward, you have the right to that change." Chapter 44. Chapter 44. They reached the Ashwall Mountains' eastern approach on the afternoon of the 3rd day. The terrain changed at the foothills, the highland plateau's flat gold giving way to the first folded ridges, the road becoming a path, and then a route that only someone with knowledge of the landscape could follow. Rinchilan's company had been this far twice, she said, on escort contracts that didn't go deeper, and both times they had turned back at the first line of peaks. The terrain beyond was not on their operational maps. Wei Liang navigated from memory. It was a particular kind of memory, not visual exactly, more like physical knowledge, the kind of knowing that lives in how the body moves rather than in what the mind recalls. He had walked these approaches many times in a different body, mostly alone, sometimes with the people who had built the facility alongside him. And the rock was the same rock, and the paths he had made were still where he had made them even if the vegetation above them had changed across 3 millennia. He moved without hesitation, and after an hour the company stopped commenting on the fact that he was navigating terrain he had supposedly never visited, and simply followed. The Undercroft entrance was a cliff face in a sheltered valley between 2 peaks, at an elevation where the ley lines came close enough to the surface that you could feel them in your feet if your cultivation was high enough. He had positioned the entrance there deliberately. The ley line proximity fed the preservation arrays, and the sheltered valley meant the entrance was invisible from any angle except the specific approach path he had cut into the valley floor. The path was still there, overgrown, narrow, visible to someone who knew it was there. He brought the group to the cliff face in the late afternoon, with the sun already below the ridge lines and the valley in cool shadow. The cliff face looked like what it was, a cliff face. No visible mechanism, no inscription, nothing that would identify it to a surveyor or a search team as anything other than rock. The lock was 3 meters up, in the formation that appeared to be natural stress fracturing. He climbed to it without ceremony and pressed his thumb to the hairline crack that was not a crack. The blood was enough. 1 drop, recognized, verified. The cliff face opened. Not dramatically, no grinding, no flash of light. A section of rock simply ceased to be a barrier and became a passage, as if it had always been a passage and the barrier had been the temporary condition now resolved. The opening was 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, cut into granite, and beyond it was a quality of darkness that was not empty but contained, the dark of a place that had been waiting rather than simply being. The lights came on 3 seconds after the door opened. Not torchlight, not flame. The faint blue-violet illumination of the cultivation array network activating after 3,000 years of dormancy, drawing on the ley line feed, warming up from the preservation state into the operational state with the slow, deliberate quality of a system designed for exactly this transition. Rin Xiaolan stood at the entrance and looked in. Her expression was layered, the operational assessment, the alert that this was outside anything in her previous experience, and beneath both of those something more personal that she was keeping internal. Song Mu stood beside her with his amber fire already lit in both palms, instinctively providing his own light, and then looking faintly self-conscious about the instinct when the Undercroft's lights began to catch. 3,000 years, Tin said, from behind them. His voice had the quality of an archivist confronting primary source material he had never expected to see. The arrays are still running. The ley line feeds them, Wei Liang said. He stepped inside. The air was stale but clean. The preservation filters had been running on minimum load, just enough to prevent the biological development that would have been structurally damaging. He breathed in and the smell was correct. Granite, dry qi, and the faint metallic trace of active array circuits. Home was perhaps too simple a word, but it was the right material. Come in, he said. All of you. We have work to do. He heard them enter behind him, one by one, and each of them went quiet at a slightly different moment as the scale of the place resolved in the low blue-violet light. The Undercroft was not small. It had been built to house a war-period operational center, which meant it was built to hold significant numbers of people and significant quantities of material, and the specific logistical infrastructure of an organization doing something consequential across a very large geographic area. The main chamber alone was 40 meters across. Song Mu walked in and looked up at the ceiling, where the array circuits were visibly active, and then down at the floor where the quartz sigils were carved into the stone with the same permanence they had been carved in 3,000 years ago. He said nothing. Then he looked at Wei Liang, and what was in his face was not quite awe and not quite recognition, but something in the territory between them that Wei Liang understood very well. You said it was a beginning, Song Mu said. Yes, Wei Liang said. Then and now both. He looked at the chamber, at the preserved sigils, at the lights that had been waiting for exactly this moment. The work starts tomorrow. Tonight we learn the shape of the place, and tomorrow we begin the reason we came here, which is larger than the place itself, and the place was always just the beginning of that larger thing. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. The archive occupied the eastern section of the Undercroft. Wei Liang spent the first 3 days reading. He had not permitted himself to think about this. Not since Ashfall Village, when the system's archive beacon notification had told him the facility existed and was accessible. He had kept the thinking procedural, route, timeline, preparation, personnel, supply. Not what he would find. The procedural focus was practical and was also necessary in a way that was not purely practical. There were things he was not ready to hold until he was inside the room that held them, and knowing that about himself was not weakness, but operational sense. The archive room was the size of a large hall. The shelves were carved into the granite walls, floor to ceiling, with the density of an organization that had been documenting its own activities systematically for 300 years before the war ended it. The jade slips, silk documents, stone tablets, and bound volumes were exactly where he had put them. The preservation arrays had kept them in the state of the day he sealed this room, which was not the day he died, but 2 months before, when he had understood that the sealing was coming and had spent those 2 months arranging what he could for whoever came after. The category of materials in the archive was not what the official history had described when it described his records at all, which was rarely. The official history suggested the demon sovereign's records were primarily military, battle plans, resource demands, territory maps. The official history was wrong in the way it was wrong about most things related to him. But this particular wrongness was one he had never fully understood the purpose of until this reincarnation. The archive was a legal record. 300 years of documentation, organized by event type and administrative category, covering the 9 peak alliances policies toward frontier populations, the systematic resource extraction that had preceded and precipitated the war, and the institutional decisions that had been made before the war that made the war inevitable. It was the record of a man who had tried every available mechanism before resorting to force, and who had documented each failed mechanism with the methodical precision of someone who expected to need the documentation later. He sat in the archive room with the low blue light overhead and read for 3 days without sleeping more than necessary. The systematic nature of it was what struck him in this reading, in this life. He had assembled this record over 3 centuries with the specific intention of making the case that the Alliance's actions constituted actionable harm to a defined population, the case that would have justified the war on legal grounds, if any court with jurisdiction over the Alliance had existed to hear it. No such court had existed. That was itself a structural fact about the problem. The Alliance was the highest temporal power, which meant there was no body above it to which appeal was possible, which meant that documenting the case was an act of faith in the future rather than a practical response to the present. He had made that act of faith anyway. He was now, 3,000 years later, the future that faith had been addressed to. On the second day, Tin entered the archive room and stood in the doorway for a long time before speaking. "This is organized," he said. His voice had the quality of a man confronting something that exceeded his preparation. "This is an archive with systematic organization and cross-referencing." "Yes," Wei Liang said, without looking up. "The documents are in the demon sovereign's court notation." "Yes. Most of this would require translation." "I know the notation. I'll translate what you need." He set down the document he had been reading. An original copy of the Alliance's internal memorandum establishing the resource extraction quota system, dated 60 years before the first conflict. Start with the institutional records section. Eastern wall, 3rd shelf from the top. Those are the pre-war policy documents. He looked at Tan. "The notation is not as difficult as it looks. I'll teach you the conventions tomorrow morning." Tan came into the room slowly and looked at the shelves with the reverence of someone who had spent their life looking for exactly this kind of thing and had never fully believed they would find it. He ran one hand along the edge of a shelf without touching the documents. "How many source documents total?" he asked. "Several thousand," Wei Liang said. "The complete record of the sovereign debt, from the institutional decisions that created the conditions for the war through the final days before the sealing." He paused. "One section is sealed. It requires a cultivation level I haven't reached yet." Tan looked at the sealed section, a portion of the north wall where the documents were behind a faint chi barrier rather than simply resting on shelves. "What's in there?" "The war's final accounting," Wei Liang said. "What happened in the days before the sealing array. I sealed it at the time because it contained information that I judged should not be accessible until the situation was ready for it." He paused. "I was right to seal it. I'm not yet ready to open it." "Will you know when you are?" "The system will know," Wei Liang said. "It maintains the seal conditions. When my cultivation has recovered sufficient capacity, it will unlock." He returned to the document he had been reading. "Begin cataloging the western section, the operational records. They're more directly usable in the near term." He heard Tan begin to work, heard the careful movements of a meticulous archivist engaging with material that mattered to him more than anything had in 30 years. Outside the archive room, the Undercroft was settling into function. Rin Xiaolan's people doing inventory of the armory section, Song Mu learning the Undercroft's layout, Yushang moving through the dark passages with the ease of someone whose affinity was finally in its element. The work was beginning. That was what the archive meant. Not the specific documents, but the beginning that the documents made possible, the foundation that made the rest of what he was building real rather than provisional. And the 3,000 years between his first construction of this foundation and his second were not wasted time, but compressed evidence that the foundation had always been necessary. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. By the second day, Tan was weeping. Not audibly. He would not have considered audible weeping appropriate behavior in an archive setting. But Wei Liang had the kind of environmental attention that registered ambient emotional states as accurately as it registered ambient chi signatures. And what he observed in the archive room was an archivist who had spent 30 years believing something and had just found the proof. The document Tan was currently working through was the pre-war petition file. Not Yi Kuang's petition, the Alliance's internal response file, including the drafts and revisions of a response that had never been sent, across 4 years of deliberate non-response during which the administrative record showed continued active preparation for military action. They had a draft response, Tan said. He was talking in the way that archivists sometimes talked when processing primary sources, half to the document and half to the air. For drafts. The first draft was a partial acceptance of 2 of the 3 proposals. It was redrafted 4 months later. The second draft was a delay, acknowledging receipt, requesting further clarification on points that had already been clarified in the original. The third draft was a procedural referral. It pushed the matter to a committee that the Sovereign Court's records show never convened. He paused. The fourth draft is dated 6 months after the committee referral. It doesn't respond to the petition at all. It authorizes the first intelligence action against the Sovereign Court's allied settlements. Yes, Wei Liang said. They were never going to respond, Tan said. The drafts weren't drafts. They were documentation. They were building a paper record that would show the petition had been processed through appropriate channels while they were doing something completely different. The war's official history says the Alliance tried every diplomatic avenue before responding to the Demon King's provocations, Wei Liang said. The diplomatic record they kept shows exactly that. If you only look at what they sent, not at what they prepared and withheld. And you knew this, Tan said. Not accusatory, simply working through it. I knew they weren't responding. I didn't have access to the internal drafts. Those were in their archive, not mine. I had the evidence of their action, not of their documented intent. He paused. I tried longer than I should have, I think. I kept waiting for the response. Patience that outlasts the realistic window for a response is not patience anymore. What is it? Hope, Wei Liang said. In the specific sense of hoping that the situation is something other than what the evidence says it is. He looked at the documents spread on the table between them, 30 years of the Alliance's deliberate non-engagement, documented in their own hand. I have less of that now. Or perhaps more accurately, I know better what to do with it. Tan was quiet for a long time. He found the bloodline record that afternoon, a section of the archive containing genealogical research done by the Sovereign Court's administrative staff, tracing the family lines of the current Alliance's senior leadership back to the founding generation. The research was meticulous, organized by sect affiliation and administrative position, and what it demonstrated was that the families currently in power were the same families that had been in power for the entire 300-year period the archive covered. The descendants of the architects, Tan said. Yes, the families that built the original extraction system, that drafted the original policy decisions that created the conditions for the war, that authorized the sealing array. Their descendants are running the current alliance. Not by coincidence, by inheritance. He looked at the genealogical record. This was the piece I had suspected but not documented. The Sovereign Court's research team assembled it in the last year before the war ended. He paused. Tan, this section needs to be prioritized. Above the petition file. The petition file proves they had no intention of negotiating. The genealogical record proves the people currently running the alliance are not operating in ignorance of what their predecessors did. They are operating in continuation of it. He looked at Tan steadily. That distinction is the most important one in the case we're building. Ignorance is a defense. Continuation is not. Tan looked at the genealogical section with the expression of an archivist who has just been handed the load-bearing document in a case he has been constructing for 30 years. I'll need a week with this section, he said. Take what you need, Wei Liang said. We're not leaving until the work is done. Outside the archive room, Yushang's footsteps had stopped in the east corridor and were holding still with the quality of a person who has encountered something they don't know how to approach. And the finding was going to matter, and he would be there shortly. And what she had found was the thing he had been carrying in his awareness since before he opened the Undercroft's door. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Song Mu's fire did something new in the Undercroft. He had been training in the lower chamber, which Wei Liang had designated for cultivation work, because the ley line proximity created higher ambient qi density, and the chamber's natural formation helped with the qi routing exercises Song Mu was currently practicing. On the morning of the fourth day, Wei Liang felt it from 3 rooms away. A shift in the ambient qi signature, a warmth that was not temperature, a presence of fire doing something other than burning. He found Song Mu in the lower chamber, sitting cross-legged on the stone floor, his eyes open and his hands extended palms up with the clear amber flame burning in both of them. The flame was larger than usual, not dramatically, but measurably, the kind of growth that came from genuine advancement rather than temporary fluctuation. And it was doing something Wei Liang had seen exactly twice in his first life, in 2 cultivators who had both been in the Eastern Battalion's Fire Qi Corps. The flame was sustaining itself without consumption. Standard Fire Qi required fuel, ambient spiritual energy drawn from the environment, converted through the cultivator's channels, burned and replenished continuously. It was an active process that required attention to maintain. What Song Mu was doing was different. The flame was sitting in his palms without drawing from him, without converting anything, without consuming. It was producing light without requiring the metabolic cost of fire. This was a copper marrow level technique. It should not have been possible until at least silver core. Song Mu noticed him at the door and looked up. It started this morning, he said. I was running the 3rd routing form, and it just happened. The flame is sustaining itself, Wei Liang said. Is that bad? It's extraordinary. He walked into the chamber and crouched to examine the flame closely. It had the quality he had observed in the first life. The color was amber clear rather than amber warm. The edge definition was precise rather than flickering, and there was no thermal output. The flame was producing light, but not heat. Do you feel any qi drain? No. It feels like it's feeding me, actually. Very slightly. The system designation for this phenomenon is archive flame, Wei Liang said. In my original era, fire cultivators who developed it were considered the rarest and most significant advancement in the fire affinity path. The flame burns without consuming anything it doesn't choose to consume. He looked at Song Mu. This doesn't happen at copper marrow rank. Not naturally. What does it mean? It means your cultivation path is not following the normal progression, Wei Liang said. Your qi structure was established before this lifetime. The advancement you're experiencing now is the same kind of recovery mine is. You're rebuilding something that was already built, and it's coming back faster than a first build would. He paused. Do you feel anything when you're here in this chamber that you don't feel above ground? Song Mu considered carefully. Like coming home, he said. But not my home. Someone else's. Or mine from a long time ago. He looked at the flame in his palms. It knows this place. Potential recognition. Former vassal. Eastern Battalion Fire Corps. Observation mode active. The system spoke rarely. When it did, it was precise. Wei Liang looked at Song Mu for a long moment. Song Mu was 14 years old, had been a blacksmith's apprentice 6 months ago, and was sitting in a 3,000-year-old chamber with a cultivation phenomenon in his hands that only appeared in fire cultivators with a very specific and ancient lineage. The lineage was not coincidence. It never had been. There is something I need to tell you, Wei Liang said. About what you were. I told you pieces of it before. Eastern Battalion, fire cultivator, died in the penultimate battle before the ceiling. What I didn't tell you was the rest. Tell me now. Wei Liang sat on the chamber floor opposite him, in the light of the archive flame that was burning quietly between them. You were one of the most skilled fire cultivators in the Eastern Battalion, he said. Not rank highest. The generals above you outranked you. But technique finest. You found this. He nodded at the flame. In that life, at silver core rank rather than copper marrow, you were the one who taught the archive flame technique to the rest of the battalion's fire cultivators. He paused. The flame you're generating now is the same flame. In a different body, at an earlier rank, because your soul remembers the technique even though your cultivation theory hasn't caught up yet. Song Mu sat with this for a long moment. The flame in his palms burned without burning, exactly as it always had, exactly as it had for 3,000 years in the record of who he had been. Did I know you? He said. In that life? Yes. What was I like? Wei Liang looked at him. You were serious about fire and cheerful about everything else, he said. You argued about technique with a kind of intensity that surprised people who expected fire cultivators to be aggressive rather than precise. You were loyal to an extent that sometimes alarmed me. Not because I doubted the loyalty, but because I was aware of what it cost you. He paused. You were the person who was still finding something worth laughing about when everyone else had stopped being able to. He looked at the flame again. In that life you asked me once if I thought the war was worth it. I didn't answer. I should have. What's the answer? The war was always going to happen, Wei Liang said. The only thing I had control over was how we conducted it. He met Song Mu's eyes directly. We conducted it better than they did. That's what I know. Song Mu held the flame in his palms for another long moment. Then, tell me about the technique. The archive flame. I want to understand what it does properly, not just that it sustains itself. What is it for? Wei Liang told him. In the blue-violet light of the undercroft, as the ley lines fed the preservation arrays, and 3,000 years of documented truth waited in the eastern room for the moment it would be ready to move. And what the archive flame was for, fully explained, changed the expression on Song Mu's face from curious to something quieter and more resolved. And that change was the most important thing that happened in the lower chamber that day. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Yu Shang learned faster in the dark. This had been observable since Ironstone City, where she had developed her shadow sense to operational reliability in 6 weeks rather than the 6 months that a standard shadow chi cultivator without prior suppression would have needed. The suppression brand had not diminished her affinity. It had compressed it, the way a spring is stronger for being compressed, and the release had been the beginning of an acceleration she was still in the middle of. In the undercroft, the acceleration increased. The facility's ambient energy was aligned with her chi in the specific way that places of deep shadow affinity resonated with their practitioners. The undercroft was built into granite, sealed from natural light, fed by ley line energy that ran deep and cold through the mountain's core. The environment matched her cultivation's nature so precisely that training here felt, she told Wei Liang on the 3rd day, like breathing in a room where the air was exactly the right composition instead of approximately right. Your baseline extension has increased, he confirmed, when he ran the assessment that morning. Shadow sense at 230 meters, up from 170. Chi retention efficiency is at 78%, which is well above the expected rate for awakened root. He looked at her. The undercroft is feeding your advancement. The alignment will continue as long as you're here and training properly. How long until I advance to Copper Marrow? At this rate, 3 weeks. She absorbed this with the focused calm that was her baseline state. She was not in a hurry exactly. She was in the kind of focused engagement with her own development that had the quality of urgency without the disorganization of impatience. You said there were shadow techniques in the archive, she said. Yes. I'll teach you the foundational forms today. Are they the same as what you've already been teaching me? The forms I've been teaching you are the principles. What's in the archive is the full technique architecture built on those principles, the complete system rather than the entry-level expressions of it. He paused. The archive techniques were developed for cultivators at Silver Core and above. You won't be able to use the full system for some time. But learning the architecture early gives you a framework for understanding where each individual technique fits, which makes the advancement faster, because you're not learning isolated techniques, you're learning a structure. She nodded with the quality of someone adding this to an ongoing plan rather than simply accepting an instruction. They went to the archive room, where Tan was working through the genealogical records with the focused intensity of someone who had a decade of suppressed professional satisfaction finally given outlet, and Wei Liang brought out the shadow technique compilation from the 3rd shelf on the northern wall. He began to teach her. The foundational forms of the shadow chi architecture were precision techniques, the kind that required exact positioning and exact chi flow routing rather than high volume or high power. The shadow affinity was a perception and concealment system at its core. It read its environment by what light did not reach, and it moved through the world by occupying the spaces between what was lit. The combat applications were secondary to the intelligence applications, which was why Wei Liang had always assigned shadow cultivators to spymaster and intelligence roles in the original court. She moved through the forms with the ease of someone who had been building toward them for months without knowing the formal structure. The transition from her current intuitive practice to the archive technique system was less a learning process and more a recognition process, her body knowing the destination and adapting the path. On the 2nd hour, she stopped in the middle of the 4th form. There's something in the east corridor, she said. Something the archive map doesn't show. He had been waiting for this. He had known from the moment they arrived that she would find it, her shadow sense, at operational range in a facility designed with deep shadow affinity, would map the undercroft more accurately than any physical survey. Yes, he said. What does your shadow sense tell you? A room, she said. Sealed. The seal is not the same as the other seals in the facility. It's not a lock system. It feels more like a like someone stopped the space rather than locked it. She paused. There's something inside. Not moving. The shadow signature is very old. Yes, he said again. You know about it. I know it's there, Wei Liang said. I sealed it in the previous life. I know what I sealed and why. He looked at her. I'll take you there. What you find will be difficult. I want you to look at it as evidence rather than as what it most obviously is. She looked at him with the careful attention she gave to things she was going to need to process carefully. All right, she said. The east corridor was a passage he had not been down since arriving. He had been avoiding it with the deliberate quality of avoiding something you are not yet ready for, and the fact that Yushang had found it meant the time for avoidance was done. The sealed room was at the corridor's end. He released the suspension seal with a touch of qi, and the door opened. Inside was a room approximately 3 meters by 4. Furnished minimally, a resting platform, a small table, a single preserved light array in the ceiling that activated when they entered. And on the resting platform, in the perfect stillness of someone who had been preserved in the moment rather than simply lying down to rest, was a woman. She was young, perhaps 25, dressed in the administrative robes of the Alliance's pre-war diplomatic corps. Her hands were folded. Her face was arranged in an expression that was not peaceful exactly, but resolved. The face of someone who had made a decision and was at peace with it, even if not with the circumstances. Yushang stopped at the door. She looked at the woman for a long time. Who is she? She said, very quietly. I don't know her name yet, Wei Liang said. Ten will know it from the records. She came here to warn me. She was carrying information about the Lianhua crossing, about what the Alliance was planning. She was intercepted before she reached me. He paused. The warning never arrived. I found her here after the sealing, already gone. I preserved the room because she deserved to not be abandoned. He looked at the woman on the platform. She risked everything to carry information she had no personal stake in, to a person who was supposed to be her enemy, because she thought the truth was more important than the political arrangement. He was quiet for a moment. I never knew her name in the previous life. She was here before I could find out. Yushang was quiet for a long time. If she'd arrived in time, she said, what would have happened? I don't know, Wei Liang said. Differently. He paused. That's the honest answer. Differently. Yushang looked at the woman's face, the resolved expression, the folded hands, and something moved in her own face, very briefly. That was not sorrow in any simple sense, but was its more complex neighbor. The recognition of someone who made the right choice and paid for it, which was the kind of cost that children who had already paid costs of their own understood at a level that explanation couldn't reach. We should find out her name, Yushang said. Yes, Wei Liang said. We should. And they left the room with the woman in it, still preserved, still arranged in her final resolution, and the light stayed on, and he would not seal it again. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Tan identified her from the records on the 4th day. Her name was Shun Lihua, and she had been a junior diplomatic administrator in the Alliance's pre-war frontier relations office. She was 23 years old when she died, younger than Tan had estimated from the preservation work's apparent age, which said something about the care Wei Liang had taken in a moment of grief 30 years before the war's end. The record was in the Alliance's own personnel files, which the Sovereign Court's intelligence operation had copied and preserved as part of the standard documentation of Alliance institutional behavior. She appeared in 3 places: the diplomatic appointment register, the frontier relations assignment log, and this was what made Tin stop and sit very still for a full minute before coming to find Wei Liang, the Alliance's internal security records. She was flagged, Tin said. He was holding 2 documents in his hands with the careful double grip of someone ensuring primary sources were not damaged. She was flagged by the Alliance's Internal Security Division for unauthorized access to the pre-war strategy files. The flag was issued 6 weeks before she died. He paused. The note on the flag says, subject has accessed materials of sensitive strategic classification. Intent to disclose to external parties likely. Intercept authorized. Wei Liang sat with this. Intercept authorized, Tin said again. That's institutional language. That's not an individual decision. Someone in the Alliance's security apparatus flagged her, reviewed the flag, and authorized an action against her. A 23-year-old administrative officer. Yes. She didn't defect. She was an Alliance employee trying to prevent what she understood to be an atrocity. Tan set the documents on the table with precise care. They intercepted her before she could. And then they killed her. And then they wrote the history as if none of this happened. Yes, Wei Liang said. Tan was quiet for a long time. He was not weeping now. The weeping had been the initial encounter with the archive scope. What was on his face now was something harder and more structured. The expression of a man who had arrived at a conclusion he had been building toward for 30 years, and was now organizing himself around it rather than around the possibility that he might be wrong. This is the core of it, he said. Everything else, the extraction system, the suppression brands, the petition responses, all of it is important. But this is the core. They had someone on the inside who was trying to stop the massacre. They killed her. They went ahead with the massacre anyway. Yes. And if her warning had arrived? He looked at Wei Liang steadily. What would you have done? Wei Liang looked at the documents on the table, the flag notice, the intercept authorization, the personnel record of a woman who had been 23 years old and had known exactly what she was doing. I don't know, he said. I'd like to think I would have done something different. I know that the primary obstacle to ending the conflict sooner was not information. The information I had was sufficient. The obstacle was the structural problem. I was the only power capable of resisting the alliance, which meant that any action I took was defined as demonic aggression regardless of its actual nature. He paused. Her warning would have given me documentation. But documentation alone is not sufficient against an organization willing to kill 23-year-old administrative officers to prevent its circulation. That's exactly what we're facing now, Tin said. Yes, Wei Liang said. Except now we have the documentation she was trying to deliver. And we have distribution infrastructure she never had access to. And we have time. He paused. Not unlimited time, but time, and what she tried to do will not be for nothing. I intend that very specifically. He told Yu Shang that evening, the woman's name. He told it to her carefully, as a fact that needed to be held carefully, because names mattered for people who died doing something that deserved to be named. Yu Shang said the name once, in the specific way of committing it to memory. Then she went back to her training. 3 days later, she came to Wei Liang with a request. Make room in the Undercroft's record system for a section that would specifically document the names and stories of individuals who had tried to resist the alliance and paid for it. He agreed immediately, without hesitation, without needing to consider it. The system was silent. That was its form of agreement, and the section of the record that Yu Shang would maintain would become, in time, one of the most important parts of the archive, because the names of the people the alliance erased were themselves a form of documentation that numbers and policy records could never fully provide, and Xin Lihua was the first name in it. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Ren Xiaolan brought the Ashwater Band to the Undercroft on the 8th day. She had left the majority of her company at the eastern approach, in a defensible position with supply for 2 weeks, while she brought a small group into the interior for the initial assessment. She arrived with 11 people and moved them into the Undercroft in the organized way of a commander who had been preparing her people for something unusual without being able to tell them exactly what. They had been told, the contract is real, the destination is secure, what you find there will be unexpected, and you should process it in the way that works for you. Wei Liang watched them come in. He was standing at the main chamber entrance with Song Mu beside him, and he watched 11 experienced frontier cultivators step into a 3,000-year-old chamber with the active array lights and the court sigils on the walls, and he watched each of them go still at a slightly different moment as the place registered. 3 of them stopped moving in a way that was different from the others. It was not a dramatic stop. It was the stop of someone who has encountered something they recognize below the level of conscious recognition, the body responding before the mind has identified the stimulus. All 3 were in different positions, looking at different things. A man with a river-fighting scar on his arms was looking at the formation of the practice chambers. A woman with the posture of a logistics specialist was looking at the supply storage arrangement. A young man, perhaps 18, was looking at the court sigils on the floor with the expression of someone reading text in a language they don't consciously know but whose shapes are somehow familiar. Wei Liang noted all 3, followed them separately. Ren Xiaolan moved through the main chamber with her operational assessment engaged, cataloging the facility systematically, noting what was functional and what would need attention. When she reached the east corridor, she stopped. She had found the portrait room. Wei Liang had not told her about it. He had been waiting to see whether she would find it herself, and the answer was herself, which was the more useful answer because it meant her encounter with it was unmediated. He followed her in. The portrait room was one of the Undercroft's smaller chambers, used in the original facility as an administrative record room, and along the south wall were the court portraiture tablets, slate tablets with etched likenesses and designation inscriptions. Administrative record, not memorial. The likenesses were accurate rather than idealized, which was how he had always preferred portraiture. Ren Xiaolan stood in front of the 3rd tablet from the left on the south wall. She stood very still. Her hands were at her sides. She was not in the assessment mode she had been in for the last 10 minutes. She was simply standing there, looking at a slate tablet with a likeness of a woman who had her jaw, her shoulders, her way of standing that was the specific thing her posture did when she was organizing a significant number of variables simultaneously. The inscription below the portrait read, Marshal of the Eastern Tides, Commander of the 2nd and 3rd Field Armies, Rin Xiaolan of the Crimson Tide. She turned to look at him. He was standing in the doorway. He waited. When did you know? She said. Her voice was absolutely controlled. Before we left Ironstone City, he said. The archive beacon was keyed to carry itself toward me, but also toward the people from the original court. It wasn't coincidence that it ended up with you. The beacon's proximity keying had been tracking toward you for 7 years. Because she stopped. Started again. Because you are, he said, gently but precisely. The soul doesn't transmit memories the way the beacon transmitted location, but it carries what it was. The dreams you had. The instincts that made you file that complaint against the White Lotus sect's recruitment attempt rather than ignore it. The bone-deep knowledge of how to organize a fighting force under pressure. He paused. The specific way you stand when you're organizing a significant number of variables simultaneously. She looked at the portrait for a long time. He let her. Did I choose to serve you? She said. Or were you my lord by accident? The court's command structure was not inherited, he said. Every rank above general was by merit and explicit selection. You were selected and you accepted the position knowing the alternative. He paused. You chose. She was quiet for a long time. Outside in the corridor, the sounds of the Ashwater Band settling into the facility carried gently. Then I choose again, she said. And that was that. The thing had been said and received and would not need to be said again, and the particular quality of the choice, made cleanly, with full awareness of what it meant, without drama or hesitation, was recognizable to him from 93 years of watching her make exactly this kind of choice in exactly this way. Outside, Song Mu had found the 3 mercenaries with the old recognition response and was sitting with them, his archive flame burning quietly in one hand, being present and patient and not asking anything yet. And what Rin Xiaolan had chosen meant that the Undercroft was no longer just a facility. It was the beginning of a court, and courts were built person by person, and the first person who mattered had just chosen. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Rin Xiaolan's memories came back in fragments across 3 days. She had not been prepared for the texture of it. She had expected something more like Wei Liang described his own experience, a recognizable event with clear before and after, and instead what she got was something more oblique. A smell in the Undercroft's armory that was associated with something she couldn't name. The way her hands moved to the door mechanism in the lower practice chamber before she had been told where the release was. The words she said in the command cadence she used when she was very tired and defaulting to reflex. They were correct chi enhancement instructions, and the cadence was the drill instructor's cadence of the Eastern Battalion's officer corps. She brought these to Wei Liang one at a time, with the pragmatic approach of someone compiling a report rather than having an existential crisis. He confirmed each one without embellishment. She filed the confirmation and moved on. On the second day, she came to his archive room in the early morning and sat on the stone floor across from his working table with the quality of a person who had a question and wanted to make sure the conditions were right to ask it. Tell me about her, she said. The original. Who she was, what she believed, why she made the choices she made. He set down his document. This was the right question asked at the right time by someone who had prepared themselves to receive the answer correctly. Rin Xiaolan of the original court was pragmatic and principled in the specific combination that makes excellent commanders. She had no illusions about what war cost, and she pursued the war's objectives anyway, because she had looked at the alternative and found it worse. He paused. She was not sentimental. She was generous. The distinction was important to her. What was the alternative she found worse? Allowing the Alliance to continue the extraction system uncontested until there was nothing left to contest it. He looked at her. She came from a border settlement in the eastern province that the Alliance's extraction team had cleared the year before she joined the court. She had watched the clearing. She had been 17. Rin Xiaolan was very still. I had a dream last week, she said. A field being cleared. People being told to take their tools and leave. Someone telling them their cultivation resources had been reallocated. She paused. The field in the dream smelled like the one where I grew up. Yes, Wei Liang said. She held this for a moment. Then, she was angry for 93 years. Not always, Wei Liang said. Often she was satisfied, I think is the right word, in the way that a person who has found the correct work for their particular skills is satisfied. The anger was the reason she started. It wasn't the reason she continued. What was the reason she continued? He thought about this carefully. Loyalty, he said. But the specific kind, not to me personally, not to the court as an institution. To the objective. To the idea that the people the Alliance was extracting and discarding and suppressing deserved to have someone capable of fighting on their behalf doing so. She thought about individuals specifically. After a battle, She could describe every person she had lost by name and family origin. She never abstracted them. He paused. That made her very effective at the parts of command that involved the people under her. It made the losses harder, proportionally. Rin Xiaolan looked at her hands. She died, she said. Yes. In the penultimate battle before the ceiling. A Harvest Council technical team deployed a chi reversal technique against the Eastern Army's command position. She had moved her personal guard out of range 30 minutes before to protect them from a predicted flanking action. She had not moved herself. He looked at her steadily. She was protecting people, specifically, at the end. That's not unusual for how she operated. Rin was quiet for a long time. And I chose again, she said finally. Yes. Even knowing, he confirmed. Without hesitation. She sat with this for a moment. Then, in the flat pragmatic tone she used for operational planning. Tell me what you need militarily. I need to know what we're building toward and at what rate, because I have 31 people here and I need a very different force structure for what comes next, and I need to start planning it now. She did not ask whether it was going to be worth it. She had already answered that question in the way she had answered it every time for 93 years, and the answer was the same, and the cost was the same, and she said, give me the military picture. All of it. I'll tell you what's possible from where we are and what we need to get there, because the force I need to build is not the one we have, and building it starts today. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. The Silver Core advancement happened on the 11th night. Wei Liang had been tracking the conditions since they entered the Undercroft. The ley line ambient density, the chi processing rate his channels had been running at since the breakthrough to Iron Blood, the specific state of the nascent core that had been forming for the last 2 weeks. He had not accelerated it. Accelerating cultivation breakthroughs was possible but wasteful, and the natural rate, supported by the Undercroft's optimal conditions, was faster than anything external pressure would have produced. He went to the lower practice chamber alone, after the facility had quieted for the night. The ley lines were strongest there, and the chamber's natural formation supported the inward focus that the Silver Core advancement required. He sat and breathed through the preparation sequence, and then allowed the breakthrough to complete at its own rate, which took approximately 4 hours and was accompanied by nothing dramatic. Just the quiet internal event of the nascent core consolidating into something denser, something that held a shape rather than a potential, something that was a fixed point around which the rest of the cultivation structure organized. Rank 5 restored. Sovereign debt repayment, 23%. 23%. He sat with the number in the precise way he had learned to sit with uncomfortable distances. Acknowledging, filing, continuing. Movement in the correct direction, consistently applied, was the entire plan. The Undercroft responded to the advancement. He felt it before he understood it. A shift in the facility's ambient state, like a sleeping house waking when its owner returns. The preservation arrays, which had been running on minimum load since the door opened, recalibrated upward. New circuits activated in sections of the facility he had not yet accessed. The deep storage, which had been sealed not by any deliberate lock, but by the cultivation level threshold he had built into the facility's access system, became accessible. He went to the deep storage in the hours before dawn. It was in the sub-basement level, below the main chambers, accessible through a passage that had been invisible to anyone who had not grown 2 centimeters of nascent core density in the last 4 hours. The passage opened into a chamber approximately 15 meters square with high ceilings and the stillness of a room that had not been entered since the preservation seal was set. The storage was organized in the way he recognized, his own organizational system, the same one the archive used, applied to physical artifacts rather than documents. Armory items in one section, cultivation materials in another, and in a third section, sealed in individual preservation cases, a collection of jade slips that carried the Sovereign Court's personnel records at a depth level he had not maintained in the main archive. He opened the first case. 30 names. Current era names, not the old court names. These were people alive in the present age, identified by the tracking component of the Sovereign Court's bloodline documentation system, which had been designed to follow specific genetic and cultivation markers across generations and reincarnations. The system had been running in passive observation mode for 3,000 years, updating its records as the markers it tracked moved through each generation and produced the next. 30 people, in the current era, who carried suppressed demon court bloodlines. Not all of them knew it. Most had never been told. Some were under active suppression, the kind the Alliance imposed on children with demonic chi affinities, and did not know why their cultivation was limited in a way that training alone could not explain. At the bottom of the list, one entry was different from the others. The name was followed by a location marker, not a city or province, but a sect affiliation. Azure Cloud Sect, Inner Elder rank. and below the name and location, in the tracking system's notation, bloodline active. Cultivation suppressed by externally applied seal. Subject unaware of nature of suppression. An azure cloud inner elder carrying a demon court bloodline that had been suppressed without her knowledge, living inside the institution that had organized the suppression of people like her. He brought Rin Xiaolan to the deep storage at dawn and showed her the list. She read it with the focused attention she gave to tactical information, noting the location distributions, the rank markers, the azure cloud entry. "We can't reach all 30, she said. "Not from here. Not without more operational coverage than we have." "No," he agreed. "But we start with the ones who can be reached from this position and whose situations most urgently require intervention." He looked at the list. The Azure Cloud Elder is a particular case. A person inside the Alliance who understands what's been done to her is worth more to this documentation effort than anything we can publish from the outside, and the approach to her will need to come at exactly the right moment, in a form she can recognize before her institutional training tells her to refuse what her bloodline already knows. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. He sent word in 3 directions. The first was a message through the Elderly Women's Preservation Network, the 43 people in 6 provinces who had been carrying documents for 60 years. The message was brief and specific. He had a secure facility. It was accessible to courier traffic through the mountain's western approach, and he was ready to receive whatever they had been carrying. The network's response came back in 4 days, 7 couriers, all on different routes, all carrying different portions of the archive that had never been in one place before. The second direction was southward, toward a border settlement that appeared at number 12 on the deep storage list. A family of 5, 3 cultivating-age adults, and 2 children, all of whom had been under varying degrees of cultivation suppression for the last generation. The settlement's location put them in a region where the White Lotus sects enforcement teams regularly operated. He sent Rin Xiaolan with a small team of 4. The third direction was careful and oblique and involved Yushang's shadow network, which she had been building since Ironstone City by the specific method Wei Liang had taught her, not recruiting, but identifying, and not approaching directly, but creating conditions under which people who were already inclined to resist the Alliance's narrative could find their way towards something rather than simply away from the thing they were resisting. The family at number 12 came back with Rin Xiaolan in 11 days. They were what the list had described. 3 adults with cultivations that had specific structural limitations that were not the result of natural talent ceilings, but of applied external suppression. The youngest child, a girl of 6, had the chi signature of someone whose channels had been developing around an obstacle placed before she was born. The suppression was generational, which meant the Alliance's operation against this bloodline had been running for at least 2 generations before she existed. Wei Liang met them in the main chamber. The oldest adult, a man of perhaps 40 with the careful bearing of someone who had spent his life not drawing attention to himself, looked at the court sigils on the floor and then at Wei Liang, and said, "It's real." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "My grandfather told me these sigils existed," the man said. "He said if we ever found a room with these marks, we were to trust whoever brought us there." He paused. He didn't say why. "The sigils were part of the original court's recognition system," Wei Liang said. 3,000 years ago. The knowledge was passed down through your family because your family was part of the court, present, connected, aware. The knowledge of the sigils was one of the things that survived the war's ending. The man absorbed this. "What do we do now?" "Tell me about the suppression," Wei Liang said. "All of it, when it started, how it manifests, what the sects told you when you asked about it." He looked at the whole family. Every detail. It's documentation, and documentation is the foundation of everything that comes next. He spent 3 days with the family, extracting testimony in the careful, systematic way he had learned from decades of building the original court's documentation infrastructure. By the end of the 3 days, their testimony had filled 2 documents that Tan cataloged with the same care he gave to 3,000-year-old source materials, because recent testimony of ongoing suppression was, in some ways, more immediately usable than historical records. One member of the family stayed. The man of 40, who said his name was Wei Jinshan, and who was distantly, but genuinely related by bloodline to the cultivation lineage the court's records tracked. He had nowhere to go back to. The settlement was too exposed now. He stayed because staying was the correct operational decision given the options, and because a man who had waited 40 years to find the room with the sigils was not going to leave it simply because it was inconvenient. Songmu showed him the lower practice chamber. The archive flame did something interesting in Wei Jinshan's presence. It brightened, specifically, in the way it brightened in the presence of cultivation that resonated with it. Wei Liang noted this without comment. Songmu noticed him noticing and said nothing. which was the correct response. The approach to the Azure Cloud Elder, when it came, would need to be something she could recognize as genuine before the institutional reflex to report it could override whatever was underneath, and the moment for that approach was not yet, and the building of what came before it was the work of the weeks ahead. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Zhou Fenghua sent 30 cultivators into the Ashwal Mountains on the 15th day. Wei Liang knew they were coming 4 days before they arrived. Yushang's network had a contact in the provincial administrative compound who filed movement authorizations for sect operations, and the authorization for a 30 cultivator survey team had been filed at the standard bureaucratic lag of 3 days after the instruction. He had 4 days. He spent them preparing. The Undercroft's access passage was sealed by the time the survey team reached the eastern approach. He had moved everyone inside and closed the mountain-facing door with a full chi imprint. From outside, the cliff face was a cliff face. Nothing in the ley line environment would indicate that 31 people were inside it. That left the survey team with 30 cultivators and no discernible target. Wei Liang knew this mountain in the specific way that you knew something you had designed and built yourself. He had spent 5 years moving material and people through these passes and these valleys, and he had not only built the Undercroft's access system, he had also built the mountain's defensive array system, which operated on the principle of misdirection rather than obstruction. It did not block paths. It made certain paths look more appealing than others, and the paths it made appealing were the ones that led most efficiently away from the Undercroft's general location. He did not have to manage the array system actively. It had been running in passive mode since the Undercroft's activation, drawing from the same ley line feed. For 1 week, 30 cultivators above Silver Core rank moved through the Ashwal Mountains efficiently, purposefully, and in entirely the wrong direction. He watched through Yushang's extended shadow network. She had positioned 2 of her contacts at the mountain's perimeter, outside the survey team's operating area, to track their general pattern without making direct observation. What she reported each evening was a survey team that was clearly trained and capable and was finding exactly the kind of terrain features that a careful investigation would find, none of which were in the direction of the facility they were looking for. On the 7th day, the survey team's lead cultivator filed a report through the Alliance's communication network. Yushang's network intercepted the communication format, though not the encrypted content, and confirmed it was a report to Zhou Fenghua's office. The report was long. Wei Liang gave 70% probability to a request for additional resources and time. Zhou Fenghua's response came 2 days later. 30 additional cultivators were being deployed to the mountain region to supplement the survey team. He brought Ren Xiulan into the planning room. 60 cultivators in the mountain region, she said. Not enough to take the Undercroft if they find it. Enough to make transit difficult. They won't find the Undercroft, Wei Liang said. The array system handles misdirection for any force up to approximately 100 cultivators. 60 is within the system's comfortable range. So we're not in immediate danger. No. But Zhou Fenghua is paying more attention to this region than the situation should justify, which means she has either information that makes the region significant to her, or she is responding to the absence of information in a way that produces the same effect. He looked at the map. In 3 weeks, we'll know which it is. And in 3 weeks, what I'm planning to do from here will already be in motion, and the answer will only determine how we use this location, not whether we continue. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. Ren Xiulan called a meeting of the Ashwater Band on the 16th day. Wei Liang was not present for the first half of it. She had told him, the evening before, that she needed to address her company directly. The terms under which they had come to the Undercroft were not the same as the terms under which they were now operating, and continuing without a direct conversation about that gap was not how she ran a company. He had agreed without reservation. He sat in the archive room and read documents and let her do her work. She told them who she had been. She told them who Wei Liang was. She told them what the Undercroft contained, what the Harvest Council was, what the sovereign debt meant, and what she believed was going to happen in the years ahead. She did not command them to stay. She told them that anyone who left would be given a route out of the mountain region and would not be considered a breach of contract. She told all of this to 31 people who had been with her for an average of 4 years, some of whom she had trained herself, and she told it in the specific way of a commander who had learned to give her people information they could use and then get out of the way of their decisions. Wei Liang heard the meeting through the facility's chi resonance, not deliberately, but the Undercroft's acoustic properties were what they were. He heard the silence after she finished speaking. He heard the sound of people thinking, which was a different quality of silence from the sound of people in shock. For people left. Not all at once. 1 left during the meeting, citing family obligations. 2 left together the following morning. The 4th left quietly that evening, taking a route out of the mountain Ren had provided. 27 stayed. 27 people who had heard what they were sitting in the middle of, what they would be part of, what it would likely cost, and had decided to stay anyway. Not from naivety. They were experienced professionals who had spent years operating in the gap between sect authority and civil law. They understood exactly what they were deciding. How do they feel? Songmu asked, when Wei Liang came back to the main chamber. Resolved, Wei Liang said. In the way that decisions feel resolved when you've made them with full information rather than partial information. He looked at the 27 people beginning the organized activity of people who have just committed themselves to something. Ask Ren which of them have cultivation talent that's been restricted or underdeveloped. I want to begin supplemental training for the whole company within the week. Of the 4 who left, 3 went directly to a sect outpost in the nearest border town and reported. He had anticipated this and had made the route he gave them loop in the wrong direction before depositing them at the mountain's western exit. They could report their exit point and the general fact of having been in the mountains, but they could not report the Undercroft's location. The 4th person went home, as she had said she would, and that was fine, and he held no accounting against it. But what happened to the 3 who reported was the thing that would clarify, permanently, what the Alliance did with people who gave it information it needed to suppress. And he would learn of it in 3 days, and the learning would produce Chun Bao. And Chun Bao would become one of the most reliable members of the intelligence network, because he had been inside the mechanism and survived it and understood exactly what it did. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. He restructured the organization on the 18th day. Not formally. There was no ceremony, no declaration, nothing that would produce a record an outside observer could use to fix a date to the enterprise's beginning. The restructuring was operational. He identified the functions the organization needed, identified the people best suited to each function, and had a direct conversation with each person about what he was asking them to do and why. Rin Xiaolan, military command. She received it with the pragmatic decisiveness of someone accepting a role that had existed for months and was only now being correctly named. Tan Beilu, records and analysis. He received the designation with the dry satisfaction of a man whose title was finally matching his actual work. Yu Shang, intelligence. This was the designation that required the most careful conversation, because she was 8 years old and the role was the one that would put her in the most exposure. He told her this directly. She listened with the focused attention she gave to operational briefings and said, "I'm better at this than anyone else here. The exposure is the cost of being useful." He did not argue with the assessment because it was correct. Songmu, personal guard and primary cultivation training officer. The second part was new. He had been training Songmu specifically, but the company's cultivation development was going to require systematic instruction rather than individual attention. Songmu had the rare combination of technical understanding and the kind of natural presence that made other cultivators willing to be taught by him. He received the designation with the satisfaction that came from being given a responsibility that matched what you were actually for. Wei Liang named the organization nothing. The correct name would arrive when the correct moment did. Until then, they were what they were, a group with a shared understanding and a shared objective. The one who returned was not one of the 4 who had left. He was a young man, perhaps 20 years old, arriving at the Undercroft's entrance 3 days after the departures with a knife wound in his left shoulder that had been field-dressed with moderate skill. He said at the door, "I was with them when they reported. They're both dead. The sect post didn't want witnesses." His voice was steady in the way of someone who had decided not to fall apart, because falling apart was not going to be useful. "I got out. I came back because what I saw tells me that whatever is happening here is the correct side to be on." Wei Liang came to the door himself. He looked at the young man, hurt and frightened and composed, with the expression of someone who had just had a major assumption about the world corrected in the most direct way possible. "Come in," Wei Liang said. He let him in without conditions. The wound was treated. The story was heard by Songmu rather than by Wei Liang, which was the correct judgment. What the young man, Chun Bao, described was exactly what Wei Liang had predicted. The sect post had received 2 reports, thanked the reporters, offered them accommodation, and killed them in the night because they had been inside the mountains and survived. The Harvest Council's protocol for people in that category was elimination before they could communicate what they knew. The 2 people who had reported were dead because they had trusted the institution they reported to. Wei Liang filed the exchange without sentiment because the math of it was what it was, and the lesson had been available to anyone willing to look at the historical evidence, and the one who survived had learned from it, and learning from it was the only thing that made the cost mean anything at all. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Jiang Haofeng found the Undercroft entrance. Not in the way that mattered. He found the cliff face, which was simply a cliff face when the entrance was sealed. But he found the correct valley, at the correct distance from the correct approach path, and he filed a report noting the seal style of a rock formation at what appeared to be a natural fissure point. Wei Liang learned of the report through Yushang's network, specifically through a contact in the provincial courier system who copied the routing information of intelligence communications. Zhang's report had been filed to the Iron Lotus Branch's command structure and then routed to the Alliance's General Mountain Survey Coordination Desk, and from there to the High Coordination Division, the cover designation for the Harvest Council's operational management layer. Zhang's accurate report had triggered a Harvest Council alert. He sat with this for 2 days. Zhang was not Harvest Council. Zhang was a genuine member of the Iron Lotus Branch, doing his job carefully and well. His report was accurate. The seal style he had identified was pre-war Demon Court, High Authority, exactly the kind of designation that would be in the Iron Lotus Branch's historical archives, and that a cultivator with Zhang's research instincts would have cross-referenced. The problem was not that Zhang had found the valley. The problem was that Zhang's accurate report had fed into an intelligence chain that ended at the people who most needed to not know the Undercroft existed. The approach he chose was indirect. He sent Yushang to the provincial library in the border city, where the architectural notation archives were stored. She made a specific modification to the library's cross-reference files. The notation style Zhang had identified was associated, in the updated cross-reference, with a different facility, a known pre-war construction site 300 li to the east that had been extensively surveyed by the Alliance's own historians and confirmed as a minor administrative relay station with no surviving structures. He also arranged that the Iron Lotus Branch's coordination desk received a routine survey update from a different member of the survey team, one who had genuinely surveyed the Western Valley region and found nothing he personally recognized as significant. His report was truthful in the specific limited sense that the member who filed it had observed only what his rank and training allowed him to observe. The cold lead required 4 coordinated actions and 3 days to arrange. Zhang received no follow-up from his command structure on the Valley report. He sat with this in the border city's tea house. Wei Liang had Yushang's shadow sense on him for the afternoon, with the expression of someone who had filed something significant and was noting that the significance had not been acknowledged. He wrote something in his notebook. Wei Liang could not read it from the distance Yushang was covering. But the act of writing in a personal notebook rather than filing a follow-up inquiry was the act of someone who had concluded that the official channel would not return his report in a form he could use. He was building his own private record, and what Jiang Haofeng was building in that notebook was going to matter more than his official report had, because official channels could be redirected, but private records kept by careful men had a way of surviving the institutions that tried to manage them. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. The Harvest Council operative arrived in the border city on the 22nd day. He came from the east, which was consistent with the false trail Wei Liang had prepared, a cultivator at Gold Foundation rank, traveling without sect insignia, but with the specific cheese signature profile that Yushang had cataloged from the Cipher Jade's secondary inscription. He was, based on the profile, a career intelligence operative rather than a field enforcer. Wei Liang did not intercept him. This had been the plan since the Cipher discovery on the quarry road. Do not intercept the Harvest Council's operative, because intercepting him accomplished nothing beyond confirming their location to whoever he was reporting to. Let him operate, and let him find what had been prepared for him to find. The false trail consisted of several elements. A courier with the correct seal style, traveling east toward the relay site. A notation in the Provincial Administrative Compound's movement log showing a small group matching the warrant description had been sighted near the relay site area 3 days prior. A specific cultivation chi trace, Wei Liang's own, deliberately left, on the road east from the mountain region. The operative followed the trail east. He was good at his work. He tracked the chi trace with professional precision, checked each element of the false evidence against the others, and found them consistent. They were consistent because Wei Liang had built them to be consistent, because false trails that were internally inconsistent were worse than no trail at all. They produced uncertainty rather than misdirection, and uncertainty was more dangerous than confident wrong direction. After 3 days of the operative moving east, Wei Liang sent the eastern element of the plan into motion. 3 cities in the eastern province, simultaneously. Chun Rojin's testimony, by Changjing's account, and Tan's analytical summary, printed copies, multiple per city, posted on every significant public notice board in the early morning before the sects monitoring personnel would begin their standard sweeps. The timing had been coordinated through the preservation network, which had distribution contacts in all 3 cities. By the time the Harvest Council operative reached the relay site and found nothing, the materials were already on 200 notice boards across 3 cities. By the time the operative filed his null report and began the 2-day journey back to request new intelligence, the materials had been seen by several thousand people. By the time Zhou Fenghua's response team reached the cities to begin removal, the materials had been copied. He received the confirmation from the Preservation Network's Eastern contacts on the 4th day after the posting. Removal complete, copies confirmed in circulation, secondary audience distribution underway. The estimate of total initial readers was approximately 12,000. The secondary audience would be several times that within 2 weeks. He sat in the archive room with the confirmation document and said nothing for a long moment. Then he opened Yi Kuang's journal and wrote in it for the first time, in his own hand, in the blank pages that had been waiting since the journal was sealed. We are in the mountain. The archive is restored. The dead who tried to stop this have been named. The living who were suppressed are being found. The truth is in circulation and cannot be fully suppressed. He closed the journal and held it for a moment. 3,000 years between the previous entry and the new one. The previous entry had been written in the knowledge of imminent defeat. The new one was written in the knowledge that the defeat had been incomplete, and incomplete defeat was just another word for continuation, and continuation was what he had always been building toward. Songmu found him there an hour later. Something happened, Songmu said. Something public. The materials are in circulation in 3 cities. Songmu sat on the floor beside the archive table, his archive flame burning steady in one palm. How many people? Thousands initially. More through copying. He set the journal down. It's not a conclusion. It's a beginning. The first time they can't simply remove it because there are too many copies in too many hands. Songmu was quiet for a while. They'll escalate, he said. Yes. He looked at Songmu steadily. Zhou Fenghua and Xin Xiaolong are in disagreement about the correct response. Zhou wants managed narrative suppression. Xin wants direct enforcement. Which one wins? Xin will win, Wei Liang said. He always wins that argument. He has won it every time it has been had, for 3,000 years, and the result is always the same. And what comes after that result is going to clarify things in ways that no document posting can. And the clarification is going to come at the cost of people who don't deserve to pay it. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. The provinces were talking. Wei Liang knew this from Yushang's network, from the Preservation Contacts reports, and from the specific quality of the communication traffic that Tan's administrative compound contacts were observing in the provincial systems. The volume of official communication between sect branch offices in the 3 cities had increased by a factor that indicated active response management rather than routine operation. The sect offices were receiving inquiries from officials, from merchants, from cultivators who had read the documents or heard about them second and third hand. The materials were in the vocabulary now, not the full materials. Most people had heard a summary of a summary, the specific distillation that comes from a document passing through 10 conversations. But the distillation was accurate. The White Lotus sect had branded children illegally. The Lianhua crossing had been a sacrifice, not a battle. The Demon King had filed a petition that was never answered. These 3 facts were in the vocabulary of 3 provinces' worth of frontier populations, and they were the correct 3 facts, and they were not going away. He spent 2 days in the archive room after the confirmation arrived, not planning, but reading. He was at the section that covered the 30 years before the war, the specific period when the Alliance's policies had been building toward the point of no return. What he read was not new information. He had lived through most of it. But reading it in document form, in the third person, from the perspective of people who had been watching it happen and writing down what they observed, was different from remembering it from the inside. He thought about Shun Lihua's body in the East Corridor room and what she had been carrying when she died. She had been carrying the decision records from the pre-war strategy files. The documents Tan had found, the 4 drafts of a response that was never sent, the authorization for the first assassination attempt, the internal memorandum establishing the extraction quota. She had copied them by hand, because copying was the only preservation mechanism available to someone who could not simply remove the originals. She had been 23 years old. She had been inside the institution, and she had made the calculation that the institution was wrong in a way that required action, not just internal disagreement. He was 31 people in a mountain fortress with 3,000 years of documents and a distribution network in 6 provinces and a cultivation recovery that was a quarter of the way to full. She had been one person in an institution with a single night to copy documents. The war she had tried to stop had happened anyway. It had happened because the people who could have stopped it were not given her message in time, and because the power to stop it had been overwhelmed by the sacrifice of 30,000 people, and because the side that won wrote the record. He had been given the record this time. He had the message she had died trying to deliver. And the war he was building toward was not the war she had been trying to prevent. It was the war that should have ended 3,000 years ago, finished properly, with the record intact and the debt paid in full. He closed the document he had been reading and called Tan to the archive room. The distribution, he said. The 3 cities was the first posting. I need a plan for the second. Wider, more cities, simultaneous, and including the complete evidentiary package rather than the summary materials. The full documentation. The archive's primary sources. The genealogical records of the continuing bloodlines. He paused. Everything we have. All of it. In a form that can be copied and distributed faster than it can be suppressed. Ten looked at him with the expression of a man who had spent 30 years waiting for someone to say this. That's a very large operation, he said. Yes, Wei Liang said. Build it as large as it needs to be. He sent a message through the preservation network that evening. Prepare for the second distribution. Wider. More simultaneous. Complete package. The replies came back in 2 days, as the provinces were still talking and the sects were still removing copies as fast as they could find them, which was slower than the copies were multiplying. And what remained was the response, and the response was coming, and its coming would do more to prove the case than any document he had ever written. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. The Nine Peak Alliance convened an emergency session on the 28th day. He knew of it through Yushang's network, specifically through a contact in the Alliance's Provincial Communication Relay Office who had observed an unusual volume of sealed correspondence moving through the high-priority channel from regional sect headquarters toward the Central Alliance compound. The volume and routing pattern was consistent with an emergency convening. The session lasted 2 days. He received fragmentary intelligence throughout. 3 separate contacts in 3 separate cities, each observing pieces of the communication traffic, none having the full picture. He assembled the pieces by cross-reference and triangulation, building the most probable picture from the available partial evidence. Zhou Fenghua argued for measured narrative response. She had made this argument successfully before, after the Ironstone City posting, after the compact filing, after the failed arrest operation. Shen Qiaolong argued for suppression. Direct, physical, immediate. He had made this argument before as well, and before this session he had lost it 3 times to Zhou Fenghua's more measured position. He did not lose it this time. Wei Liang received the final intelligence confirmation on the morning of the 31st day. An 80 cultivator corps, gold foundation rank and above, had been dispatched from the Central Alliance compound under Shen Xiaolong's personal authority. Destination, Frontier Province. Mission designation, purification of demonic contamination. He read the intelligence report and sat with it for a long moment. He had known this was coming, had structured the distribution operation partly to produce this outcome, because an alliance that could be provoked into large-scale public action was an alliance demonstrating exactly the thing the documentation described. But knowing it was coming and receiving the confirmed intelligence that it had been dispatched were different things, and he gave them both the weight they deserved. He opened Yi Kuang's journal and wrote the second entry in his own hand. They have not changed. Good. Neither have I. He closed the journal. The system spoke then. He had been feeling the shift in the sovereign debts accounting for 2 days, the sense of the recovery moving toward a threshold. The external effect was already visible to anyone with cultivation sensitivity. A faint corona in the low light of the archive room, dark and cold, and very specific, the quality of presence that he had not projected in this life before. Sovereign debt repayment, 31%. Threshold for rank 6 achieved. However, a warning, at this debt level, the system begins manifesting externally. Your enemies will feel the weight of what they owe. He stood in the archive room and breathed through the advancement. The gold foundation formation was different from the silver core, denser, more directional. The core acquiring the elemental attunement that made this rank the threshold of genuine combat utility. His chi was the dark violet of the demon sovereign's own cultivation, the affirmation that what was real could not be unmade, that the record was real, that the debt was real. He felt the external manifestation begin. Subtle, at this rank, not visible to the eye, but detectable to any cultivator above copper marrow at the right range. The feeling that something was present that carried a great deal of time. Songmu appeared in the archive room door. He looked at Wei Liang for a moment. Something changed, he said. Yes, Wei Liang said. Rank 6. And the system is beginning to manifest externally. He looked at Songmu. 80 cultivators, gold foundation and above, dispatched by Shen Qiaolong. They'll be in the frontier province within 30 days. Songmu was quiet for a moment. His archive flame burned in both hands without being called, a response to the ambient chi shift, the clear fire brightening to match the dark presence. Are we ready? We're beginning to be, Wei Liang said. Begin the military coordination with Ren Xiulan. I need a full assessment of our capability against gold foundation-level opponents within the week. He paused and looked at Song Mu with the steady regard he had given to generals before, in a different body in a different century, when the thing being built was not yet an army, but was about to become one. What Shen has dispatched will reach us whether we're ready or not. We make ready in the time we have. Song Mu nodded. He turned to go. Then he stopped in the doorway. Wei Liang, he said. Yes. In the previous life, when you knew it was coming and you weren't ready yet, were you afraid? Wei Liang looked at him. The honest answer. Yes, he said. For the people who would be in the way of it. Not for myself. He paused. The fear for others is useful. It keeps the planning honest. Song Mu held this for a moment. Then he went to find Ren Xiaolan, and Wei Liang stood in the archive room with the weight of what was owed beginning, very slowly, to be felt by the people who carried it. And 80 gold foundation cultivators moving toward the frontier were about to demonstrate, in the clearest possible terms, that the sects had not changed in 3,000 years, and neither had the reason the war had started. Chapter 61 The 7-Day Assessment came back with the clarity of a sword strike against granite. Ren Xiaolan spread the militia roster across the table in the underground command chamber they had established in the Western Archive facility. 218 names, organized by cultivation rank, combat experience, and what she had coded as frontline stability. The paper was good quality, ink precise, the handwriting small and dense with the kind of organization that only came from someone who had arranged soldiers before and understood what it meant to organize people into a formation that would not break when pressure arrived. Wei Liang studied the page without speaking first. This was important. Silence was a tool that worked differently than speech, and generals needed to understand the difference. The frontier had been under silence for 3,000 years, and that silence had become a kind of agreement. The frontier was inferior, the frontier was controlled, the frontier was suppressed. Breaking that silence required more than words. It required structures. It required proof that silence could be refused. The process of solidifying institutional change required understanding how power actually moved through complex systems. Breaking silence was the first step, but maintaining that break required structures that could sustain resistance against the full institutional weight of the alliance. Ren Xiaolan understood this with the clarity of someone who had spent decades managing organizations and understanding how they functioned under pressure. She had that quality that separated serious administrators from merely competent ones, the ability to see a desired future state and work backward through all the steps required to achieve it. Frontline stability means what? Wei Liang asked finally, looking at the roster without touching it yet. There was ritual in not touching things immediately. It said something about respect for the work that had gone into them. It means I've watched them train and I know which ones will hold when the person next to them falls, Ren Xiaolan said. Not everyone can do that. Most people will flinch or hesitate or look back. These ones don't. These ones keep moving forward. She pointed at 4 names she had marked separately. These are the foundation-level captains. If these 4 hold, the 140 people under them will hold with them. Wei Liang examined the arrangement. The formation was sound. It was the kind of structure that a general built when she knew that her numbers were going to be inadequate and she was planning to win anyway through positioning and the strength of individual decisions. He had seen formations like this before, 3,000 years ago, in the days when he commanded forces that dwarfed even the Alliance's current military capacity. The principle had not changed. Numbers mattered, but positioning mattered more. 100 disciplined soldiers in correct formation could hold against 300 scattered ones. The question was not whether Ren Xiaolan understood this principle. The question was whether the militia personnel understood it, whether they had internalized it deeply enough that they would maintain the formation even when they were afraid. You've done this before, he said. Not like this, Ren Xiaolan said. I've organized militia against brigands and against enforcement patrols. I've never organized militia to stand against a Shun Xiaolong-level hostile. But the structure is the same. You make sure the people at the center can think clearly enough to adjust when things go wrong. You make sure the people on the edges have enough training that they can act without waiting for orders. And you make sure everyone understands that the cost of running is higher than the cost of holding. She paused, her fingers tracing the captain's names. I've done all of that. The question is whether it will matter. It will matter in the margins, Wei Liang said. He was looking at the secondary roster now, the support people, the supplies, the coordinate network. The margins were where wars were won or lost, where the difference between victory and defeat was measured not in grand gestures, but in the small decisions that accumulated across thousands of individual moments. Most people did not understand margins.